Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Get the best deals this Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Come on, let's play. Ain't nothing gonna hold us down. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the keys, we're running this town. Come on, let's play.
This is not your grandfather's apprentice.
The winner will receive the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work for me as my protege. You bombed, and you bombed.
I've fallen a million times, but I get back up and I fight, and that's what you guys will do.
This is the toughest apprentice in history. May the best warrior win.
We all have different adventure stories to tell. Different paths, different choices. I chose an unusual path, a choice that is not for everyone. You are constantly moving from place to place. You have to sacrifice a lot of time. You have to focus to be on top.
Ice does have four star for Valve. Oh, Ice, he's in trouble.
Every journey has ups and downs. All you need is to focus on your goal.
Just eating them all alive. GG, let's go!
We all have different adventure stories to tell, and mine is just getting started.
It is grand finals time here for the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major, and we are going to dive straight into our pre-match. We have Evil Geniuses and Invictus Gaming. They're going to go head-to-head in the best of 5, and I am joined by Lizard and Gods. And Gods, there is so much to talk about with these two teams, but I want...
Up to the end, PSG LGD definitely made a push towards top 3, top 4 at the end of the league, which resulted them being in the tiebreaker, in the wild card, in the group stages, and now here, sadly.
On the other side of IG, there's EG. They've only played 3 series so far, Lizard.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of them, right? Like, because they came so well prepared. Every single series that they've taken it very seriously, and you can see the way that they drafted. I would like to note the drafts versus PSG LGD versus the Monkey King drafts with the Viper Razor combination, of course, plus Puck, something that we don't necessarily see very often from EG, and Parker would agree. Not only because of the heroes, but the playstyle they adapted.
Yeah, it feels like, EG's like playing this game of preparation. It's almost like this game of chess where they didn't play many scrims coming in. They didn't get to play the group stage, the wild card. So instead, they're just playing against their opponents in their heads. They're watching the other teams, what they're doing. They're figuring out how they're going to draft, how they're going to play, because they haven't had the same match experience as many other teams. But, IG themselves also not playing that group stage.
So is Arteezy, when he goes to bed, he sees Dota heroes on the ceiling, moving around?
Bulba, maybe.
I think that would be the better guess, and Fly probably as well. Both of these teams also having quite the history with each other. Now, both organizations go way, 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 way back, and we'll save you all the details of that. But with these rosters, slight tweaks here and there, but IG last year in the first major of the year, the Chengdu major, they came 4th. If I remember correctly. 4th or third? Oh no, they came third,
right?
They came third indeed. And they actually were the team to knock out EG in that major. They were able to do so after EG knocked them to the lower bracket in the first round. Sound familiar? Happened here as well. And then there was another major, the Leipzig major. Both teams were playing there as well. And this time, EG knocked IG out of the tournament, where EG moved all the way to the grand finals, but were not able to take it. For EG, this is a big one. This is a big title to get. If they get it, it will be the first major taken by an NA team ever.
And
that's mad.
That's crazy.
Especially with how good EG has been for the last 7 years, basically. They're always in the top 3 to 6 in
They're
TI.
Consistent, solid, standard, but never really breaking it through. Not in the last 4 years or so.
And you can't even say, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, because that would mean that they were second all the time, and that's also not true.
The last time they were, though, right?
Last time they were second. Yeah. That's the only time they've been in a major finals.
The kind of ongoing meme was they'd always get third, like Arteezy third.
Gods, you say it time and time again, they have played the cleanest Dota here.
They really have. It looks very clinical draft-wise and just play-wise. They're playing aggressive when they're stronger, but they're playing very conservatively when they need to. They understand when their item timings are, whether it's the Alchemist games, even though that was their one loss. They know when to fight. They are really good at controlling Roshan when they're playing that Radiant side. They use the Beastmaster really well, these Vision heroes, and they're just picking and choosing their battles, not worried about playing this, super fast pace. We got to run at them, and we're going to play our game, is what EG say.
Yeah.
Speaking of the team on the other side, they obviously did lose to Evil Geniuses already once in the tournament, but history repeats itself, has that tendency, and we interviewed them. They said, yeah, we didn't really prepare, we had no time. I sincerely find that very hard to believe. As they probably expected themselves to be in the grand finals. So we'll see if they have maybe a different set of bans for the opening or a different approach to the game, because IG, they're extremely versatile team.
Yeah, they are, and I can't wait to see their opening as well of the drafts. Of course, that's what we're talking about. To be able to have a draft, though, we need to have those players on stage. So it is time to give a warm welcome to our grand finalists. they're hoping to take down EG, not for themselves, not to get the title to IG, no, to get the title
To the region.
for the region.
Yeah.
Very big.
It's been, 3 years in a row where a European team has won TI, and
Yeah.
I think for China especially, they're used to being the region that's either on top or at least on the same level as the European region. So a lot of fans there have higher expectations to win those titles. So yeah, I think it's a really good point for IG. They're doing it for their region. They're competing, and I think NA same thing, but also for themselves because they need to prove they can win titles.
Yes.
EG, despite how amazingly consistent and dominant they've been, particularly in the NA region. I think just for their mentality, their psyche going to a tournament like TI, they need to remind themselves, hey, we can win tournaments, because they haven't done that really. They've won minors, they've won smaller tournaments, they haven't won a major ever.
One minor and one summit, that's it. And yes, they have won other things, but different rosters and all that.
And much like the expectations were different for Thunder Predator, let's say, or SCA Neon coming into this tournament, same goes for IG coming into the regionals. Maybe not necessarily to the same extent. Everyone expected this powerhouse of Elephant to come in, sweep everything away, and be the team that comes out on top, and perhaps the team that gets here to the finals because of all the superstars. However, IG said no, we have something different planned out, and they're here in the finals. Looking forward to seeing what they have in store for us in this game one.
So let's start talking some Dota. One of the things that I want to point out is, yes, we've seen EG only 3 series so far, 7 games in total. Both Arteezy and Fly have played 6 different heroes in those 7 games. Gods, that is very diverse.
Makes it hard to prepare for them, and I think what EG have shown is they're generally going to save that Arteezy pick for the end of the draft, with the exception of like one game where they first 2 picked an Alchemist. They're a team that have a lot of faith in Arteezy's ability to win the game based on having the last pick of the draft and having that flex opportunity.
We'll see now if they go for the same bans like in the first series. I believe Invictus Gaming went with IO Phoenix, meanwhile Evil Geniuses with Earth Spirit plus, sorry, the other way around, Earth Spirit plus Dead Prophet from Invictus Gaming because of crit, obviously, right? So, yeah, and the IO Phoenix from Evil Geniuses. We'll see if they go in a similar direction.
It feels like that first pick advantage gets stronger and stronger as we go in the tournament because of some of those key heroes like the Puck, both Abed as well as Emo play an amazing Puck. So I think, it's earlier on some teams valued having last pick of the draft, getting to counter everything, or maybe playing on their preferred side, Radiant Dire. But this is where having first pick, controlling what the bans are. If you have first pick, your opponents have to ban IO.
Radiant team ban. team ban. Evil geniuses turn to ban.
When you're IG and you pick that.
As they played, it's almost to me an advantage they're playing against.
yeah, you know.
So it was picked once or twice in the group stage. I know Quincy played in one of their games, so...
The team fight from IG is ridiculous. And now one thing though, if this Naga plays the way Arteezy played it, I'm loving
remaining.
the Orchid, the SNY, I believe, Manta early.
It's like...
Yesterday.
they like didn't really have the super late game, because right now
when you can
carries were banned out, like those Radiance type of carries. Also, like you had a lifesteal game because they had really nothing, but then they picked Morphling and they're like, maybe they did not want to go for it, so they decided to go for Leshrac, something that deals well with illusions. Right now, Leshrac just a jungle, just jungle Lesh.
He's checking out the lanes, making sure that they get the matchups that they want. RCZ will continue to head down bottom.
Something that they've done before, multiple times already throughout this major. Just leave Ice on the safe lane, especially when they were playing Alchemist with the Acid Spray. And the Tusk, this time around, they don't have that strong of a tri-lane, but it's still super strong. I remember historically, you know, Disruptor, he was not considered, like every single time, like the tri-lanes were a thing, everyone was playing it. You see a Disruptor, you want to aggressive tri-lane, because what he brings is pretty much just an Understrike.
Top lane would set up now, ISO side. Deal with Fly and Kaka putting the pressure on. Got to find some PS underneath the tower. It's mid lane matchup. Definitely on how well Nemo's going to be able to do against Arbet, how much he's going to be able to get up lane. Bottom lane, Ollie. Gets slightly up the mark. This matter. G will be the ones to claim first blood with the try.
Right now, they're thinking, do we help Kaka on the top lane? Made the big pull, will deny some of the creeps, will get level 2 by that. The way EG is playing, like they're sacrificing his ice farm, he's one of the craziest players out there. You know, he will eventually do something that might sound or look stupid, and like EG will get the advantage from it. Like remember the Pangolier, when he was playing Pango, just rolling inside the base, going near the tier 4 towers, and then you see like 1 or 2 people rotating, trying to punish that, which opens up more space for
lane Emo. And progressive onto Arbet. Heroes just baiting each other. Arbet still with Fairy Fire to play with.
Using the healing salve, has a bottle coming up with him, so that's gonna be good. Emo, ooh, that arrow.
Careful. It's over for Crit, and we're seeing already in the mid matchup, Arbet just having a phenomenal time against Emo in the 1v1, 11 for 6 against the 6 for 4. Arbet, sort of there's no rotations or any input from the rest of the members of IG around this mid lane. We're going to see Arbet get some very quick item timing.
He will be. Also Mirana without Marcy. He's that strong. He does not have anyone to guide the arrows. Arbet just playing very aggressive on a mid lane with one build. You know, it's a Morphling, very hard to kill, but Arbet so far doing a really, really good job. 15 CS, 8 denies. He has more denies than Morphling has CS. Pretty impressive.
Drop lane, they do get the kill onto ISO. See if Crit can get the return kill onto Kaka. Stick charges. Crit running him down. Kaka can get away from this. He can, he's into the trees. Crit won't be able to follow. Up top, of course, this is the lane where we do imagine EG are going to have the tougher time with the way it's been set up. We'll see how much Crit's around, make it a little safer for Ice.
when you have offlaner on the safe lane and he gets a bottle, like I want to see if they will be able to like contest the 5-minute bounty rune. If you don't get it, like there should be crit also pressuring the bottom lane 5 minutes in, just securing the bounties, especially since JT picked up that bottle, you know, so that they don't get any value from the bounties.
Trying to go for the rune, but with a quick waveform, Emo. In. Stop Arbed from getting to the bottom, but still 21 and 11 against 8 for 4. Emo pretty much having no game at all so far in this laning stage, as Arbed has completely demolished him.
He still needs 50 gold to finish off his bottle. Level 4, Storm 5.25. Looks really good for Arbed.
Now bottom flight. You're right here with RTZ by his side. JT and Ollie not going to dive anymore. CS at the moment down on the bottom lane. JT 24 and 1 against RTZ 18 and 1. Easy try and turn, but as soon as spells come out, JT's able to push him away. If he gets too much damage done with the Edict. Up top, Kaka. There, the jungle.
Oh, the glimpse. He does not want him to refill the bottle.
A blessed life.
Shield, but JT's gonna have another God's Rebuke in a couple of seconds.
He got him. Now that was such nice done by Oli. Using glimpse just to secure that Arteezy's not gonna pick up the bounty, refill his bottle, and the spear. They get the rune. Meanwhile, Arteezy is getting some free CS on the bottom lane, uncontested.
Goes on up top. Ice. He's back to getting quite a bit out of this thing. Seeing, of course, still the edge for Fly at the moment. He's the top farmer on the board. Fly. No pressure onto the Naga Siren with its lane set up, like in all the space in the world. It's line up. I mean, is it going to be up to EG to make any sort of rotation up towards the Naga Siren? I mean, when are we going to see EG start to group together and go? Is it, how early is that going to happen?
Well, once Beastmaster hits level 6 and get book 1, they could potentially threaten a kill on Naga with just one hero rotating. Kaka will still be invis. Like mid laners, they like when there's a lot of action happening on the side lanes as well, where like people die and then they get their bottle refilled, especially if they're not controlling the runes, like if they're not using done. We've seen like both supports coming in, taking the runes instead of being it bottled. Emo, a bit aggressive on the mid lane.
Yeah, they're really pushing the limits here, two of them. Ben and Emo really testing each other's capabilities. Themselves alive. We're going to see Arbed go for the reset team base.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's a boss, bounty rune still preserved for him to stay out on the map. Free away from hitting the 6. Side JT, so just about to get level 6. And at that point, RT is going to have to be very careful down here. Move from Arbed, he sort of knows that JT's about to, he knows that JT's going to look for an aggressive play, so he's going to be here ready and prepared to back RTZ up.
He's having a really nice read what's happening. RTZ.
Zip in onto JT. He's going to pop the stick charges. Glimpse does separate Arbed for now, but Arbed's ready to come back in. Closes the gap. Gets the kill done, and now RTZ's going to dive in onto Ollie as well.
Arbed even get the courier.
Yeah,
that's such a big move. Like, they didn't get too much out of XP while all this was happening. Like, there was no one on the mid lane. Crit kind of connected the lost one full creep wave. He was pulling the top lane, but nice move from Arbed. You know, he DPs back to base, refills his bottle, comes back to the bottom, secures 2 kills, a courier, and some damage on the tower.
Doesn't get much better than that from Arbed's early rotations. Make his way back over to the mid. Crit able to pick up some XP whilst this was happening. Just the 8-minute rune come into play. Emo and Ollie looking to protect it. Ollie's actually going to take the arrow. Here is Crit's able to find the connection. Arbed, you want to come in for this? He's in with Vortex. We'll be able to get the kill. Emo's trying to find Arbed. In return, Arbed. He's out to the side. Now the regen being pumped. He's going to be able to get back in. He wants to. His RTZ and Fly. They're running down Emo. Goes away, and Arbed, he'll use the regen to farm. Just want to zip in too aggressively whilst they don't have vision over there.
Sometimes stars just align. You know, he picks up that regen. He finds the jelly straight away. Has that regen up and running. So wants to make a move on JT.
JT shows.
Here I am.
Be a little spooky for him, JT.
Whoa, what I
something
miss?
up. Arbed. quite be able to find him. JT plays it safe. We'll also have Emo coming down here. Emo making his way over. Two of them can get some sort of a play going. JT does have the arena, but EG, they've got 3 here.
Radiant's bottom tower
Back
is
up a
under
fly.
attack.
Arbed, an incredibly tricky hero to set up on.
IG has 2 farming cores, like Morphling can't make those aggressive moves. Both supports kind of need level to be able to rotate, so it's going to be a lot on JT's shoulders to make the moves. Arena is online, he's level 7, but so is Beastmaster. Necrobook 1 done, Roar available, like they could just set things up, but there's still no song, he didn't even save a point. 1 Naga Siren, so very killable, but there is a rotation. JT plus Phoenix making a move.
Guys, easier of the cores to take down right now. Drop the arena, there's no chance. Right side. Rotation on the Beastmaster, same time around mid though. Arbed able to get the jumping onto Ollie.
This is going to be such a good timing on Orchid from Storm Spirit. Something that the Storm does not like to play. Morphle does not like to play into, where like that Manta stuff is a very costly item, and they don't have like a real save. There is Song of the Siren, but most of the time Naga and Morphle will not be in the same spot on the map.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Focus around the mid lane. Eyesight up. Available with the Roar. If anyone steps up too far, space is made for the bottom tier 1 tower. Arteezy, of course, now with the maxed out Diabolic Edict. Take his objectives very fast. Set up top, Fly being left alone. Tier 1 taken in return. Crit sitting up here, shouting out some action with the Invis. To initiate or anything though, as he is purely on his own. Lane, Arbed, Eyesight and Fly trying to set up from the side. Eyesight wants to try and go for the Roar opportunity. It's about it there, but Emo is able to zip out of the waveform and stop right behind. Tricky of a move to be made. Well, Crit continuing to get more information. Remainder of that Invis room will now come to a finish, and Arbed will speed up here, maybe to see if they could start something off. It's hard. Fly around him. They don't know if he's got the song or not, so they are going to respect the Naga Siren.
Smoke from IG. Disruptor's still level 5. Phoenix is 6. They might. I think they have enough damage if they go with Arena. Once again, Ice. Careful.
Radiant
Let's see what each raid is. Radiant using the scan. They know someone is in triangle. Yeah, Ice. He looks pretty dead.
Oh! I mean,
a bit of a Kale.
I mean, let's see. It was at this moment he realized. I mean, Ice.
They're also laughing. Yeah, they're tipping Ice. You know, just giving that money so he can retire earlier. Just keep collecting it. What I like about EG is like warding. Like these 2 wards that they have on the bottom part of the map are pretty much the exact same wards that they had when they played Alchemist offlane when he had the 9 counter rotations when people are coming to tier 2 tower, any rotations in the lane, the rotations and the deep ward inside the this area, but still did not get rewarded. So probably the same thing. Ice. Yeah, already dead. Looks really dead.
Throw the Roar there as well. Will he able to achieve anything with it? Or maybe he will actually, because Ollie is up very low. Crit and Arteezy able to come in and get Ollie in return. Be able to chase for more though. Conquering JT a bit speedy of a target. They're out there.
I talked about the itemization on Arteezy, like the earlier boots of travel. You can kind of see the patterns in what each is doing. Pretty much the similar style of playing, except the boots of travel. When he was playing the Razor, like he needs to be treated this time around because he is the core. Like, able to scale, Morana ulti, JT no dust.
Clears him there. Arteezy not going to latch on for anything as he goes straight through the trees. The mid, Arbed, very close. See Emo responding to that build. He's going to be getting the duels first.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Like, it's a cheaper way of dispelling things. They have no save whatsoever. So he needs to be able to remove those silences. I've seen it a couple of times. It can work.
Interesting direction, but definitely a necessary one. In the jungle, Can't get in there. He's going to leap straight in the middle of them and leap him to his death. Obviously, no real chance of getting away with the 3 points on Glimpse. Ollie would always be able to bring him back, so Crit just trying to get in and do as much damage as he could before he goes down.
Dire are scanning.
Beastmaster, he's really struggling this time. He got caught 3 times. The start of his early game wasn't really good because he was playing into dual lane against the Beastmaster.
Go for JT, but JT didn't get the arena down. What's over from Arteezy? The arena wall still holding back each. Not able to set up anything off the back of that Roar attempt. Also likewise for JT, his ult also on cooldown.
He has enough money to buy a Blink Dagger, to just go to base, pick up that Blink Dagger. No arena, but he can always make those spear plays into the towers, the buildings or cliffs. Storm
Radiant's bottom
just
tower
finish off the
is under
Orchid.
attack.
13 minutes in. Does anyone have a smoke? There is one smoke on Crit, but oh, Emo. Like, he's super close. Like, he just needs one CS to be able to actually get that Fuel Scepter, and then he will have a way of dispelling this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He definitely needs to keep pressure up. At this moment in time, IG with the greedy lineup with a Morphling and a Naga Zone.
Radiant's bottom
They are
tower
2,000, 3,000 gold ahead.
They feel, you know, much safer going into the late game. Their team fight is much stronger. EG, they are the ones who need making stuff on the map. With the Orchid on a Storm Spirit, like, they should try to look for a pickoff. But IG seems like they're having a really good read what's going on. Just going together, also smoking up. Arteezy just showed on top.
They're able to close in on him on time. Going straight towards him over the mid lane. Jump's going to be made onto Emo first, though, by EG. They'll take down the mob. Arteezy in trouble. The Spear actually missing. Not the standstill. Time being forced to use the rest of EG to TP over. Arteezy will still go down. Thanks for helping from the high ground. Flips back onto Arbed. Arbed will be taken straight back to the mid.
Fly. Use a Photic Shield on himself. I don't think it would matter. I believe he was already dead. The nice rotation, they still lose one. IG should be careful when the rest of the team is using a smoke like that. You need to be very careful, like what you're doing with the hero, especially as a Morphling. We said that ISSI is kind of struggling this time around. Has a boot. 15 minutes in, but he also has boots.
Trying to get the grab onto my side. Still going to lay down the Roar. The arrow follow. Quick jumps in with the burst, but they got enough. They do. JT taken down.
And now they can start putting pressure on this tower. This tower's actually, they have 4 points of eating, but they're easy. Like, you need to be a bit more careful. Yes, you have a battle behind yourself. You're still very versatile. The only item you have is pretty much Kaya, so you don't have that much HP.
Radiant structures are fortified.
For a chance to get in on this.
Dire's top tower is
Risk
under
it.
attack.
The high ground of IG's triangle. Back on track, taking towers. Still yet to slow down the farm ready of Fly. 9k net
Radiant's
worth
middle
coming in.
tower is under attack.
Fly has been having an amazing
Dire's
time
top
most of the time
tower
on
is
just
under
on the
attack.
top lane. Has that Manta style, which will increase his farming capabilities. Going into Scotty next. He just wants to be able to tank up. He understands most of the damage comes from the last rack. Song.
Dire's top tower
Song
is
set up.
under
Ollie has
attack.
got Static Storm. They could look to drop everything on Arteezy, and they will. Static Storm, Supernova down. Flying Arteezy up and trying to take down the end, and they use their time to pass. Supernova successful. Arteezy goes down. Fly himself a bit of time with the borrowed time. Chase him down and bring him back. They can. Ollie with the glimpse. Gets Fly back in the reaches of JT and Kaka as Fly will slowly be burned down.
Yeah, that was such a clutch Yule Scepter coming out from the Morphling there. Yes, you heard that correctly. Yule Scepter from the Morphling. He wanted to have something to dispel silence coming out from the storm, and he uses it just so that he secures and manages to get off in a team fight. Philosopher's Stone. Found by EG. Every single time I see that item, I'm like, yeah, this is good, you know, because your position 4, your position 5, you'll always want to hold that item.
Playing Arteezy. Still alone at the moment. He's going to try and open up on Emo here. Moves in with the stun. He's going to be able to find him. Emo was not ready for that one bit. Arteezy strikes from the shadows and gets solo kill on the Morph. Over the triangle, Ahmed leading in with the back of the right side. They drop the wall down on JT. JT will fall. Lifeline trying to go for Ahmed, but Ahmed still with mana to play with as he's out.
Now you can see the damage coming out from the Naga Siren. Good few pickoffs, especially the one from Arteezy, pretty much the solo kill. Now he starts to put some pressure on the top tower. Edict is such a powerful ability against the towers.
buildings. Some parts that they need to be ready in a second.
Radiant's
Coming up
top
to
tower
18 minutes
has
in.
fallen.
They've already taken 4 towers away. Whilst they themselves, they've
Radiant's
only
top
lost the
tower
one
is
tier
under
1
attack.
top. Right, protecting Arteezy here with his aggressive positioning. Emo. Try and lead in onto Fly. Get the glimpse back onto Quick. Standing Storm drops as well. Fly trying to do his best to keep Fear alive from outside of the Storm. A Quick will still fall. Emo moving in onto Arteezy.
Arteezy out of there.
Set up JC's got the break. Arena down. Looking down onto Arteezy, but he doesn't find it because Arbed in with the silence. Stops this combo from JC. Arbed, the savior, coming in and turning around. And Fly, he'll also fall. As EG, they're able to take down 4 of IG. They're going to go straight for the pit.
Yeah, try to get that Aegis. Arteezy is running low on mana, manages to get the arcane ring, just a bit more damage. And you said it, Abed just stops the combo. He understands where the most of the damage is going to come from. They have Fly on a pad and keeping them alive. Arrow inside the pit, can connect. They can't respond to this. They did not have Nagasar for 20 seconds. Song will be available. This is exactly how they play. Like, they need to be aggressive. They need to make stuff happen right now, get some advantage with their lineup.
I think definitely going to be a little shaken up after that last
Dire's
move.
bottom tower is under attack.
One lead at the moment for EG. In a very close position here between these two teams. EG are getting these objectives, but it's not like IG's cores are falling behind in farm. Both Emo, especially 5, getting a lot out of the game right now. Halfway, pretty much towards the Skadi. Fly. See that fight, that turnaround again, as it really did look like it absolutely could have gone IG's way. If JT was able to get in and get that combo down onto Arteezy, taking the Lesh out, this would have looked a whole lot different.
Arrow.
Do have the ults up IG. IG could look to set something up. It's a lot harder now that there is that Aegis on Arteezy.
We got him again.
He's ult against the Emo. Boy, got to be careful, Emo. JT. Arteezy also got to be careful. JT's able to get in. Spear Arteezy over the trees. Down the edge. He's done now. Arbed. He's in the backline. Should put them around. Emo disabling Arbed for now. What's the yours? Arbed still simple. Going to be successful on the start. Catching the 3 of them. Arteezy for more. Arbed just like it. Overwatch only brings down the Disruptor.
Dire's top tower is
Set
under
up
attack.
from Fly being used to
Radiant's
actually allow
middle
IG to
tower
back
is under
away.
attack.
Oh man, this was such a big move. Like, he caught Morphling, but there was no real follow-up. They just needed one extra stun and an arrow, or Storm's pretty jumping in. Then Storm jumps on the Phoenix, who manages to get the Supernova off. And once again, those Yule Scepters, just keeping them in the air so the egg can go off. Like a bit of a throw there. Arteezy, like, he lost the Bloodstone charges as well. On top of that, he thought he was tanky, but the team was not there.
Not at all. Just a little too far forward away from the rest of the squad, and not the usage out of the Aegis that EG kind of needs to get when they're running a lineup like this. Sort of deaths and slowdowns in the process that they're going for with their job. It's gonna hurt.
That was kind of like a shocked Pikachu face, or what's going on? Where's the rest of the team? And this will slow them down. Like, still, Morphling doesn't deal that much damage. You didn't get the Manta style, you know, so you don't get the stats. Yule Scepter is a cheaper way of dispelling things. Now going into E-Blade, so that's gonna help out quite a lot with dealing the damage. But still needs some more time. You know, he's not a real carry in this game.
Go for Emo, follow up with the Roar and the arrow, everything takes down onto Emo, stuns, they've got it. Not enough strength being built up. Volley Roar as well.
Dire's middle tower
Make moves
is
here
under
with the 4 of them. Arteezy will also come over to start bringing in this top lane. Start pressuring the tier 2s again. EG just continue to make these moves, enable Arbed. Arbed very close to the BKB, just a recipe away.
Double damage!
Still having a flawless game. 6-0-5 from Spirit.
Abed, this time around, like, he does not want to go for any greedy items. He needs that BKB. He wants to be able to jump the backlines, does not care about Sog. They have literally no abilities that go through Magic Community other than Supernova, but Abed's job is just going to be, like, I'll try to go, get a jump on Phoenix. It's not going to be that easy because Phoenix has Yules right now, so they need some follow-up.
Progress-wise for IG Fly. Skadi is going to be done for the next fight. So this Naga Siren is going to be huge. EG, they're going to have to be really prepared to deal with and keep that distance from Fly. If they get any sort of lockdown onto the cores, Fly will tear them apart.
Fly also going for color coordinated build, like everything is kind of greenish, bluish.
Radiant's middle
even
tower
the neutral
is under
item is
attack.
also greenish.
What about the fashion Fly? He looks good.
After seeing Artesia, you know, bringing out the fashion, it's like, maybe I can't do it in real life, but I'll do it in game.
Radiant's
Matters more.
bottom tower is under attack.
Talking about fashion on Naga Siren is what did Naga Siren wear to the maths test?
Radiant's
I don't know.
bottom tower
An
is under
algebra.
attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
All right.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Morphling, you know, still put some pressure. He's not that easy to kill,
Dire's
but
top
if they
tower
try
is
to
under
surprise him one more time, there is always going to be this Sun Ray right now. Also, Phoenix
Dire's top
Phoenix is getting a ton
tower
of
is
farm.
fallen.
Fuel Scepter, going for that Heavens.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid, Fly. But the song said it all. They're a little too close to each other. Ice and Crit are looking pretty tasty here. Ollie, he lays down the storm combo. They're caught in it. They're trying to get the rest of the score. The arena's down. Evo comes in close up.
Yeah, that was such a... First thing that comes to my mind is, you know, they actually got Mirana there, and beautiful song, nice setup. JT getting closer to the BKB. Like once he gets that, there's still like Edict, there's the Beastmaster Roar. I still feel they will need to like... They have a lot of problems right now in EG, because they feel like they're under pressure. They need to be doing stuff. You're playing into two Agi carry
Dire's
heroes.
middle tower
You
is
have
under
like your
attack.
Leshrac, your Storm, their Intelligence. So IG's lineup is much better in the late game.
Aggressive moves going. Fly, there around the boundary room spot. We'll be able to get the pickup on it. They don't really want to commit on it because they know there's backup coming in. Zarmek dips straight over, looking towards the Mars. Mars will be healed up by the Sunray. To the side, Arteezy looking towards Fly. Arbed's in. He's a little low on mana, Arbed. They can continue to chase down Fly. They can't. Fly will be fine. JT comes in with a spear to push Fly back.
Fly just a bit too speedy. Fly, you know, so it makes a lot of sense.
Fly equals...
Yeah,
Fly
it's like having, you know,
Fly.
2 horsepower and the other guy has 1 horsepower. It's
Radiant's
has double the
middle
amount, so
tower
it's
is
gonna
under
be
attack.
more speedy, which makes a lot of sense.
Radiant's
Arrow
middle
does
tower
not
is
connect.
fallen.
Grab it. Arteezy needs to now going to put the bloodstone heal. BKB popped by Arbed. Arbed trying to push back JT. He's on man and Supernova comes out. He's got to back off. Emo. Direction out to make the damage over the side. They've got the raw. The arrow. That's a 5-second arrow. A beautiful hit there from Crit. Coming in from the side. Fly. He's got to jump. Song off in time. Fly. He will live. But he has to run.
So unfortunate. They just got BKB delivered on the Leshrac. If he had that like 2 seconds earlier, he would probably be able to chase down Naga Siren. All they needed was like maybe 2 hits from the Pulse Nova. But what an arrow from Crit. Like Crit just
that
like...
was pretty much max arrow. Yeah. Well, all he needs to change his underwear after that one. that was
a close one for sure. So next Roshan may respawn in 20 seconds. We'll see, it's gonna be a longer respawn. If it's like early respawn, EG should just try to go inside. They know that the song is on cooldown. They also want to have that level 18 on Naga Siren. It's a big difference, 40-second difference between level 2 and level 3 LT.
Now we'll check this fight again, as you say, just getting on Arteezy. Didn't play at the BKB yet. Struggled to really take off the tower.
Look at this.
I mean, it was the combo as well. The raw from Ice actually pushing the Naga Siren into the arrow. So a real combo play there between the two of them.
Yeah, the real combo was actually overlapping stunts, and unfortunately, you know, it was a 6 arrow, but they needed a little bit more damage, like 200 damage.
JT's getting gone on here, already back in the action on the backline. Zarmek jumping over towards Kanka. Kanka's not able to dive out in time, and Emo, he's been caught on the front. Emo's down.
Top tower
EG with those 2 kills, they can look to continue to push on, take this tier 2 tower.
And Emo, he does not get shipped off. This is like 3rd or 4th time already that he was not able to get it off. E-Blade is done, but the tier 2 tower also gone. Roshan, long respawn time. It was like full duration respawn, 3 minutes. Fred has also a Spirit Vessel, so that's gonna help quite a lot against those heals, the overtime damage. GG 5k gold lead for now.
Likely to get a lot of value out of the vessel. This, of course, always good against the more. Sure, he's got to wait to dispel it, but you're seeing most of the time, he has to use that sort of room to silence it if he gets jumped upon by Arbet. So
it's also, you need to be careful about that Yule Scepter. It's a great setup for Mirana's arrow. They have 2 Yule Scepter. It's a good item. Kaka this time around just changing things a bit. He wanted to get the Hex against the Storm Spirit. Decides to go for the full pipe. He was extremely farmed. I think it's the correct choice. Playing into Lashrak, playing into Storm Spirit, there's going to be a ton of magical damage. Just want to be able to yourself and your...
Looking this way around the Roshan.
Haste!
Withstand the damage here from 4 members of EG. The rest of IG just nowhere close enough to help out.
And Beastmaster this time around also has a BKB ready just to be able to go in. Like, they don't have abilities that go to match community. JT.
Arteezy found him here with the help of Fly. He's going to drop the arena, but there's nowhere for JT to run. He's going to try and team people with the BKB up on Arteezy.
Yeah,
straight through the ball and takes him down. That was a bit of an unnecessary loss there for IG after they'd already lost 2 out on the map.
JT says just speed, but did not really work out. It was, that most of the time that's not gonna work out. Damage coming out from Lash is just a bit too high. They're also controlled out every 30-minute mark.
That's for sure. He's going to get some space. I mean, JT was bringing Sexy back, and nowadays he doesn't know how to get.
Uneasy shadows take us.
He's at BGB. He's also like under leveled. He's level 14, 30 minutes in, while Beastmaster is almost level 20.
See Arteezy there having a bit of a giggle.
The prize is mine.
737 hit. Home. I think Arteezy... I think he's taken all the times this week. Arteezy.
I see no difference. Like, I played Dota for 15 years, stones were not that long in Dota, but every single time it happens, like someone just steals my tome.
Yeah, no, there is. Arteezy's...
If this was a pop game, Arteezy's getting reported. This is an Overwatch game, for sure.
If Arteezy was in my pub, I think he'd let him get the stone. Here we go down mid, Ahmed. Look to lead it on to Kaka. I actually need him. They might be able to do something with this. They couldn't. The BKB gets straight in onto JT. JT in trouble. Trying to back off, but JT's down. Ahmed now to the high ground. He's looking to get the catch on the Firefly. The drop of the Supernova. The Firefly just gets taken out. There's no help for him. The Supernova will go on. JT's come back in with a buyback, but there's no Firefly for 50 seconds. Emo
Easy taking everything.
Ahmed just running them down. Arteezy into the base on top of Emo. Emo's dead. No buyback on him. JT in trouble. No forward. GG and G.
Man, look, they drew a crown, they got the even going for the second round, they killed themselves. Image coming up from the last track, he was super far. James caught the arrow like that. Easy taking everything.
Ahmed just running them down. Arteezy into the base on top of Emo. Emo's dead. No buyback on him. JT in trouble. No forward. GG and G.
Man, look, they drew a crown, they got the even going for the second round, they killed themselves. Image coming up from the last track, he was super far. James caught the arrow like that.
Dire team ban.
That's what I read from this.
Yeah.
Two
As well.
geniuses.
I Void Spirit is an amazing Aghanim carrier weaver. However, I remember, I think still if they adjusted the build on JT's Alchemist that game, it would have been better, because you don't necessarily need to give it to Weaver. Just give it to Void Spirit and then go into Solar Crest, Blink, whatnot. And Alchemist really suffered that whole game, so
10 seconds.
We know EG plays it as the Artesia hero, the carry hero, and so far we've seen that be more successful than the offlane factory Alchemist.
Definitely a possibility here for IG as well.
With that said, most of the teams from the Chinese EPC have been running it offlane.
Yes.
You know, we've seen LGD, we've seen IG, we've seen VG, all these teams have 90% of the time running it offlane. So that would be my expectation right now. And I imagine for EG, you're thinking, let's ban out some of those Ags heroes that Alchemist is going to be looking to buff up.
And if you're IG, you're looking at the offlaners right now. To ban out the Mars, the Beastmaster that you mentioned earlier perhaps also comes to mind. Timbersaw already banned out, so Alchemist feels just so much safer in the game.
It's gonna be very interesting to find out what Ice is gonna play this game. I would imagine there's gonna be a lot of offlane bans coming out.
There's a bird still left in the pool.
There is.
The shiny one?
That's one of the ones that I'm expecting. Oh, you mean the shiny
The Phoenix?
The shiny one, yeah.
Is that the shiny one?
I thought you meant the hawk from the Beastmaster.
Yeah,
I think that's
there's another bird.
Wyvern? Fly plays Wyvern?
Sure. He was really good on that one game of Wyvern, but I think both of these teams value Phoenix quite a bit.
Yes.
I don't see the reason why not to pick it up on that position 5 for one of these, or ban it out. Maybe some higher value bans coming from EG.
Yeah, thinking about it quite a bit.
It's a very open draft from IG, that's the problem. They played Lion on 5 and 4, Alchemist on... obviously they played it on offlane, but I'm sure they could flex it anywhere.
So far this tournament, this major, only Kaka has played Lion for IG.
Yep. I believe in the regionals they've had Lion on 5 too, but I don't like it at all on 5. It's just...
lurking around. Like one of the best hero synergies for an AA because Storm is so good at finding those pickoffs around the map.
And I'm sorry, look at Alchemist on the offlane didn't work out for them really well. Won't they try and you know, mind game pick the same draft but then switch it on the safe lane? They probably would, right?
And part of it I think is also, I feel like almost every time I've seen EG go for this Beastmaster pick, they protect it with a Tide ban, because when teams have picked Beastmaster into them, they pick Tide every time. For Ice and EG as a team, they just see Tide as like the best hero in the game against Beastmaster.
Yeah, we've talked about this on previous panels as well. Anchor Smash just makes life so much easier versus all the summons, also your passive versus the roar, but they already have Abaddon on the side of Invictus Gaming for the Beastmaster roar. He can be able to...
Last man Lycan coming out for EG.
I like it. I can definitely see that being a hero that would cause a lot of problems. It would allow IG to just play much faster tempo, not give EG time to come online there. It really does feel like a game of item timings where Storm's BKB timing needs to come out quickly.
And what's the timing on the Alchemist and Lycan? Brotherly love. You give him Aghanims so he can bite you.
Is that the combo now?
Then you run around.
Seems like some anti-synergy almost.
100%. 100%.
Like,
don't do this.
If you're turning the Alchemy into carry by buying him out, may as well just buy some, Battle Fury BKB himself.
No, I'm still not sold that this is... okay, my problem with this is Jug would be pretty solid for IG. Not great versus Beastmaster, but one of the last remaining good Aghanims heroes, right? And they ban it out.
Yeah, because we are also still looking for an Arteezy hero for Evil Geniuses. And in terms of bans, we obviously had a couple.
Evil Geniuses.
But the Jug is one of the most common ones still in the pool. PA now also removed.
We've seen how PA does versus Alchemist. TB Morphling are still left in the pool. That
no,
are
TB banned. Morphling's still in though.
He's so dark, I can only see his eyes. Yeah, Morphling possibly an option, one of the best heroes versus Alchemist.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not loving Morphling just because I feel like EG as a team in their playstyle hasn't looked as good with those greedier carries, but they may just be at the point where they're
There's
looking
Ursa
like,
as well,
what's
right?
left. And Ursa AA just sounds like a stronger lane. Like typically AA is a hero that you want to have a good lane partner with. The Wraith King comes to mind, but you don't want to pick Wraith King usually into the Alchemist.
And we've seen this story before.
Here we go.
We have. And it was a very similar draft they played against PSG LGD. They did have the Bloodseeker, the Storm, the Beastmaster, and the Earth Spirit. The only difference is an AA instead of the Phoenix. 4 heroes of the team in the same draft when they played their 3rd game in the upper bracket finals against PSG LGD.
Feels maybe even better with the AA. You have that possibility of sniping.
Get everyone low, get Bloodseeker some movement speed.
Oh yeah.
And again, it's EG not getting too greedy. When they have this Storm mid for Abed, they're not picking that hard carry because they just want to play this tempo game on the other side of the map, and they just know there's less farm to go around. You don't need to win the game from the carry role when you have a Storm Spirit mid.
IG have to dig deep now to figure out how to deal with this very, very early aggression, let's put it that way, oriented Evil Geniuses draft, but they've seen them play something similar, so...
Do they have to switch it up and go for the Alchemist and the carry role? Because I feel like he's not going to have time to get his axe or a axe complete. Maybe he's going to get 1 axe for Void Spirit, but then they have to fight, so I don't know if that's...
And there's no obvious safe laner that benefits from the Ags, I feel.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
Faceless Void.
Wow.
I believe that might be our first Faceless Void.
Out of left field.
That's a grand finals right there. That's a grand finals pick.
His axe is alright, you know? It's better than like the Weaver axe.
Deepest thanks.
Prepare for battle.
I mean, well, this hero, so I'm a level 25 Void at a terrible MMR, but I can confirm that this hero is legitimately one of the worst carries in the game. This hero is absolutely terrible. I don't know what they're doing. I'm ready to be blown away, but I have no idea how they're going to make a Faceless Void work in 2021.
Yeah, this, they have Void Spirit, they have Faceless Avoid, which people didn't tend to pick it at all. I believe this is the first showing of the hero, and might be the last one. They have 0 damage as well.
Maybe just trying to put a bit into to try the hero buff for the next patch, so I can appreciate that from Mike.
That's a smart way of thinking.
You are learned in the
30 seconds to battle.
Thank you very much. But of course, very
Looking
excited
good.
to see this. As the panel touched upon, if you're picking Faceless Void in this position, you must have something phenomenal in mind.
Either that or you're running out of options. Like maybe just fall back. But as you said, you know, he's the golden tier, Faceless Void, so maybe he wants him, like, I invested so much time in grinding, I want this hero to have a buff in the next patch. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
The battle
Pull it out in the
begins.
grand final. I mean, it's incredibly hyped to see. Is of course going to have the potential to get a nice axe down the line from JT, and the Void axe is definitely good. It's definitely worth it. Probably not going to necessarily be higher up the list than Emos though. The Void Spirit axe definitely the usual reason why you're drafting it out, and a Void Spirit in the same lineup. But we'll see. You know, but for Faceless Void, one of the things that kind of can make him work is if you have that insane combo with the Chronosphere. Problem is this game, IG, they just don't really have that, right?
Yeah, they have
Chrono
Acid
into what?
Spray, Chrono into like Finger, Earth Spike, that's it. The good thing is they don't have any like real counterplays to the Chrono. There is a Roar, but you don't have that like Wyvern, you don't have Shadow Demon, you don't have an Oracle, any kind of saves coming inside the Chronosphere. So every single time the Chrono is up, they should be able to get a kill. Even though, as you said, like they are bad, they have one over.
Tranquilly.
Sort of overall, looking at G's lineup, what do you like so much about what he's bringing in?
Because they have such a great setup for Ancient Apparition. They have heroes that can invade the enemy jungle, something that, you know, Alchemist wants to be, let's say, 7 to 11 minutes where he's farming the Alchemist. They have pretty much the best heroes. You have Hawk scouting things out, you have Earth Spirit, who's one of the best heroes to just rotate over the map. Storm Spirit on top of that. Like, it's such a good setup for Ancient Apparition. I don't think Fly should be able to miss a single Ice Blast this time around.
Yeah, definitely no excuses for missing that this game. And some heroes that aren't going to really have the greatest of times if they get hit by that block. In particular. And with the lane setups, who's getting the edge with these lanes?
Yeah, this Faceless Void, he's not going to get too much out of the bottom lane. He might be dead if he does not.
Lover is down. Lifeline. Ooh, be okay. Let's have a salve ready in the lane.
This is a bit problematic. You know, they hit level 2 before you. They are using the healing salve. Only sitting at half HP, so Bloodseeker will be very speedy. He can easily trade with the Faceless Void. Faceless Void gets close. He'd be very of that silence coming out, a good zoning tool, and this on top of that. So whenever you have Bloodseeker in your team, you want to be able to. You also want to play aggressive on all their other lanes. Not sure why they decided to just lane Faceless Void on the bottom instead of the top.
Maybe just wanting to avoid the Beastmaster lane. So that's not a huge amount of fun for Void to lane into.
Void has 4 CS, right?
I mean, it's not like he's doing any better down bottom. This is a pretty miserable start here for Fly. Really struggling to do anything against the Bloodseeker AA combo of Artesian Fly.
He's just being completely zoned out. Look at the aggression. Like, easy. He's like, I don't give a damn about CS.
Top lane, Crit coming in with a nice pick there, getting Eyesight back to safety. With the forward, Crit, he's able to turn and get first blood. Some smooth moves already here from Crit.
This game already looking really, really good for EG. Mid lane, pretty even. Abed, you know, it's Abed Storm Spirit. Like, you need to be very careful about it. Emo has a bottle, but let's see if they decide to keep it at a mid lane. Yeah. A DP refill bottle.
Bottom lane. One block. Consistently getting scores. They've already been through at least 2 salves here on the bottom lane to keep Fly on the map. It's just he's getting nothing. Nothing at all from down here. A 7 CS against the 14 and 6 of Arteezy. It's going to be a slow start for the Void. A hero that, as we've been talking about before, you need a lot. If you're going to make the Faceless Void work, you need a lot of items. This hero does not do much with 1 or 2.
Yeah, compared to other carries, one of the reasons like he's not picked is like, even in this heavy like farm meta where every carry pretty much wants to get a Battle Fury, Faceless Void still can't really just fight Battle Fury like a BKB. Still needs like an extra item to be able to deal the damage. 4-minute rune.
Down at the bottom, Abed. He's not going to be able to get around this. Able to head down in time with the backup of Volley. Control.
They need to swap things around. Like Faceless Void, he is, I'm not gonna say win condition, because first Axe will probably gonna go to Void Spirit. It just sounds much better, you know, having that stats, Void Spirit can go in, having AoE silence is just gonna be great against some of the heroes, especially the Storm Spirit. But they need to either bring up one here just swap a lane. Because right now he has 8 CS, 9, while Arteezy has 19, 20.
You just feel that there's no way that you can make this work if you're sacking the Void in the laning stage.
Yeah, it's just gonna be so hard. He might get that, you know, Aghanim second act should belong to Faceless Void to have that AoE bash with the Time Walk. Bounty runes. Ollie also stacking.
See up top. Still able to pick it up despite IG's attempts to stop him with the stuns. Now with the silence and the slow onto the two of them. Pretty nice outside. They're just going to battle down the two of them. They bring down Kaka. They're going to be able to get JT as well as EG. Take down both. Top lane getting kills like this going perfectly for EG. Bottom lane just completely slowing down Void starts the match. And in the mid lane, I mean, that's the only lane really where IG they're able to do something here. Zemo's keeping up with Arbed.
Exactly, they're doing at least something in this lane. Both side lanes not doing that well. Earth Spirit, like this is something that you don't expect. Earth Spirit for 1-1-1 build, so you have this silence. It's a 2-second silence rate. He might even try to go on a mid lane. There's also 2 urn charges, so he can TP to the mid lane. Let's see where they decide to make a move, because both of them are in the base right now.
I'm over here.
Bottom lane, Fly. Just got to be very careful if that is going to be the lane that moves on towards. I think for now, Arbed just turning towards the mid lane. Minute Rune is up. It's going to be down bottom. Arbed is under 6 himself, so he'll be able to go grab that. Kaka will stop him from being able to turn and get aggressive onto Emo. He wants to go for Kaka. He knows that Kaka spells are on cooldown. If he can punish him, there's very little that Emo can do to keep Arbed off. As Arbed reads the situation perfect. Knows that he can't get punished for getting it aggressively. He's able to turn towards Emo. Emo may be able to take him down. He just have 8 stick charges. Be enough to zip away. Emo already using the Remnant. Nothing else to grab Arbed.
Step in a second. It's like he knows. It's like he's actually counting.
Top tower
Emo's underneath the tower.
Arbed's not going to Fairy Fire. He's still got a Fairy Fire to play with. Plus the Fairy Fire and the stick charges. Emo's got to get out of it.
Fred rotating, but a bit too late. I think he had enough time if he hit himself to actually TP to the mid lane, try to help Arbed, but maybe Arbed was just saying, I don't need the help. I got this.
Textbook showing of Arbed knowing his limits perfectly on the
I thank you.
Top lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gotta be a bit careful now. ISO size, he's hit the 6, he's got the roar. Crit's ever in position. Can make a go onto JT.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Before he hits level 6.
They just brought a Lion on the bottom. I don't think they cared too much about him. Like, Bloodseeker is very tanky. His armor is super high, especially when sitting near the tower. It's 12, so you don't really feel those right-click damage. Faceless Void will need some more XP to hit level 5. You can see the rotation.
Look at the fly blinder, able to get the vortex straight out of the blood right fly. We'll get the jump onto the side, but Arbed's still with mana to go. The Aponic Shield comes down and fly it's not enough to save him. As the Void gets taken down, Arbed once again, game 2, coming in with the perfect moves inside.
Arbed very active, he understands them. I can TP to the side lane. I'm not gonna lose too much out of the mid lane. I'm also the one who's you know, getting those kills. He killed the Kaka, and they don't have enough tower damage. Like, if that was a DP on a mid lane instead of Void Spirit, that's like very punishable. You're gonna lose the tower top lane.
JT, he's popped the chemical rage. Damage with these summons, bringing him very, very low. Emo will TP over. JT still just dying here to the Necro Book, as JT's going to end up walking back in range of Ice. A few more hits, JT, and they save him. Jump over with the Renner. Ice never get over, but Kaka's turned up as well. They will manage to keep JT safe. Crit tries to roll in, hits the combo off onto the two of them. Kaka still getting beat down by the board. Crit will be able to find the kill in return.
Boris, he gets the last hit. Ice, nothing to value. Monster, they also force a rotation. Arbed just playing between tier 1 and tier 2 tower right now. He knows, like, the biggest threat is pretty much Lion. So if Lion is off the map, he can feel pretty safe.
Bottom lane, Artesi's now got the 6, so Firefly has to be careful of any moves that made with backup. Top lane Emo. Okay, no roar still for 30 seconds. JT now seeing the lane completely. Arbed no aggressive here, looking for moves in the mid lane bottom. Comes in with a rotation, and it's the +1. That's all that's needed there for Arteezy to be able to take down Fly.
Fly, man, he's struggling. For people who are just tuning in, this is not a position 5. You know, Faceless Void, he's just struggling. Like, they completely dominated that lane. Arteezy, like he's staying almost double the net at the moment. Going into Maelstrom.
Look at him over here. He's taking some stacks and he's taking some kills. Here I am. As Emo will jump over Arbet, immediately keeping out with the remnant is there. Arbet will get punished.
You know, he tried to go for a very greedy play. He gets a kill, tries to take the stack, but pretty much Sunford is the best one. So I expect them to try to invade this stack. They see it's pretty big. This is where Alchemist is going to farm his Aghanim Scepter.
Prep. Get over here around the rune spot. Kaka's able to tap. The setup, they've got the lockdown. Prep won't be able to interrupt the bounty rune being taken. IG will punish him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
ISI is having a much better game than in the previous one. Like, he's super farm, staying near the top of the network. Has a book of speed, getting closer to book 2. Like, he's just gonna be the one dominating the top part of the map. But I also want to see him, like, possibly rotate and invade that triangle. Try to steal some stacks from the Alchemist.
I want to do some in mid. Firefly does have the 6. Open up with the Chrono onto Arbet. They have the damage with the finger. Bring him like they've got it. Now Arteezy looking to counterplay though. Bloodbright's down. They take down Firefly in return. Arteezy trying to charge over towards Kaka. Emo jumps in as well over from the side. Ice bringing the boards in. Kaka getting slow print, catching them there with rocks. Silence and slow. And they bring down Kaka. Raw sets up onto Ollie. They may have lost Arbet, but EG hit back. Take way more from IG.
EG, they just bring the numbers. JT's not the one who wants to join the fight. He wants to be able to farm that Aghanim Scepter, but the EG, they're making all the right moves. Arbet getting the tips. No, he took the finger, he took one for the team. That's their damage. Like, this is their damage inside the corner here. It was very close.
Chris is going to be able to jump. What if he's gone? As soon as he's back in the game, he's out of it.
He's level 6. As a carry, 11 minutes in. They were giving tomes to Arteezy in the previous game. Maybe they need to start doing the same thing for Faithless Sweat, because he's seriously underleveled.
He's going to have such a tough game. Top lane Arbet. Found JT. He's fine timing for Ice to bring the army over. JT looking pretty dead here. No escape for the Alchemist. Another kill for EG. 13-4 now. Trip was getting gone on, but he's able to make it away. Kaka not able to get the grab in time.
So a lot of time wasted. They managed to kill Alchemist twice. He's not involved in any of the kills. Sometimes we see Alchemist being aggressive early on because there's a ton of damage. You know, acid spray combined with something. Most of the time it's like a toss. A lot of right clicks, unstable concoction. Like, you get a kill, you get 2 kills, then you clear the stacks. You have that Aghanim Scepter on time. He still needs to farm 1600 gold to actually be able to farm the first Ags.
One of the
Radiant are scanning.
We've from some solo lane Alks, the way that has dealt with him a couple of times. Red getting very close to the order. The Magi and the recipe at Saul's needed. Arteezy, Maelstrom done. His farm now going to continue at a pace that's going to be very hard for Firefly to keep up with. Is Arteezy currently doubling the network?
He does not have a farming item on Faceless Void, while Arteezy has Maelstrom, so it's just going to keep getting worse for him.
Dire's top
we'll have Chrono again in 20 seconds. I feel like if you are you've got to use Chrono off cooldown.
Check this triangle. You know, he's inside the triangles. Not gonna say stealing, but taking away some CS from JT as well, because he needs to recover as well. But this also means that Aghanim Scepter will be delayed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pressure on the bottom tier 1. G, with the strength that they have, they will not be afraid of defending. Very strong right now.
They also have very limited tower damage. These heroes inside of IG, they can't be seen right now.
Coming in, instead of staying straight over, they go towards Emo. Silence down as Ollie, he's not quite 6 yet. Ollie will fall. Emo onto the side, trying to escape, but they got any more damage again. He's going to fall underneath. The pressure on his Ice gets the last bit of damage, takes him out. Just enough to get.
They're just in full control of this game. Like, when they take a fight near like Roche Pit, they could easily transition that into Roche Kill with the Beastmaster, or as maxed out the board Necro units. It's just more than enough to take it down. So next time they probably take a fight, it's just gonna be a Roche. They're also devording with the Necro. Like, Necro is such a busted and a strong item overall. First one in this patch for sure.
Dire's bottom tower
has the coming to him, plus the Haste Rune in his bottle.
Once the Orchid's done, this game is already, of course, been incredible. Fly. The Organ play, he's got to pretty much hope that Ollie's always by his side. Otherwise, Arbit will have no trouble pretty much taking down Fly solo.
Lion still holding it. Dome. He just gave it to Abaddon. Abaddon is also level 15 minutes in. They smoke. They have the Aghanim Scepter complete. He gives it the Void Spirit, of course. The AoE Silence, 2 charges. They need to make stuff happen right now. Like, they need to get some kind of, like, multiple kills. Right? And he'll glad to take that one. He stopped bigger. He was like trying to, you know, cast it, but was afraid that he might get out actually with the rolling boulder.
Anything to chance. Off the Maelstrom. Meanwhile, Teasy, maybe he's going to be pretty much done on top of his Maelstrom at the same time that Fly finishes his Maelstrom. Teasy blocked him ahead. Fly.
This time around, he's also going for BKB. Beastmaster, after finishing the Necro 3, doesn't care too much about any of the spells other than the Chronosphere. They have nothing else and wants to be able to deal with the silence.
Smart Ollie. Let's have 6, so he'll have some time to buy himself with borrowed time. Just got the rest of IG, they'll let him go. See an opportunity for a Chronosphere. Flyflight is around. Volley got IG retreat.
Going for Aghanim. I need a Pink Dagger. Do I get
Combo quick!
This is.
And EG, they'll clean up Kaka. Emo's trying to bring down Arbit with him. A concoction flies over. Arbit don't get stunned up. Get the trade onto the Storm Spirit. Chris was having to be a bit careful, but Ice he's coming into the backup, but he's got a roar at the ready. Of course, JT, the next one books out. If they bring down the Alchemist, they'll take down 3.
just so much. Abaddon already used his Aphotic Shield. Ice sees that it came out, goes in, uses the roar on Alchemist, shut him down. Once again, this is the 3rd death for JT. Man, Marvel's Void, he's not really having a good time. Like, he's level 8, does not have a single item pretty much. 17 minutes in. This is a good kill. You know, they rely so much on Void Spirit to actually be able to do stuff. They gave Tome of Knowledge to Void Spirit, because first it was Lion holding it, then he gave it to Abba. Abba was like, I'm fine, you know, I just got level 6.
At least for IG, able to take down Arbed in that fight. Other than that, game just not getting any easier for Flyfly.
Radiant are scanning.
Much done. Still so much catching up to do. It's all their value and net worth, of course, with the Axe going over as well. Really resting on Emo. Emo, he has to have a perfect game really to hold them in on this one, IG.
It's just gonna get worse for them. Like, Faceless Void is not gonna feel comfortable going in. He needs a BKB. Even when he gets a BKB, I just want to see if that's gonna be his next item, because he needs to be able to protect them against the silences. They still have AA Blast, they still have Roar. Dire using a scan inside the mid, they know something is up. Chronosphere is up. We've seen one in Chrono, right?
Just the one. The one so far in the mid lane. Not being able to find a chance to use it again. They are coming over him. Roshan not quite taken out. And EG there prepared for this. They're backing off, smoking up themselves. Prepare for the attempt in from IG. JT finding a target here. Hawks are out. Nice, so setting up the vision. Emo moving over to the back lines. Crit's going to roll over the wall. Just get blocked off. Drop right down. He getting caught by RTC. Commits over the wall. Sorry. Standing out immediately, but Arbed's in. Grabs him with the vortex. Stops the escape. From the Void Spirit. Ollie falls as the borrowed time comes to an end. See Crit and Ice, they even see if they can chase down for more. They know that JT still around it. Crit, he's in. Knows exactly where JT is. Slow, Ice has the roar at the ready, and there's no escape for JT. And EG, they'll take the 3 of them down.
Under attack.
Yeah, that was such a good, you know, rotation. They use the smoke, they get out of the pit, they understand, you know, they are coming. They also use the scan, so they probably know something is up. Crit, they're sitting behind the trees, breaking also the smoke going in. Like, Abed is so careful. Like, you can see that he did not want to go in until Rupture was used, and then like, yeah, we'll the Void Spirit, we'll kill him. there's not going to be enough damage. If you take down Void Spirit, this is where most of the damage just comes from. Faces Void, after getting the Maelstrom, going for a BKB, I can understand. Let's see if he can, you know, get that Aghanim Scepter on time. But still, he's never gonna feel comfortable playing into Rupture, into Roar, into AA Blast. It's just not good of a Faces Void game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wards are up there, quickly pinged out. The IG preparing around the area.
Money.
For the next fight.
You have the best Aegis carrier in the game. Sorcerer Abaddon pretty much always gets the same item build. Orchid Rush, then he gets Arcane Boots to have a bit more mana. Double BKB. A Blast misses.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Back a couple of TPs. G bringing in the mid lane. Piece down towards the bottom. They want to try and get Fly. They show like a couple of heroes mid, Crit and Arteezy. They'll start setting up the box. Fly. He's been ruptured. He's going to go for the TP and Crit. He's in. He's got the Yule from the stop for the escape. Fly. And he'll go down yet again.
He was thinking about using that Chronos here. Like Crit, missed the Roar, but has a Yule Scepter to cancel the DP. Such a nice move from EG. EG, they're just completely dominating this game. Moving around the map, they have a BKB on a Beastmaster. AA, he was saving some money, bought a shard. A good shard. Like, this allows Ancient Apparition to possibly like even farm and push creep waves, 40 DPS, and the speed reduced by 20.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Down 7 to 23, down 7k. They really have to look for some sort of big, crazy smoke-up play around a Chronosphere, but as we said at the start, it's just, even if they do land that Chrono,
where's the follow-up?
I mean, they have a finger, that's it, right?
Finger.
That's one hero gone.
Radiant are scanning.
At best.
Radiant,
Dire's middle
using
tower
a scan.
is under attack.
Abed does not feel comfortable. He thought maybe Lion is hiding in the trees. Lion has a Blink Dagger, so it's going to be much easier for him to get the good initiation.
Here we go. On the side, they didn't jump onto Arteezy. Arteezy gets low, they're going for it. That's it. Doesn't catch Arteezy, does he have the damage? Certainly hits him. Arteezy, is he alive? He's able to walk it off. Fly goes down. That was it. That was the Chrono. Nothing happened. Arteezy finally falls, but it's not easy with the cleanup. As Emo's going to go down, they'll lose 3 on IG.
They used everything, like they used everything. That Chronos here, we talked about how they don't have enough damage inside of it, and we can see why. Like Faceless Void just does not deal enough damage at the moment. There's no real follow-up. They try to burst him down. Arteezy super tanky, ton of armor, 21, has some status resistance with that casual Sage, which he will turn into SNY. The rest of the team just comes in and cleans them up.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I mean, it's tough. It's a very tough game here for IG. Now that Chrono ready to go again in just a short time of 2 minutes.
Aghanim Scepter now completed on Faceless Void. He didn't farm the gold. It was Alchemist who actually gave it to him.
Dire are scanning.
See again. I mean, Arteezy, of course, does eventually go down, but so much having to be used to kill Arteezy at this point. And that was even catching him at the Chrono when he was as low as he was.
This is just that Faceless Void does not have attack speed. There's no Mask of Madness on anything. He's really struggling. You can feel that he's a bit more tanky right now because of that Ags. Stats are really good.
And the Ags, because it will speed up his time. Fly, able to hop around the map, clean up the waves, camp. She jumps into the AoE bashes. It's a lot of time. Still many items to be any sort of considerable threat on his own. Comes in with the Chronosphere. Abed hit there, and he's on the hunt. He's actually found him. Abed hunting through the tree line. Oh. And there's just no hiding. There is no hiding from Abed.
Straight into silence. They're not overlapping any of their abilities. pretty much, like, man, Crit has been amazing this game. He's been involved in 21 out of 27 kills all over the place. You know, like, other player is super bad when he has more than 3 earn charges, or the game is going so well that he does not even need to use it. He has 9 earn charges. You know, that's how dominant they are.
Turn 15. This is what happens when EG's able to get their hands on that crit spirit in the first few picks. Pretty sure we've just seen him have it. Perfect games every time. Every time he's got his air spirit in Scotland.
There's a TP on the ground in the river near the mid. No one wants to touch that. After seeing what happened to Puppy, after picking up the bottle, they're like, nah, we're good.
Rip. Starting things off here onto Ollie. JT and Flyfly will look to get out of it. They're on the run, JT, Kaka and Flyfly. They don't want to play any sort of fight here. Kaka, his TP's still on cooldown, so he won't make it away.
Chris chasing Abaddon.
Ollie. Now, wait. Two more kills for EG. 29 to 8. They're killing, just never stopping this game.
Alchemist now needs to farm an item for himself. Abed jumps
in. Straight on to Flyfly. He's going to zip it. We'll get caught up by the concoction. Back up there from RTZ. Flyfly is dead. Daisy as well. Ice coming in. It's not even needed. RTZ taking them both down.
After seeing them out a bit, like early in the previous game, I would not be surprised if they take one more fight, especially if EG takes the Roche before that, where they understand like we can't do anything in this game because it looks pretty over. You know, 15k gold lead is just EG who's all over the map, making the right moves, maneuverable heroes. The space where IG can farm is non-existent. Like they can farm pretty much whatever comes to their towers right now. They're gonna go in. They're gonna get those barracks. 6 seconds until Faces Away respawns.
We'll have Chronosphere when he's back up.
Dire's middle
barracks gone. Nothing IG can do to push back EG. 17k lead. Under attack. RTZ well on the way to his Abyssal. Flyfly still struggling to get the BKB finish. He'll be able to have it for the next fight.
Probably. Still needs to farm quite a lot of gold. Next Roche may respawn in 2 seconds. Let's see if it's going to be a longer respawn timer. EG should have the Roche. But, you know, IG does not want to give them that. It's going to be a minute and 20 seconds. If they give them Roche, Cheese and Aegis on both cores, they just are not going to have enough damage because they need to play around the cooldown. The Chronosphere, 160 seconds is just a bit too high and very punishable.
Keeping themselves completely surrounding Flyfly, so the Flyfly is able to farm. There it is. BKB's done. Flyfly will have now a bit of a better chance of jumping in, getting the chrono off. I think that's going to make much of a difference, though.
Okay, Alchemist. He bought Shard, Berserker Potion, so they have a Dispel mechanic, which is okay. You can't Dispel roll. It's a soft Dispel. But they can Dispel Silences, which is really nice. Also, Lincoln Sphere on Void Spirit.
Oh, man. He's going to go straight in. Commits to the BKBs, everyone's coming up the outside, full land onto Flyfly, Kaka goes down, flies back immediately, they're chasing on the front line, wants the BKB, then Chrono onto something! He got the balls! The wall's there, Flyfly's dead!
They might call it!
I think they will.
Oh man. Man, Abed, he understands. I jumped Lion.
Evil genius.
Like, I go on top of him, even if I get caught. Really, really good showing from EG. This Maybe it's time to bring out some big guns, and it was a water gun in the end.
Yeah, I mean, wow, EG, thanks to that, and thanks to, of course, as you said, EG's just perfect play and a brilliant draft. Once again, EG coming in with 5 heroes that they have no struggle playing this game from the lanes onwards. They just crush it on all fronts. They're up 2-0 now, and I don't know what IG's got to do, but they've got to come in with something completely different, Lacoste.
Yeah, they need to do 180, or what some people call 360, which is not correct, you know, but if they do 360, it might be 3-0, but they definitely need to bounce back. They need to make something different, because EG, they got their number.
They absolutely do, especially in a game like this. EG now up 2-0 against IG in this best of 5.
And with EG on most of their comfort heroes, it looked so easy for them, especially up against the Faceless Void of IG. It was a little bit of a questionable last pick coming out from Invictus Gaming here to talk about Game 2 and preparing for Game 3, I mean, with Gods and Lizards.
A little bit.
And I want to start with the Faceless Void, because we were very harsh on the hero when he got picked. We heard our commentators being very harsh on the hero as well. But we are that for a reason, and I want to just, you know, there's a lot of people who's like, oh, I haven't seen it. Why is it bad, Gods?
It's really bad in lane. We saw that here. It got crushed. I don't know why they sent the off lane. The Hero's Toolkit just doesn't do a whole lot at many stages of the game. You're built around a Chronosphere, which is this like team fight spell, but you need heroes that synergize with the Chronosphere, which they didn't have. And even if they do, I think it's a carry that just doesn't feel like you carry the game. You're relying on your teammates to do damage in your Chronosphere.
Yeah, 2 patches ago he was pretty strong, pretty broken, picked in almost every single game. So I'm not really sad that we haven't seen him. I felt like, okay, if they're picking Faceless Void on Fly, he was like throughout history really strong on the hero. Maybe they have something planned. And they said before this match that they haven't prepared at all for EG, and I'm like, okay, maybe they lie, they're messing with us, mind games. No, I think they were honest.
Yeah.
They just didn't prepare, and now Faceless Void comes out in that last pick when you don't know what else to do. Aghanims on him, like he couldn't even kill a creep wave. You noticed that, right?
In my head, I'm like, oh, I remember the carry Void. You go Battle Fury on Maelstrom into Ags. It's a pretty good farming item. One, I mean, it came way too late because IG were getting wrecked this game, so that Ags was not at a good timing. But even so, he time walks a creep wave and it's half health. It's like not even half health, and I'm just like, oh, this Ags is just bad. Like,
and the other thing that if you want to make a Faceless Void work, I guess you have to have a lot of follow-up damage in the Chronosphere. We didn't see that either. It was a little bit of a, almost like a mismatch, perhaps, a little bit coming out for Invictus Gaming, and it makes you wonder. This was their last pick. We know that they only had 2 seconds to pick their last hero.
Yep.
And it almost felt like, you know, they had a strategy somewhere. It probably wasn't what they had in mind, but they decided to do it anyway because it was the only option left available. Frustration coming out from Invictus Gaming here because they are now 1 game away from not being the champion at this major. Yep. On the side of Invictus Gaming, nobody has ever won a major. Yeah.
It just tells the story of the whole game. It was a missed attempt at the draft.
Yeah,
and that's the thing.
A lot of people be laughing at the chrono there, and maybe like thinking this Void played terribly. But I think draft-wise, the game-wise, everything was lost and fallen apart at this point. Maybe the players were a little tilted, but there's nothing you can do when EG is outmaneuvering you with heroes like Storm that can just always jump you, catch the backlines. Beastmaster, they always see you as well. It's impossible to land spells against this EG draft.
They were everywhere. They played very fast. On the side of EG, and they're making a great case for themselves for taking the series 3-0, which, once again, for people wondering, Evil Geniuses has never won a major. I know Fly and Crit have won a major. Ice has won a major as well. Abed and Arteezy, never. The team, the region, never. So it would mean a lot to EG to be able to take that 3rd game. And I can't see, at the moment, I can't see IG winning a game here because they've not shown to us that they can go toe-to-toe with EG.
Yeah, full 180 or, as Lacoste said, 360 is necessary from them.
No, not a 360 in there for them.
I just don't, maybe go... don't try to counterpick. Go back to your own stuff. Go back to your own drafts. I feel like in that first game they really found themselves in a position in which IG usually is, and that is they let you have your own game, and then they pick some heroes that really work against that are out of the meta. Throughout the regionals, throughout the major, they have been picking heroes that are out of the meta. Maybe not out of the meta, but let's say Mirana mid, Naga last game as well. This time it's the Void. Really, they reach. They find different solutions. Those solutions so far have not worked versus EG.
Maybe not try them in the grand
finals. And they're the team who has second pick, which the strengths of second pick is having the last pick in the draft, and it felt like it was more a curse than a blessing. And so that's what we've seen a bit, where you get to this last pick, there's nothing amazing. And the other strength is that last pick in the first phase going into the bans. They pick an Alchemist there, and I feel like they didn't end up with a good Alchemist draft at all, so they did not use the strengths of being second pick at all this game.
And
I agree. It's hard. It's a hard choice, but we have to choose an MVP. I feel like, is it Abed Storm again?
Can I take this one? It's Crit 100% on the Earth Spirit. This guy, not only did he win the top lane, most of these fights that looked so easy for EG were won because of him. He jumps in, he silences every single time. The Abaddon +1. Abaddon plus Lion is probably the best, maybe Abaddon plus Void Spirit too, but he would be the first one that silences Oli, and then Oli cannot save anyone.
Yeah.
They win the games off of that, plus the top lane went so incredibly well for EG.
He just single-handedly makes Earth Spirit look broken. Like, it's unfortunate because they're in the grand finals and he's doing this, but you know, other teams can't do what he does on Earth Spirit, at least not many of those other teams, and he's just dominated that game.
Yeah, he has played fantastic. I'm curious. I mean, their Spirit is not on the first ban list for any of these teams. There's so many other heroes that everybody has to ban. So what is going to be let through in Game 3? We're going to have to wait and find out. Before we head to a break, though, I got some homework for you. We have, if you buy any of the Logitech G Pro gaming gear, that's the QR code. Scan that, and with any purchase, you get a Dota 2 pin. Nice effort, Lizard. Appreciate that. But with every purchase, you get a Dota 2 pin. So every purchase of the Logitech G Pro Series gaming gear. So make sure to check that out while we take a break. We'll be right back with Game 3 of this Grand Finals.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Get the best deals this Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee.
This is not your grandfather's apprentice. The winner will receive the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work for me as my protege. You bombed, and you bombed.
I've fallen a million times, but I get back up and I fight, and that's what you guys will do.
This is the toughest apprentice in history. May the best warrior win.
We all have different adventure stories to tell. Different paths, different choices. I chose an unusual path, a choice that is not for everyone. You are constantly moving from place to place. You have to sacrifice a lot of time. You have to focus to be on top.
Ice does have 4 staff available. Oh, Ice he's in trouble.
Every journey has ups and downs. All you need is to focus on your goal.
Just eating them all alive. GG, let's go!
We all have different adventure stories to tell, and mine is just getting started.
Pressure
Pricing on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game, I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
Game 3 of the grand finals here at the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major. Coming your way, it's a best of 5, but Evil Geniuses is 2 games up against Invictus Gaming right now. And on the side of Evil Geniuses, there's this one guy, Arteezy. He has played in 26 DPC leagues, or majors, minors, whatever you call them. He's been top 4 13 times. He's been doing really well, but he's never won. And I know that there's a lot of people that really want to see him win. Abed, on the side of Evil Geniuses, never won a major either. The team itself, Evil Geniuses, never won a major. The region, North America, never won a major. That could all change after the game we are about to witness here with Gods and Lizard. And I am loving what Evil Geniuses is doing in this final so far. Who couldn't? Because they are on fire. But I want to focus a little bit on IG. I want to know how we can, I don't know, maybe muddy the clean Dota that EG is playing. How can they make EG be out of their comfort, Gods?
Yeah, I feel like we come into these drafts and we're always talking about, like, okay, are they going to ban certain XYZ here, or are they going to change the bans list? I think we need to start talking less about the bans and more about what ID what are they picking for themselves.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, there's too many. EG play too many things at this top level. They have this, defined hero pool that they play amazingly well, and you can't ban everything. IG, figure out what you're going to play. Forget. I mean, obviously, you're going to ban some stuff that EG plays, but worry about yourselves.
Yeah, I'm completely with him on this, because this is the problem. Is IG's style is to let you have your stuff, let you have what you think is strong, and then they're going to work around that.
Yeah.
The problem is you don't even know what EG is going to pick. Evil Geniuses, so far, they've hit us with so many different drafts, and only recently have they started repeating with the Storm Spirit and Bloodseeker, right? We've seen a couple of those, in which they switched the winning condition, let's say, from Bloodseeker into the Storm. But IG, if your solution so far has worked, but it doesn't work anymore, I think you need to go find something else.
So who do you think they need to focus on? Because we've been saying that Emo is not really playing to his full potential. So that means that we want the win condition to be on Fly, and so we want their draft to be built around that.
So far, they've been building it around JT, right? They picked his hero very early on, and this is something that they needed to do in previous series, because they struggle when JT's heroes are banned out, and they have to pick something a little bit wonky on that offlane. However, that's not working in the series. They need to perhaps put a little bit higher priority on protecting Fly's hero pool.
And I think that's where, I think you just have to kind of say, like, JT, you're just going to have to maybe have less support. Maybe some of your heroes get banned up, because last game they were so concerned about him having a good game. They put him safe lane. They sent the Void.
in the tournament you mentioned earlier as well, Gods. Do you have to try and figure out a way to shut his game down? Because then you're not just dealing with Abed, you're also dealing with crit. And if you're dealing with crit, it means that you have to try to pressure maybe Ice more, forcing crit to be on his lane so he can't help Abed.
So far, they've been picking Puck and Storm Spirit for Abed, and that's pretty much where he looked immortal. On those two heroes, he's just dominating the game and just making an unfair playground for the enemy team. Maybe that's the solution. Maybe you need to find a way either to counter one of those two or maybe let the Puck go through. Feels easier to counter than the Storm Spirit, at least. They didn't manage yet, at least.
Yeah, and I think a big problem with this matchup for IG is just the way you mentioned Crit and what he does for Abed's lane. It's the matchup of the 4 positions, the different play styles. Crit is just that little bit more active. He's going to be securing more runes. He's going to be playing around Abed, whereas it feels like with IG and Kaka, it's more of playing around JT. And I think that in itself gives EG a big matchup advantage, which you can't just adjust your whole team identity in the middle, like going into the grand finals of a tournament. It's incredibly difficult to do, and IG is suffering because of it.
Yeah, we've not seen a lot of flexibility in Kaka's heroes pool. He's mostly been Lion and Shadow Shaman in the majority of
some
games.
Some Phoenix here and there as well, right?
Yeah, some Phoenix. He played one Rubik game, and then they played him on Tusk once, and it didn't work out. It was one of their losses against PSG LGD today, but that's the only time that they have tried to give him any kinds of these in-your-face position fours that we know Crit shines on.
Yeah. In the past, he was like amazing on these heroes too. You go back to the days when he was playing on Newbie. He was one of the best Earth
He
Spirits.
was the Naga as well.
Naga, Earth Spirit, like he played those 4 positions that kind of get in your face and make plays. So he can do that, at least if you go way back. But right now, it's just not as comfortable.
In the regional leagues as well, it was the same situation just a month ago when you look at what IG was playing. These are his heroes. You have these ranged controllers, the Shadow Shamans, the Lions, and that's maybe the regional bias that they had. These heroes were extremely popular. Other regions didn't play them as much.
And those heroes feed against Puck Storm. Like, yeah, they have the disables to lock down Puck Storm, but Storm gets BKB, you're dead. Puck jumps on you, silences you, just has all the tools to destroy you.
It depends how the lane is going on the mid lane. I think that's also something that we have to mention. If the lane is kinda even, I feel like as a Shadow Shaman, as long as you have a normal game, perhaps find the Aether Lance and the Lion the same way, you have a decent time versus these Pucks and Storms. However,
Dire team ban.
slightly less mainstream carries just because there are. It's just the teams who are picking it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's probably some EU teams picking it or something.
Well, that can be played in a lot of positions. Death Prophet. Later stages of the draft.
I think it's a bit hard to fit in here, though. Like
Yeah.
for IG, they need an offlaner if they want
It's
to do
good
an
versus
offlane.
Lycan in the lane if they put it in 3. But instead, this is even better, perhaps, right? But not only because you're strong versus Lycan, you also have the root mechanics versus both of the spirits, which can come in handy. Fends your towers a little bit from this early onslaught, but Lycan can be shifted, can be an offlane.
Well, I think it was always going to be an offlane for EG.
10
And I think
seconds
EG is going to be looking for that carry that they can later on build an Accept on Lycan and buy it.
5 seconds remaining.
Ice is like a Lycan specialist, so I would imagine we're going to see it there. For IG, it's a good underlord pick because I think they can protect it with its bans. Monkey's already banned, and probably see that Ursa banned out
Ursa
as
banned
well.
for sure, yeah. Jug was banned way earlier too. Maybe not terribly, not too great versus the heroes that Invictus Gaming have got already, but something that EG definitely have played.
Evil geniuses turn
They
to
cannot
ban.
Oh yeah.
How does that work? You bite the Bloodseeker, he already has movement speed, and then he's a wolf as well. Does he fly through the map?
Dire team ban.
What are the odds on a Terrorblade still coming?
I'm not quite sure. Underlord, Phoenix, Void Spirit, all of these heroes can mess him up quite a bit. Be a difficult game for him. The Ursa ban, I think, very probable, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, even though it was an RTZ hero during more of the DPC leagues, and I don't think we've seen it here yet on the main stage, and well, the major for EG, just from other teams. But it's just so good for this game, it feels like. It's hero that can kill the Supernova, has some built-in status resist against a lot of this disables. You know, the roots can be a little annoying, but it just feels like a perfect hero for EG to run that they draft with.
Just waiting for that RT ban.
I mean, the carry pull itself is really strong.
This is interesting.
They're so they've seen this EG look where they just don't pick these carries when they have the storm. So maybe they're just thinking they're going to be going for that tempo hero. We've seen Leshrac, we've seen Bloodseeker, Razor's still in the pool. That's another hero we could see again from EG.
Maybe even the Lycan safe lane. It's maybe not probable, but the way that they're playing recently, would you say that they would be the team that picked Bloodseeker the most a few days ago? You wouldn't, right?
True. And when they have Lycan Storm, do you like, even if they are looking for safe lane, do you really want another hero that's going to be greedy like an Ursa who's building Battle Fury or whatnot? It feels like they may be better off going back for that Razor they picked earlier on.
I like the Razor call, actually. It's pretty solid. They already have some ways of dealing with the egg. Lycan can run in, you would have your safe lane carry as well. To do that, maybe even eliminate him before that egg is on. And they ban out the TB themselves.
So let's see, what is Flyfly going to play? We want to see Flyfly on something that he can take control over the game with.
Not a Faceless Void.
Not a Faceless Void, ideally.
Yeah.
He has played Ursa, he has played Weaver. He's played everything under the sun. The question is what they prefer most in this draft, and what they tempo with from EG, because it looks like they're going to set a high pace.
Oh, and one hero I haven't mentioned is Alchemist is still in the pool as well. That's another carry.
That's actually very true.
Weaver, Alk, Ursa, and Razor seem to be like the main carries I see left that have at least been getting played and picked.
Evil geniuses.
They have only 5 seconds left. They won't need it. They'll go for this.
Totally different.
I actually have seen this, and I've been talking about how they're always off meta when they find a hero to play against different carries. This is literally what they did. Same thing in the regionals, in which Lycan was picked against them. Not sure if it was carry on off or offlane, but they picked Sven into it. And then Lycan just doesn't have game. It's very easy for you to clean up all of his minions.
If I'm correct, this is going to be the third Sven of the tournament. We've only seen Liquid win once and lose with it.
They definitely like to pick these carries that everyone has left in the trash can like a few months ago.
So true. But like you say, this Lycan doesn't want to lane against Sven or Underlord, really. Like, there is no great lane for it. But there is a great lane for Razor. No matter where Razor goes, whether it's playing into the Sven and into the Underlord, this Razor pick looked, I mean, easy to read in some ways, but also just like perfect to round out the EG draft.
The teamfight composition from IG's draft is pretty solid. They have the Phoenix, the Underlord, you have ways of protecting the egg, a stun, AoE stun that's coming from your safe lane carry, and this safe lane carry later on in the game does feel like the strongest hero on the map, even versus the Razor. The only question is, do they get to that late game in which Sven just goes out of control before he's just, well, leashed by Razor and everyone else?
Well, and also before I think Abed takes over. His Storm in the mid game, we've seen what it can do. It feels like a game where Abed's going to try to come online and then win the game for EG, and IG's going to be sitting back like, all right, Sven, are you ready yet? Because if this does go late, the Sven, he's a beast. Static Link. I think Sven can carry this game if they don't get overrun by Abed's Storm.
Well, I am not going to go against Abed's Storm. I have learned from that already, so my prediction goes for the wave G. Although I would be happy to be proven wrong, because going to a game would be great.
I also do really want to see the fourth game. Because of that, I'm going with IG. I also think that they have what it takes actually to win this one. They prove that they're able to take EG though.
I overall like IG's draft better, so I'm gonna have to go with EG. I think EG is showing they're the better team. They're playing better Dota, but draft-wise, this Sven pick just ticks the right boxes for me. So.
All right, well, I'm very happy to hear that, and I'm sure a lot of people at home are also very happy. We're going to have a little bit more of a competitive game on our hands compared to what we saw previously. Isn't that right?
The words in our mouths, like, is that right? And everything. I would say that IG, you know, looks like they have the best draft so far in game number 3, but EG's also setting up Razor for a really, really good game. I'm leaning towards EG still. You know, I think Razor should have a really good time. It's also a possibility. I think most likely they're going to run an aggressive tri-lane, leave Ice alone, and that's what had worked for them so well so far. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've got to kind of disagree. I think it is another outdraft fight. I don't know how IG is going to be able to lane against this Razor. You know, both side laners, the Underlord or the Sven, whatever the matchup's going to be, they're going to have a bad time. I think they overlook the potential of the Razor coming in as the last 5th pick, and I just feel it's another draft where EG just looks to be coming out ahead.
Well, will we have a 4th game of this best of 5 grand finals, or will this finally be the time for NA, the time for EG, the time for Arteezy and Abed to win a major? We're going to find out. OD Pixel on the cost, take it away.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, this 3rd game now. 2-0 EG up at the moment against IG. Without a doubt, though, Lacoste, this is, I mean, as you said, you actually prefer IGs, but in comparison to last game, it's a million times better.
Oh, for sure. They don't have the Faceless Void. We've seen Liquid had some success with Sven. I think it's a good hero here, you know, having that extra armor, extra, you know, something against Lycan, which should be good, you know, extra movement speed so you can run away from the static link. Also doesn't sound too bad. He's gonna be the primary target, you know, for that link. Razor's like, yeah, I'm just gonna link. This is my job throughout most of the game to just be able to link him and fly. Centaur, this is the 2nd time when IG's playing Dire that they've set up Observer Ward behind the tower. Might get dewarded.
Abed, yet again, on his Storm Spirit. We've seen it now in the series sort of get pushed further and further up in the draft order. This game picks first. Do you think IG reacted to Abed's Storm enough with their picks, or do you see this as another game where the Storm can have a pretty fun time?
They're playing into root mechanic coming out from the Underlord into Nyx Assassin. I think Kaka, you know, he wanted to be the one that has the mana burn, has that stun, easy setup with the Carapace on the Stone Remnant, and yeah, they have much more than what they did before. Also, like Remnant coming out from the Void Spirit also could be potential setup with the Yule Scepter. So in this particular matchup, you know, against the Void Spirit, you know what your item build is going to be on Emo.
Arteezy going in onto JT.
One more hit.
One more hit. Is he going to be able to find it?
No, he can't get it anymore. Like the Tango plus the armor coming up from the tier 2 tower and some extra regeneration will keep him alive.
Just an aggressive move there from me.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Dive. Quite successful within Arteezy. Chased down here by the 2 of them. The Firestorm, is it enough to bring him down? It isn't. Get a Tango going. Kaka still continuing to chase down. We'll have stun again in a second. If Kaka lands the stun, Arteezy's looking pretty dead. He'll be able to do so. Kaka getting first blood for IG.
Good stuff. You know, they decided to go in, try to get that kill. All they needed was like 1 extra hit. Not managed to do it. Kaka comes back with the first blood, lands another stun, boots of speed, and now this sets up Underlord for a bit of a better, you know, start. Razor, he will always want to link you in the lane. One of the reasons why they picked him. The slow Inflammation needs 1 mana for a bite.
Able to get it. This time, Arteezy will manage to finish up the kill. Not quite enough mana for a stun, so couldn't hold back Arteezy chasing JT down. Lane. So far, Abed versus Emo. Ledge for Emo moment. Very, very close. Top lane. See Ice struggling to be able to step up and get the CSs. Almost certainly is just going to be a lane where Fly, he's going to have a good time. We're going to get a pretty free farming space up there for the back of the ball.
You don't really threaten a kill with Lycan and the Earth Spirit unless you make like a really, really big mistake. You go for some kind of a dive. He should have a really decent time. Earth Spirit trying to make a move on a mid lane, something we've seen before.
Good time. This moment, Crypt. They'll look for the opening. See if they can grab Emo. Abed steps forward with the ball. Next back into the Remnant. Is it enough? Pulses out. That will be enough to save him. Emo keeping himself alive. That good move that Crypt always makes around the side.
And he will have a healing cell, which will pretty much the full HP. And this is what they want to have, you know. Lycan on the top lane, getting some extra XP, because Crit, they can't kill the top. So leaving Lycan alone, Sven with 2 points in cleave will push out the lane always. He wants also to be able to farm the side camp potentially, or the small camp, and then like your Lycan will also farm.
The spirits unite.
Heading over to join Emo and Ollie in the mid lane. They're bringing the 3 of them in. Abed Very low on mana and health at the moment. Crit, Rune will manage to refill the bottle here for our bed. Zaichi will show all three of them now in the lanes. Safety is going to be there for EG on the side lanes. I know that the supports are all down to backing up Emo.
And if you look at the bottom lane, Razor with the Quelling Blade, it's no shame. If you need some kind of help, so like even if Arteezy's buying it for all the new players out there, just buy a Quelling Blade. It will help you out, even if you're a range hero.
Mid lane, Ahmed. Kaka was able to close in on him. Quite enough burst though between him and Emo. Ahmed bringing plenty of regen out. Charles Clarity's Mango's good to go as he'll be able to keep himself in the lane. 5-minute bounce runes coming up. Still just, fly having a much better time compared to what we won in the lane last game. Setup so much better. This time, actually able to hit some.
They are not making any stacks so far, and that I've seen Ancient is not stacked, nothing in the jungle stack. Sven would love to have. So maybe Phoenix eventually, if Sven goes to the jungle a bit earlier, then Phoenix takes over the lane, Sven can just farm. But Sven right now does not need help, especially once he hits that level 6. There's also skill potential, possibly on Lycan, because he's only level 5.
Gonna try and punish Emo before he's hit the 6. Another move from Crit kicks him back into the reach of Arbed. Coming in. Not quite enough to kill off Emo. Both mids to hit the 6. Arbed will do so a little sooner than Emo. Able to maintain control of the runes.
Dire's structures are fortified.
So having the coming over towards the mid as well. Still Crit, he's going to be the one to grab it. Takes it away. Kaka won't be able to make the move in on the sort of moments with Kaka coming over towards the mid. It is giving more and more space for Arteezy down bottom to get ahead in this matchup. 30 for 8 against the 15 for 3 of JT. JT having slightly tougher time than that of Ice near half.
Storm Spirit, he got level 6, going back to base. Let's see if he decides to make an aggressive move on the bottom lane. Lane is in a good state, he has, but he's moving top. Lycan just hit level 6. Does not ideally we would want to have a Necro Book as well, so you can make a move. Crit is already there, level 3, still saving a point. Just another point in Boulder Smash.
Mark with initiation and multiple TPs coming in from IG. Bring them over both Emo and Kaka. Ahmed out with the zip just in time. Close there, Emo nearly finding the Remnant follower.
They kind of split the stack, 50-50. This time around, Arteezy going for a Falcon lane. Last time he played the Razor safe lane, he was set up for such a good game. Went straight into Boots of Travel, but this hero needs some kind of mana. Even though you have Crystal Maiden in your team, Maiden usually does not put more than 1 point in aura anyway, especially early on. You just want to max that Frostbite, especially against Void Spirit. The root mechanic is super good. So I can understand why he's getting that a bit of damage, a bit of a tankiness, and some extra mana regen.
Really want to try and catch Arbed out around the middle. Kaka just sitting on the sidelines. In case aggression's there from EG onto Emo. Minute runes, just Ryan Arbed. They're ready to try and hold for the top one. Remnant's down. One bottom anyway. Again, IG maintaining control of the power. He's got to get himself in, force Solly to take it, so it won't be saved for Emo.
What a move from Crit. He uses a TP just to secure that the enemy mid laner does not get a refill on the bottle, that he does not get any power rune. Underlord playing very aggressive here.
Starting to rift out though. Water from the cliff around the mid. They know that the
Radiant's
was being made
bottom tower
towards
is under attack.
JT around any longer than he needs to. Lifeline. We'll see what sort of build-up he goes for from Madness. If it variates from what we did see from Mickey. Sven performances here at the Major.
Yeah, a bit more status resistance with the S and Y. He also went for a blink that game, upgraded it to Swift Blink, I believe, later on. He didn't go for Aghanim Scepter at all.
Jump in, find the setup onto crit, they've got it.
To deny my wisdom is to choose death.
I bet not having any opportunities to get in and help. Kraker looking pretty strong here in the mid lane. Top tower, starting to get pressured a bit by Ice with the Necro books. Be able to force Ollie all the way back here. And the nuisance here for the Phoenix. Do his best with the body blocks to get some more damage in. A lot of space given for Ice to continue farming right up by the tower. So having Arbed and Crit in the neighborhood if any TPs come in from IG, trying to hold off this push.
Right now, Sven is just jungling. Having that Mask of Madness, clearing the stacks. They're also gonna stack Ancient Creep Camp one more time. Meanwhile on the top lane, Ice, high level. All needs a bit on the levels. Like he's level 3 on Phoenix. He needs the kill.
A couple of times now we've been able to pick up these supports. Big hit from Arbed.
He's out of mana.
Able to dodge it there. With the illusion room still long the man the whole of IG chasing it down. The reverse of JT as they bring down the storm.
Radiant's
towards RTZ. Blind right. Control on this. Set up there for Tucker. RTZ looking to be the whole world in trouble as the stuns around. IG bring the fight around the mid lane as they take down the 2 cores.
Very aggressive there from IG. Also Storm Spirit zipping in. And then like nice dodge with the illusion rune, but does not pop the mango. Get 1 mango to work with, I believe, and also a bottle charge. Maybe he could have gotten out of the trouble, but decided to focus on the voice line.
There's that temptation.
Let the fun begin!
Space being brought for Ice though with all the action going on mid. Levels on the Necro book. Overall 2k lead here for IG. Fly.
Gold
Being
is
a
a great
perfect spot as you said. Dream scenario getting involved in early action. Picking up the ancient stats. This Sven
is going to be big. Yeah, this time around, Fly, much better game, especially compared to Faceless Void. In game number 2, Phoenix still struggling a bit with the levels, you know, trying to take some XP from those stacks. The one who's also having a really good time is Underlord. Like, he's going for Road of Atos against the Storm Spirit, so I bet he needs a BKB. Like after he finishes that Orchid, BKB is pretty much a must-have.
See if they can burst down Ice, caught in the route, they can. Even looking to reset and get out of there. Same time mid, Arbed goes in with the dive. Able to collapse onto Ollie. Something in return, but again, these trades each and every time favouring that of IG as IG the stronger hold on this early game.
They're moving together as a unit, Sven being, you know, very active. He doesn't necessarily need to be involved in the kills, but he shows up. They're like, yeah, we can't really fight Sven right now. He feels super strong, has Yasha, Bracer, Mask of Madness, going into that Sanj, you know, the extra movement speed to break the link from the Razor is going to be really good.
Try and catch them with the smoky. So they've got to be careful. Fly has got strength ready to pop, but he can turn if they don't quite get the quick kill that they're looking for. Mid lane as well, also a hard place to fight into. JT's around. 1 pit laid out, could set up for Arbed to get collapsed on completely by the following stuns.
And now it's sort of Atos done on Underlord, so he can keep them inside 3 points and Pit of Malice. It's just going to be so hard for EG to push the towers. Like this pit, as you mentioned, pretty much covers the whole area of the mid lane. Arbed this time around not having as good game as we've seen in the other ones. Struggling a bit. They have the counters playing into Nyx Assassin. He's about to be level 8 compared to Emo, who's like level 10. I talked about the items but didn't finish my sentence where, like, whenever you play against the Storm Spirit as a Void Spirit, most of the time it's going to be you'll set the field, be able to discount that flag, getting caught.
It's going to go down. We'll see if Ice get anything in return. They can. Golden gets the next off Wally.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sarchi will back off with the Phoenix gone. Big Kaka on the hunt. Arbed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kaka alone won't be able to do much. Maybe if Emo's able to close in on this, the two of them together can take him. Arbed stepping up.
Where's the party?
Won't quite be able to get in. Kaka didn't quite get in range of the tower once the remnant exploded. So Arbed will manage to live another day.
Case Room just on top.
Starting some action down bottom. Arvin's going to be in with the follow. Got the control. Fly turn with the stump, but they have down.
EG, they see, you know, they saw 3 heroes on a mid lane. They're like, we got a glimpse of Sven. Let's just go and try to take him down. Because they know there's not going to be any follow-up. He's not going to get any help. Nyx Assassin shown mid with Vendetta. Like, very nice move from EG there.
Pick-off potential was still incredibly strong from the Storm Earth Spirit duo that we've seen run so many times with great success. Trying to soak up some XP behind the tower. IG.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Take him out. Will manage to claim this tier 1 for themselves. The objectives.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Even with Fly off the
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
JT will be able to secure the bottom tower. Like, this Underlord is in the middle of the pack, but feels very unkillable unless they break the numbers.
Going in here for Ice, sprint.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ice goes down. Didn't have the summons out. Fly can be able to head over. Nice dealing with the net. Be able to control, take down both of them. 9-4, 3k lead. IG holding onto this advantage. No signs at the moment of EG being able to really close the gap on Fly's farm. This Sven is going to be able to stay nearly sort of an item ahead of this place if EG can't find enough action going in their favor.
Necro 3 is done on Lycan, so they should be, you know, ready to fight, especially Orchid. There it is. They can't stop him. But the Pit of Malice, like, this is your biggest problem in this game, you know, besides Sven. Because Underlord with the good Pit of Malice into another Road of Atos, it's just too good. Like, he's also completely nullifying the damage that comes from Lycan these fights, especially in these smaller areas where, like, you can't just pass. Gain Rune top.
Getting commit aggressively here.
Don't get him.
He's going Emo's dead as well. He had just enough damage.
Oh,
now they're chasing for more. Over to the edge. He takes out the triple kill for RG. The grab game of the ball can make drag back to Lifeline. Take him down as well. A team wipe out of nowhere. There for EG.
This was a fight, you know. Fortress, he goes in, he uses a Yule Scepter on himself, and yeah, just the perfect setup for Earthspirit to use his abilities. Abed, meanwhile, picks up the Rune on the Storm Spirit. Kind of a bad egg there to try to make stuff happen, but they already lost multiple heroes. Man, EG, like, we're gonna see that one again.
As you said it, you know, such an aggressive move from Emo, using pretty much all his mobility and escape to fully initiate. JT tries to bail them out. It must have been so close to completing the rift, but the damage just very well prioritized there by EG as they bring down JT's Underlord. And from that point onwards, IG, they didn't have a backup plan.
They did not. You know, they get the good jump, they get the good initiation, and as you mentioned, like, Emo using all of his abilities pretty much to close the gap, and aggressive Yule Scepter, he has nothing to protect himself with anymore.
9-10, that lead that IG had closed completely there off the back of that team fight. See that all that progress that IG were building up off the back of a solid start with the lanes and with Fly's farm. It's just gone in an instant.
I want to see what Arteezy's next item is going to be. Last time, when he was playing Razor, he got so much value from a Blink Dagger pickup. I believe it was against Ami's Monkey King, where he just wanted to get on top of him. And then this might be also the item build here, you know, against the Sven, now that you have BKB, you don't care about any of the abilities pretty much that they can throw at you. So it could be a really nice pickup.
G. Position to go for Rogue. It has been scanned out immediately by IG, and IG have the ults ready to go. They've got Supernova and ready for this fight. Evo's trying to head in with the Evo. Let's beat him. So, quick to fall back to the ball. Evo's controlling. The fight comes down to the ultimate straight back down to the start. Quick catch it perfectly. Gets these three bars out. They're trying to get over. Will fall to the Firestorm. The rest might take it out of there, but it again, IG losing the team fights, and once again, Emo, he's on the front. He's just not prepared for EG to react as quickly as they do. He feels that he's so strong with the invis. Sentry's laid down, EG know he's there, and Crit, instant dead up there with the silence into the stun. There's no escape for Emo.
Oh, they just have his number this time around, because like Emo is playing so
Dire's
aggressive.
top tower is under
Like they have
attack.
Necrobook units, they're trying to go for Roche. You know there's gonna be Sentry there, like 99% of the time. He still decides to go for that play. And he gets punished.
Definitely starting to hurt IG. Andrew is having a very solid start. I think he was 7-0-2 at the beginning. Those 2 kills now back to back on Emo, slowing the momentum down. EG over to the side. Crit finds catch onto Ollie.
Ollie can't catch a break this game. Like they have so many tools to deal with him. They don't really have that, you know, high attack speed hero, but also he did not really place some good eggs this time around.
Brent, in again. Never find JT Kitchen. Back on the left. CBG move over. JT's gone. Another silence, another roll. Flips in over the wall. Emo the full-on slow with the vortex of armor. And Emo's gone again. The tip starting to come out. As Crit is just setting up kill after kill after kill. As you said, they can't catch a break, IG, but they seem to consistently catch a Crit. As he's on them every single time.
Crit has just been amazing. A bit of a slower start for his Earthgrid. Didn't manage to find any openings early on, but these rolls, these silences, like the spell casting, everything was pretty much on point, and this should be the free Roche.
No, I don't think after those last few events, IG's going to risk going over there again. BG controls this area perfectly. Not leaving any chance for IG. He's setting up around Roche. Zabez, he's going to have the Aegis ready for the next fight.
RTZ was thinking, do I get a Sanj? Do I get a Blink Dagger? He saw how the last fight went. Decided to go for that Blink Dagger, which is really like, you know, being able to just jump on the Sven. Like, he's never gonna feel that comfortable playing into Razor. And they've shut down. Emo was having such a good time. Now he's nowhere near his second item.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
3 back-to-back deaths, just destroying his early game completely.
Dire's top
One
tower
more move
is
like
under
that,
attack.
Emo's impact is going to fall off the
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane EG.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Tier 2s.
Dire's top tower
Why do you
is
want to do
under
anything
attack.
about this? You see with the way last few fights have gone, very hard to make that call, especially into the Aegis. And then,
oh, not again.
Emo. Down the lane, the challenge there from Crit, buying enough time to line up the roll. And he's not there. Bottom lane, RTZ coming into the BKB with the strategy. They're looking to take him out. JT is going to be able to bring Flying Kaka back to safety. Ollie will manage to TP out, but they can't let the Void Spirit die like this.
No, this is 4th time, exactly. Like Crit, he used the roll a bit prematurely, you know, considering if you use the Stone Remnant. So he didn't even use the Stone Remnant, still connects on the target. And you can feel that JT is afraid. While he's using Dark Rift, he needs to be able to control Void Spirit, otherwise someone might get kicked out of the range, and then you're just going to be left there alone.
Very risky here. IG, they've smoked up whilst they don't have Emo, and it's into an Aegis. Maybe, I mean, it's going to be that sort of surprising a move that it will catch EG by...
Oh, they're not going to catch anything.
Right.
Even if they caught Fly, it's still not good. I can understand the aggression that they wanted to do, be a bit more, you know, active, because there's no shapeshift, there was no BKB on Razor. But even, as you said, they still have Aegis on the Storm up and running for 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Back on with the push, will manage to finish just the tier 2.
Oh, they need to talk about the items, because Lycan and Razor are going for the same item though, so he just like swapped. He bought a casual plate mail, which is also fine. He wanted to get the AC, but realized Lycan is also going for 1.
Took the axe instead.
Casual plate mail is also fine. I don't know, playing into Sven was like a good item.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You just, as you said, you just need to be able to BKB, get on top of the Sven, get the link going, and just survive through the initial physical burst that Sven will still have at the start of the link with the God Strength. If you live through that, Sven's not been able to take you down. Razor, you're just going to be able to force the Sven to have to back off each time, and with the control that EG has,
Radiant's
it'll be rather
bottom
difficult
tower is under attack.
for Fly to do. This is the BKB now, but those BKB usages have to be flawless from the Sven.
For sure. JP's Word of Makeup, oh, another jump. It's just going to be on the Next Assassin. And Next Assassin does not ever feel comfortable playing in any of the Necro 3 heroes like a Beastmaster, Lycan, Mikos. Let's see the damage.
They're trying to start something onto our team. He already feels the way that this fight's going. He's starting to rip that Toxic has been committed though by Fly.
Dire's middle tower.
A bit of an awkward move there. And you can see very early on that JT had no inclination of sticking around for the fight.
If they get a stun on Razor, I think they commit instead of getting back, because they could potentially just bring down Razor low enough to kill him with the Sven's God Strength. Seng, no blink.
He still wants to go, still wants to make something happen with this God Strength. He's stepping up. He's in with the static mix. All of his damage. Breathing field for the high ground. JT's going to get chased out by a sitting down the roll. Closes the gap on JT as JT's gone.
That's not a good bit of Malice. We're going to see that again. Razor managed to walk around a bit of Malice, like good moves from Arteezy there, gets the static link off, and also he did not block that passage. Like, check the bit of Malice. Like, it was a bit more aggressive, good jump from the Storm Spirit, and the Razor just goes around, manages to get out and follow them.
Yeah, it stays on Fly for more than long enough to force Fly to have to run. No chance of taking the fight anymore when Fly just 120 damage there to Link. 4K lead now for each. Fly's farm, still in a good place, but his last few fights, Arteezy's caught up completely on his Razor.
He's going into Aghanim Scepter, which is also okay. Was thinking about Sanj, a bit of a status resistance, maybe transition that into Heaven's Halberd against Sven, which would also be fine, but getting Aghanim Scepter gives them a bit more potential, and then you can deal with the 2 targets. I don't know why, like, in the description it says when striking buildings, it will only target towers, barracks, and the ancient. Like, those buildings are actually, those buildings inside the base are not affected. Like, it would be too powerful if you could actually go for that.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I like how that's still called a building. Couldn't think of anything different.
I mean, Dota's a very creative game. You know, there's going to be limits.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Building. Maybe we'll see again in aim.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified.
Again, this is
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Can't do anything here if you're IG. Can't
Radiant's
turn
top
up these
tower
pushes
is
from
under
EG
attack.
right now. You've got to try and look to get the trades going.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Crit has a BKB. Urn of Shadows, BKB.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lycan units.
Radiant's top
push
tower
on the bottom
is
lane.
under
They also
attack.
have a siege creep. They know something is up. Like EG, they have a good read. IG smoked on a completely different side of the map.
It'll take them quite a while to get over it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're heading in the
Dire
right direction.
are scanning.
See if they can get a jump. But say EG's going to feel that something's coming over. EG, they're going to be prepared. They're holding close to one another on the high ground. YG really want to try and fight into this.
Dire's bottom
EG, they have vision on the high ground. They're scouting things out. They're sure that there are no wards from the enemy team with the Necros, and now they're going to start pushing in some damage, forcing a glyph from IG. Next Roche may respawn in 30 seconds.
The next objective they'll look for are CC will have the full Aghanims, while they EG lose a curry in the river, but I think that gives up the full move of IG. So IG will have to get back to showing themselves in the mid lane. Really just prepare for the high ground defense. Fighting EG outside of the base has ended terribly the last few times that IG tried to go for it. Mid lane.
That's a good job.
The chain stuff coming out. He's going to get blown off. He's taking down 100 to 0. Now to go for it.
mean, if he pops the BKB there, not sure if Blink Dagger was ready, but he needs to be careful. They have so... It's like stun from Sven, stun from next assassin. Let's see the Roche respawn, minute and 5 seconds. Arteezy will be out, but need to be a bit more careful.
A little bit too close to the base. Quite prepared. Didn't know that IG was all up there, and the pace had kind of slowed down. Things had started to calm off a little bit, so just getting a bit of a rude awakening there for that jump of IG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See what IG can do with this. Seconds though until Arteezy's back up, so not too long whatsoever. We'll respect that until the storm comes in. Themselves their half of the map.
Damage coming out of Sven is still super high. You also find a really good neutral item, like Spider Legs. That's gonna give you move speed, ability to go over the cliffs. So, like that static link is not gonna be that great. He has a lot of movement speed from the Warcry, Master Madness. That's like why I might be able to just like bring it.
They grab it back with the vortex. Emo's gone. And we're seeing it every single game, really, when Eyesight dies on these Beastmasters, jumping gliders, the micro, the vision game, he gets Phoenix as well. And Arteezy, he's dealing with JT. He's over here. They got the damage they do. JT's not getting on tonight.
Crit understands, like, we have enough damage to bring him down, rolls onto the Phoenix, almost gets like a solo kill until Sven shows up. Fly back from Nix's ass.
Otherwise they're going to start losing the base. Arteezy stepping up to the high ground. And with the push of Icy's army, tier 3's gone. What they do to slow the side pocket the on, in fact ready to look to maybe even pressure a dive. They'll force out another buyback from Arteezy.
That's a big one.
With a setup, BKB is available. Marvin's going to pop into the beat, and it's time to have Flyfly. He's spawning the Sven. Flyfly's going to put the BKB and run. Supernova down. EG steps inside in the distance. Wait for the ulti finish.
This is so big from EG. They just forced him to use 2 buybacks. They got the tower, and they also forced the egg plus the BKB from Sven. Roshan is up. They can go in. Like, they have enough damage. Necrobook is available. There's also AC on Lycan right now. So much minus armor coming out. They just have enough. Arteezy finishing off the Aghanim Scepter as well. You also found the Spider Legs. Gonna have a bit easier time chasing Sven with that
Stupendous!
Spotted out Aegis and Cheese. IG, they don't want to let this get away. Coming in with the smoke. They have got strength, no Supernova, no Rift either, so JT won't be able to bail them out if the fight goes wrong.
No BKB for 20 as well on Sven. EG, go back. They're holding the high ground. They know that they are aware of this. Look at Crit positioning.
Crit trying to dispel any sort of smoke movement that IG attempt from the low ground. IG very hesitant about making moves into the triangle. Ollie. Ward down. Vision advantage, they're going to try and jump him up. He's going to look to the corner on the Crit. He's able to let the 3-man silent. Pushes the back line, they've got a split. A little jump forward from Armin. They're going to try and roll by trying to keep out the BKB fly. He'll make it out there. Genji's trying to bail the rest of the map, but Evo's dead. Out for 90. Oh, he's trying to TP away, but Crit's in with the stun. Stops the TP escape.
Man, Crit, what a performance by him. You know, holding there, they've split the Necrobook units. If they want to enter from this or the other side, and then he lands a 3-man silence. A good link from Arteezy. The reason why he bought a Blink Dagger. Yeah, we're going to see that one again.
I mean, the jump there, but Crit, he keeps his cool. He heads over, boom. Suddenly 3-man silence. They have to split. Kanka and JT can't offer anything at the start of it. As Crit's pressure splits IG apart and allows EG to clean them up one by one. JT's very lucky to get away with his life. Evo and Ollie left behind. EG's got the space to move in. Aegis on Arteezy and Cheese on Arbet, ready for the next fight.
They swap things around a little bit. They still show that, you know, Razor. I like that, because Razor will be the one possibly going in a bit more aggressive, sieging the high ground with the Eye of the Storm, especially with the Aghanim Scepter, so they give it that aspect, which I really, really like.
Here comes the first for the Aghanims. Arteezy using the lightning to break down the balance. 1 second until he moves up.
Is under attack.
The Rex will use incredibly fast as well with the AC help. Coming in, I've got the fortification. Burn down a little bit. Arteezy get back in that armor. He's going to go. He is straight away on touch with the side. He looks to one protect on Arteezy.
Good for that.
Radiant's Dragon comes down for 70. No buyback on the Knicks.
They do not want to lose this Aegis yet because they just picked it up.
They're instantly out of there. My side popping the ult. Break away from IG. IG won't be able to punch EG at all there.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They're still gonna have cheese. They're still gonna have Aegis for the next fight. Well, maybe they use the cheese. Who's holding the cheese? They don't have the cheese.
They had it on Arbed before.
Okay, he popped it.
24 to 13, 10k lead. Again, this third game, once more, IG just finding themselves in a position that... How do they get themselves out of it?
They're just crumbling. Like, the decision-making after a couple of deaths on Evo, he died for like 4 times in a row. Now trying Wolves, they're scouting them out.
Here we go, jumping from RTG's on the strike line, popping the BKB. He's got to run. He's got to get out of it, but the still there, damage over the Evo's gone with no buyback for a minute, and RTG's ready to head back up to the high ground and into the base. No creep wave at the moment, though.
This is also the perfect item for RTG. You know, you get stuck on a cliff, just use the spider legs, can easily get off of it, and this allows him to just chase the Sven. It also allows him to not have boots of speed in his inventory, just keeping that blade melt. Like, if he gets the first jump on Sven, if they don't stun lock him, RTG is good to go, and Fly will need the bail.
And every time having to use those to survive and run. Make it increasingly harder for IG to just set up a scenario where they can pop BKB God Strength and get the jump themselves, with EG's aggression just beating IG at it every single time. Playing far too fast for IG to keep up with once again.
Bloodstone, Orchid on Storm Spirit, level 20. He also went for the Electric Vortex Duration talent. Like, this Crystal Maiden Aura really helping out how much farm Abed can get, and now going into Aghanim Scepter, which I really like. He also, you know, just prefers to get him as like sometimes third, sometimes fourth, but really works well. Kind of like a budget black hole.
IG just having to sit back and wait now.
Lotus Orb is done on Underlord, but he needs to like pre-cast it on Sven before Sven gets a good jump.
Nemo, very careful how he jumps out of the base like this. Know that EG, if they feel time is right, they'll be great on top of it.
Scanning.
Yeah, they can start. Another fly to get the drag back. And they bring down Arbed. Arbed will go down. RTG's one getting down. RTG's got the one. Looking at Aegis, stepping back for a second round with the supernova. It's going to be successful. EG trying to get back in to help him out. But the supernova goes on. They've all been shot. RTG's dead. RTG fighting up with the Magnetite. Crit trying to do his best to rectify with the Magnetite going. Fuck happens. Shoots on Crit. IG turn. They take him down as well.
Yeah, this is the fight that IG needed. You know, they go in, Fly gets a good ulti up. Like, if he does not get static link, or if the static link is like 100 damage, you're still gonna feel those right clicks coming out from Sven, almost 600 damage on him, getting him closer to like level 25, even more damage, and getting him closer to the Swift link. Then he's gonna have unlocked movement speed, will be able to bring that, break that link.
So just the initiation this time around, just a little too aggressive from EG. They both commit in onto Fly, but JC, perfect Lotus, lays it down onto Fly, causing Arbed to pull himself in with the Vortex. And with Arbed gone, things start to fall apart very quickly. Perfect use of the Supernova to guarantee that stun on RTZ's revival from the Aegis.
Yeah, that was such a clutch move as well on top of that. And Lotus Orb, like, this is the best item pretty much that they can get against the Sven. Sorry, against the Razor. Also, he decided to get a Lotus Orb for himself and Razor.
The void within.
There aren't too many like things to dispel. There is a silence from the Void Spirit. Sven does not have that Aghanim Scepter, so he's not following you, which is a really good item to counter it. I guess he just wants to have something against a bit of Malice to be able to move around free.
The BKB.
Maybe he was thinking, you know, I'm running out of slots. I bought that casual plate mail. What do I turn this into?
Sure, I think that's almost certainly it. And it is something that does mean when he commences to Fly, if he doesn't want to use the BKB straight away, suddenly Fly can't hold him back with the stun, because it's only going to cause Fly to stun himself. Fly does also have a BKB, but we'll see. Definitely didn't do too much for him in that last situation. Minotaur Horn also on Fly. He's getting some tanky here, and a big bit of that lead shut down there off the back of that last defense from IG, showing that they've still got a good punch ready to come out.
They still have to respect the damage coming out from Sven, because it's insane, especially if they have a Lotus Ult on him, then you're not gonna feel like the static link. Crit still deals a ton of damage in the team fights. They also gave him Spell Prism to lower the cooldown on his abilities, more rolls, more silences, and the lower cooldown on a BKB plus the Spirit Vessel. Next Roche may respawn in a minute and 30. Emo holding a gem. Ollie picked that one up.
Just showing at the moment in the mid, Kaka. With the spike carapace set up, open up with the stun. IG, see if they can commit onto him. He's going to be able to easily get the BKB off. IG, they'll start to back off. Ice and Arbed, it won't check. IG succeeding in getting the BKB charge down on Arteezy. Now they want to fight. Now that they know the BKB is on cooldown, they can go for a big move. They're going to come in with the Rift over towards the bottom lane. Ice is heading over to clean it up, but he's going to have a nasty surprise. As IG turn up, Ice has instant reactions though. As soon as he sees the team, BKB and a TP out. Ice.
Sven even popped the ult. Maybe he thought, with 1 or 2 crits from Daedalus, I will have enough damage to bring him down. Lycan is super tanky, especially with the AC, and realizes they have nothing that goes to magic immunity, so I'm just going to TP out.
Huzzah!
About 2k away from the Aghanims on our bed. Make a big difference in these fights. Play around all the counter plays that IG have going for themselves. So Fly finish with Swift Blink, so big step up to his damage output. Being able to close the gap, get that initiation with the God Strength. Ben is going to hit incredibly hard.
Storm, he found Timeless Relic for himself. It's going to be a great item, especially once he picks up that Aghanim Scepter. He's getting very close, double damage in the bottle. Next Roche, minute and 30.
See as well with the time. I mean, Fly gets himself, gets 2 tones actually sent out that were available still. So that puts him up just half a level away from the level 25 now.
Stacking the domes, new strat.
Yeah, hit them with that surprise XP jump at the end. Down to 25s for EG, so a little away from them.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Close to having his next item done. He's got it here, I believe.
Emo has a 10-second BKB. They need to be careful about this, because he did not use it yet. And it's...
Stormcraft is actually kind of giving it away.
Oh yeah, I just forgot about that item. It's one item that has a good dispel mechanic, but doesn't feel like it has a lot of synergy. Who's gonna bring that? Do you want to have that on a spellcaster? Do you want to have that on someone who deals the damage? Mana Regen is nice.
We're holding it like they were just then. I mean, the EG are fully aware of where IG's sneaking around. Crafter procking against the wolves and the creeps. They're going to try and find it. They're going to lift the gun. RG's thrown it away, but he's been caught up on the side. Crafter's able to catch him as he comes in. Triple up down. BKB pullback.
Kill that egg.
Heading down the edge. Don't want the back line. They're also on the side. He's going to stand himself off the God Strength. He turns. He takes down Arben. Crit falling on as well. The Remnant. One point for Arben. Crit still alive. Kicks back Emo. Emo turns over towards him. Your setup onto Crit. Crit will go down.
Like, they thought Sven's not gonna turn, but he also didn't have 25 there yet, but you can see the damage. Like, with the Swift Blink, unlocks the massive movement speed, just completely turns around with the God Strength, gets 2 hits, and they're all like half HP or almost gone. Storm Spirit, he does not have a defensive item for himself other than the Black King bar, so that's a bit problematic. They also need to respect still the damage coming out from Sven.
See as well, they did force out a couple of buybacks from IG, so IG putting a bit more more money into that fight. At the same time, Crit comes out with his. As EG, they don't want to let IG get the chance to get into Roche using those buybacks. Seeing the fight again. Good kickoff, good way to start things, but Fly holding his ground, knowing that he would have the damage to turn and take down the two of them.
Roche is alive. Aegis, Cheese, and Aghanim Scepter.
Who's eyeing up that Ags? I mean, I guess, you know, Abed would love to have to not buy his own. Still yet to buy into it.
And they can give it to him. They could also give it to Earth Spirit. I wouldn't mind seeing Earth Spirit with it, if they get it. But on the other side, Emo already has one. I think it just give it to Sven, if they are the ones who can pick it up. Like that transportation, the Superman mode, unlock. Oh, he also found, and not found, he also built the Lincoln Sphere, which I really like. You know, a Lotus Orb and the Lincoln Sphere against the Razor. It's a 9k gold lead for EG, but at the moment, like, you can't feel that they're missing that amount of gold. It doesn't really matter.
They can't jump Fly and deal with him at the start of the fight. Fly is just going to cause a whole lot of issues as the fight draws on. If he can get that BKB and God Strength off without the threat of being static linked by our easy.
Bounty.
Around this area, lost fight here. I mean, a lost Aegis, Cheese, and Aghanim as Abed spending up the money. He'll invest in the Aghanim for himself.
Agents of the Void.
Have that good to go for the next fight.
They don't have too many abilities that they can, like, pierce this Lincoln Sphere with. They might use Frostbite. I don't think you want to use Force Staff from the Crystal Maiden. You want to save that for defensive purposes.
Bounty.
They lost a gem. This is also the big part. You know, now IG, they're holding 2 gems. They still have Necro units to de-ward any possible wards. A big item on Razor, he got that Butterfly. Sven does not have a True Strike.
Level 25 Hex Stun. That's a lot of lockdown in the Hex and the Dissimilate Stun. EG don't get their BKBs off in time. There will be more than enough chain stun to hold RTZ in place to allow Fly to get the kill.
And the BKBs are down to 5 seconds.
What the heck? The BKB comes in. Spike happens to Kaka, catches Crit. Crit goes down as well.
Yeah, that jump, you know, they go in, but they get caught. There's so much control coming up from the Void Spirit. You have the Hex, you have that AoE silence. Simulate also stuns, level 25 talent. Now they can go inside the pit. Crit already bought back in the previous fight, so he's not going to have it. Storm Spirit invested all of his gold into that 2 shiny Aghanim Scepter. I don't think they have enough to deal with that super farm Sven right now, and also Emo, like, he managed to make a comeback after getting caught multiple times in a row, and he's super strong right now.
The impact he can have at this point, that much lockdown around these locations, pretty much unmatched.
Radiant's courier
anytime
has
IG
been
get
killed.
the jump, have the better time.
Oh, it's Nyx Assassin who picks up the axe. So he wants to burrow himself.
Dire's
Something else in these team fights that's going to make it pretty much impossible for EG to keep the fight going when the BKBs end. He'll have such an easy time just throwing out his abilities from a distance.
Radiant's middle tower
IG
has
ready
fallen.
to push up to the high ground their time. They're now holding the 5k lead, EG.
Radiant's top
letting
tower
that
is under
strong
attack.
mid-game that they had really slip away now as IG, they're back in charge with how large Fly is.
Blanket
Radiant's
Wolves
top tower is under
and
attack.
Necro units, like, you need to keep that away from Sven. He pretty much one-shots it. Also, you need to keep it away from Pit of Malice. It will this lineup will start to fall off. You know, you have a Razor, he feels the damage.
Radiant's top tower
But they
has
have
fallen.
the tools to deal with him right now. There is a Lincoln Sphere, there is a Lotus Orb.
No, he's on the front, he's got a buyback! buyback on cooldown. I mean, they're just sitting on the high ground, having a look out. Suddenly, they're on top of him. He's gone. I'm just going to have all the space in the world to take so much here from the base of EG.
Yeah, that's a minute and 20 seconds without... Oh my god, they can't pick up any bounty routes. They probably think, you know, he has it, but we'll poke. We'll see what happens.
I mean, and they're poking pretty hard here with Fly. Now, they're being cautious though. They're looking towards the racks instead, already with the jump straight up towards the bounce, and Emo's looking to get more kills here. Fly will live. As he gets away, actually Emo losing his shot there because of that dive. We have Ice trying for the split mid. He does have Freaks pushing in with an Ice. So Ice might just be enough to stop EG from losing anything more than the mid and the top rack.
He's being very cautious about what's happening. He has the Wolves, Necro available, but they might go for the Mega.
They're sticking
30
around.
seconds without RTZ.
They know now that RTZ has not got the gold to get back in. Still 100 gold short on the Razor. CG, they're trying to start him. They've got to be careful. Kaka with the power. He's able to try and get the setup onto Fly. Forces back to safety. JT actually going to look to take him out here. Darbeck comes in and looks to jump on JT, but JT gets them all out.
Yeah, that's a level 3 ulti for second teleport delay. At least they did not get the Mega Creep, so they still have possibly one more fight. Arteezy definitely needs to farm up his buyback. He's going to have it in the 400 gold. Double damage spawned on top. There's still ages for almost full 2 minutes. IG, they want to take another fight.
They still know how strong of a position they're in right now off the back of those last few moves. 11k lead. IG just playing this late game perfectly, and EG starting to make some mistakes.
This could be the big one. You know, Storm Spirit hitting level 25. He has that Electric Rave as well on top of the Aghanim Scepter. I'm not sure if anyone bought the Tome or was it him, but they might need this. Like, it's a ton of damage.
It's so much damage. It really is. Times overload attack bouncing your whole team. As long as they can live to get their hits off. The BKBs are down on IG. Can't underestimate how much magical burst that will be at this stage again. Fly is just ever so tanky. 4.4k gold as he's ready to start building towards his next item. It's 10k ahead of that of the farm of Arteezy right now.
Still have that Aegis. They have gems, so they can get rid of any kind of vision. They also have cheese on Void Spirit.
The IG looking for the jump. They want to make it. They're going blind. They're going to orbit. Emo is going to tell no more towards the Storm Spirit. Orbit, then we get the BKB off, but he can't chip away in time. Orbit down for 90 seconds without the gold for buyback. Easy, they're going to try and commit. Arteezy's in with the BKB. Forcing them back. JT's ready to rip the team out. There's the rip. Is he going to take them away? It is, but Emo actually left behind. They kind of split up. I'm going to go there, looking for a slither of health as he's able to run away. Emo's still fighting back against Flip. Kaka remaining burrowed, causing some issues here for EG as they'll slowly but surely bring him down. Emo trying to finish up here for the backup there. Arteezy jumps across.
He's gone in a second. They did not time it. Oh, that would be so big.
And as it is, Emo's just going to get a free reset. As time's been pulled for the rest of IG to get back over. And now still 50 seconds without Arbed. IG, they'll still play it careful, not wanting to push in with Kaka dead.
Surprised that JT decided to just bail them out completely. I think like they can go for this kind of a play with Sven focusing the barracks and then bailing. They also need to be careful about the Force Staff so that someone does not get caught inside of the base without getting back. Oh, we can see that. Like Razor, he's also level 25, extra attack speed. It's just a lot of damage. A lot of damage. He might not be able to get the static link off the Sven anymore unless they proc his Lincoln Sphere, so might just go for a different target.
See it again here. She said, well, what do you reckon the time it was on that Aegis? Were you keeping track of it? It was
yeah, I was keeping track.
Radiant are scanning.
4 seconds apparently. So close to making such a big play, but couldn't quite control how quickly they took down Emo. So Emo able to get away with sticking around, and
it was like 3-0-1, you know, but once it needs to kick in, so it was very close.
G to hit out with a smoke here. See there, the Aghanims. JT's going to have an even easier time of quickly taking his team out if he feels that the fight is going the wrong way.
EG will love to farm up buybacks on especially on the Storm Spirit. Like Lycan doesn't matter that much, especially if he uses the form already. But they need this buyback on the Storm Spirit, and they would also love to get that level 25.
29-24. IG still with the 12k lead. Fly. Getting close to the money to be able to slot something out and get his Abyssal Blade in. Still have buyback gold available. Incredibly rich.
Radiant's middle tower
of course,
is
with
under
that
attack.
shard, that extra reach. Just the area of coverage that he can get in and under you and get that 2.5 second stun off. It makes it so hard to choose the right time to start retreating, as he'll always be able to chase you with that much range.
Dark Rift, Aghanim Scepter upgraded by Underlord, so that means 1 second less delay.
They're going to jump on easy, keep it in. But they've got the Hex, they've got the Dissimulation. No, easy in trouble, he's getting taken out, gets the BKB off. Oh, so very not easy, will be able to keep himself alive. Outside Cruise over the back, nice Hex down only. But the Rod's there, the control side, they bring him down, the Lycan falls.
Radiant's bottom
somehow though, EG able to keep Arteezy alive. Nearly ending in another disaster there. Arteezy still does not have the buyback goal. Arteezy moving in on the link down on the front line. Still going to take him out, they can! The Rift just fly out of there! Not easy. It's right.
He's gonna drop.
He must have to just walk back up to him and have the Hex. He must have to set him on grit. The Hex into the sun. A question mark
in the old chat. Alright, I love that. GG's called. He was just standing there. Alright.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Spicing it up a little bit. As oh my goodness.
That was so close. They managed to get out. Voidbridge still stays in, and they get the kill on Abid. Unfortunately for EG, they did not have buybacks on any of the 3 cores.
What a game 3. Whew. What a game 3. It ain't over yet. It's not over yet at all. Game 3, IG able to take it. I mean, it gets to the late stages of the game, and IG, they're just able to step up the execution. And EG just sort of caught off guard too many times going into the late game, the cost.
Yeah, they needed to close out this game a bit earlier, because Sven, he scaled, that's a Sven with the new upgrade on the Blink Dagger. He's not really a popular hero, but he could, you could get so many items, you could get 12 slotted on Sven pretty much. So it's not an old Sven where he does not scale. And the emo, with the question mark in the end, what's going on? Let's go for game number 4.
I mean, he definitely had sort of the redemption game there. He had a tough mid-game. They were able to catch him multiple times, sort of 4 times back-to-back, but then coming in with those plays at the end, the Dissimulate stun the Hex, too much lockdown, and getting the jump with those aggressive steps into the Hex each and every time on the high ground siege. But yeah, with question marks like that, I'm glad this series is still going. We're going to see what happens in game 4 as it really is heating up here in the grand finals. As IG with that 3rd game, they'll bring it to 2-1.
there, he caught himself and Arteezy too.
Yeah.
The poor Razor was just there.
And that can happen once. I think EG's okay, but then there was like multiple more fights. You'll see it again here where he goes in with the BKB, but Sven has the Abyssal Blade. He itemized, ready for the Storm Spirit, so it was just really good play coming out from the Sven.
There was the move on the top lane as well, where Fly outplayed him a little bit, held that Minotaur horn for the last second.
Yeah.
Abe jumps on top of him.
Those misplays and IG being on top of things, able to
for sure.
capitalize on that mistake.
For sure, but you also have to keep in mind that they had this early aggressive draft that we've seen in the game one. It worked there. However, here you can't allow yourself to make too many mistakes. If you do, the enemy team just comes back, especially when they have a Sven. Sven is not the void. This hero does hurt if he gets a couple of items, and they secured his farming patterns well enough. They secured the Ancients and made a couple of mistakes. Emo as well, throughout the mid-game you could see him jump in, catch crit, then Yule himself, and crit for me still was the outstanding player of this game and the series so far. If I was going to give someone an MVP, it would be crit.
But we should try to give an MVP
to the
So I think you've got to really feel like Emo could step it up even more going into the next game, just based on what we saw at the end.
The Emo redemption arc.
Yeah, did they awaken the beast?
They might have, they might have. I like this game, it felt personal. We saw the question mark. Could there be a reverse sweep? Because I feel like this is the sort of game that can put emotion, some momentum on Invictus Gaming, because they look like a different team compared to the first two games.
100%, and my question is, how many times can Crit perform on such a high level like he did in the
He'll do a
first
5
three
games
games?
If needed.
5 games?
I feel like I can't remember the last time I saw a bad game from Crit. And I think as far as reverse sweep goes, I think, you know, we've seen EG lose games. It doesn't throw him off. I don't think EG is going to suddenly be playing bad Dota, but it's more IG is going to have a lot more confidence. They're stepping up. They've made the tweaks needed in the draft. I think banning Beastmaster was absolutely crucial. To me, it should have been maybe done after game 1, but I don't think we're going to see EG get to play Beastmaster again.
Well, there's a very high chance that this time around it will be IG on the side that has to ban IO and Puck, meaning Beastmaster might be in the pool. It's difficult. I mean, do you want to give Abed Puck? Is that a thing? I don't think you do. Like, what would you rather have, Abed Storm or Abed Puck? He's going to go out of control on both, I feel. We're going to have to wait and see what happens in the 4th game of this best of 5 grand finals, because that is right around the corner. Maybe a little bit of a longer break this time around to give players also some time to eat a bite. Sometimes that happens after the 3rd game, so we'll have to wait and see. And while we're waiting, we can get ourselves be comfortable, because we have our lovely Secret Lab chair partner getting us comfortable throughout this entire major, getting the players comfortable as well. And if you want to experience some professional grade sitting experience, you can get yourself one on secretlab.co. Make sure to check that out in the break. It will give you loads of browsing pleasure and perhaps some sitting pleasure at the end of that as well. We'll see you right after the break for Game 4.
There's Arteezy, Abadendi, Tonil, and Doggo, and Kayasen! What's up? Dude, we're such huge fans! Where did you get that skin?
Whoa! JBL presents the sounds of victory. JBL Quantum Gaming headsets.
Okay, alright.
Đôi khi mình chỉ cần một ai đó lắng nghe. Tinder đã giúp mình tìm được những người bạn thú vị để sẻ chia. Giờ đây, ngày mới của mình tràn đầy những trải nghiệm mới mẻ cùng những người bạn đến từ Tinder. Tinder, thêm bạn, thêm trải nghiệm.
Pressure, rising on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game I wanna win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
For a third major in a row, Evil Geniuses and Invictus Gaming meet each other at a crucial point of the tournament. The second to last time was EG knocking out, or IG knocking out EG. Then the major after that, it was EG knocking out IG. This time round, they meet for the first time in the grand finals, and we are going to find out which one of these two teams will take the championship. The first major of the season, so much prestige behind it as well. We're heading to a fourth game. We have Evil Geniuses up by 2 games versus Invictus Gaming, a 1 game just now. So they will have to try and go for the full reverse sweep if they want to take this championship. I'm here with Gods and Lizard, and we're preparing for this 4th game. A lot is going to ride on the draft, Gods.
Totally agreed. I think we saw IG finally put themselves in a place where they had an even draft. I wouldn't say they outdrafted EG there. The Sven pick, you know, a little unproven. Definitely a bit out there. Not as bad as a Faceless Void, but a perfect game for it. And they had a win condition this time, which, you know, was not convincing, but they did manage to get the win.
Also, no one thought really that IG is going to fall without a battle, without at least taking one game, without giving their best.
I mean, the first 2 games did not give me a lot of hope. I think the fact that they were able to bounce back in that 3rd game, it shows so much about this team and their resilience, because that's when all the pressure is on, right? It's so easy to let tilt get to you at that point.
Especially if you get tipped too many times in a game.
Yeah, I want. Hopefully, there's someone out there who can go back through those first 2 games. I want to know how many times Emo was tipped. Those 3 games, I feel like it was at least 10 plus times per game. So that man is being targeted by Crit, by Abed, and you know, for me, going to game 4, all eyes on that mid lane.
Also, we have to again say Emo has been the star performer of IG, and in the first 2 games we have not seen the same Emo. This time around it's looking much better, and what I liked is that they won with a strategy that they've drafted before, with something that fits their style. They let you have your own heroes, and then they pick something completely off meta like Sven, and they make it work, because it was a solid Sven game.
Yeah, a little bit better than the Faces Void game.
Okay, let's not go that off meta. Let's not choose heroes that can't be played even.
There should be limits to the madness. Absolutely. We're gonna also find out who's gonna get Radiant, who's gonna get Dire, and who's gonna get first pick. I think that's a very important one as well. And again, I kind of feel like there should be one game where IO or Puck is not going to get banned.
Where Puck is not going to get banned, maybe.
IO is going to get banned.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think IO just, especially the further you get into the series, I think it's like, if you're going to try a game where you give away IO,
it's in the first
it should
one.
happen in the first game, or maybe EG they get up to and they're like, okay, let's give them IO and see what happens. But
and when we look how hard it is to play versus the Storm Spirit, that's also one of the reasons why we want to ban out the Puck, because the matchup can be a little bit more difficult for him. You're working with the Silence, with the Dream Coil catch. Dream Coil with the Aghanims as well is a problem later on throughout the game, so I still think we won't really see much different first 4 bans, really.
Maybe much different first couple of picks. We saw Storm Spirit and Earth Spirit 2 times, 2 games in a row on the side of EG, and it's just, it feels too good to give away.
You told me about the crit, playing Earth Spirit 5 games in a row, and if necessary, he's going to play them on the same standard. What do you think about Abed and the Storm Spirit?
He'll play 5 games if needed. I think where EG is going to look at their, I mean, I don't think they necessarily think they're outdrafted. Clearly, the way the game was going, they had a big lead, they were going high ground. They're going to feel like they could have won that game. But I don't think they're going to go for the Lycan again, would be my guess. I think that's the hero that was more like a let's do this one game, but not every game. The Storm, they're going to pick it, 5 games if needed.
Do you feel like IG made the game a little, like we said that EG played very clean Dota, right? Do you think that IG muddied the waters in that game, or was that just the late game potential of their draft coming through? Because I also thought that in the lanes they did do a little bit better. They didn't let EG get ahead as much as they
For sure, overall they did better. Overall their draft was better, but then again, maybe it was, not maybe, EG was a little bit too hungry to end the game. Some of those moves on the high ground and on the top lane, if you don't go too deep, if you're satisfied with, let's say, forcing 1 buyback and getting 1 kill instead of going for that Sven 2-3 times in a row, I think the game would still be in their hands, because Razor wouldn't have died and his item progression would come a little bit faster.
It's kind of like they didn't respect the power on what a Sven can do, as well as even like the supporting cast heroes like Phoenix. It's kind of like they, you know.
Evil geniuses turn to ban. Dire team ban. Evil geniuses turn to ban.
But he feels the Earth Spirit and the Tusk. These are the best 4 positions to go with.
And he won't be able to play the Earth Spirit because Invictus Gaming, for the first time, is it the first time they banned out the Tusk?
In this series,
in this series, yeah.
And, I mean, obviously they had an IO puck.
They banned it out both games in the last
But Tusk
series.
has been their preferred 4 to ban out.
I believe in the series that they lost 0-2, they've been banning out the Earth Spirit, if I'm correct, in the first stage, but in this one, they've been banning out the Tusk.
And they'll open again with the Phoenix. They really believe in that hero.
Okay, is it
Mirana again? Is it
Mirana or
feels
Storm,
like, you know,
right?
deja vu from game 1. I guess, yeah, if you pick the Mirana, IG could take the Storm themselves if they want to basically block pick up it. So.
And it's also not bad
10
to take that Storm
remaining.
versus the Mirana, because you're already kind of fine with the position 4 you're playing in.
5
So
seconds
And I think
remaining.
you're way less worried about them stealing the Mirana away. Or Mirana can easily be maybe
Dire team
exchanged
pick.
into something.
Points away.
It will
See
be
that
the
Pango?
Okay, we're seeing
Totally
something
mix it
different.
up. Okay.
And they do flex this this Pango both on and on ice. But perhaps they still want to pick up the Tusk in the second pick if they get the chance.
for
10
sure, they
seconds
definitely
remaining.
could. Phoenix already is a nice support to have against Tusk because you're able to
Evil
get away from him in the early game.
Lion.
Invictus Gaming, okay, they go with the Lion, and I wouldn't mind the Tusk now with Evil Geniuses. I've seen this matchup many times. Most recently it was the Secret game. It didn't work out for them, but their whole draft was a little too EU.
10 seconds remaining.
Sorry.
We'll see this time around.
Kind of funny.
5
We gotta make
seconds
the
remaining.
jokes while we can.
Yeah.
Dire
I don't know
team
how.
back.
I mean, it burns me the most here. I guess Shiver as well, obviously. But
Yeah, but it's at the same time, it's good for the scene. It's refreshing. I love that our top 8 had all 6 different regions in it. And credit to the Chinese region, they had 3 teams, of course, in there, and
10 seconds
they're
remaining.
the strongest. Just hands down. They have also just have a really
5
good
seconds
infrastructure
remaining.
to promote the games. I think
the
that
academy
helps
teams.
a ton. Yeah, academy teams, all the leagues going on.
Evil geniuses turn
it's
to
impressive.
ban.
And great at kind of developing the young players with those academy teams. Like
Yeah.
you see IG, it's not just let's you play with the same veterans and maybe put a young player in it. It's mostly younger, newer roster of players. But
Yeah, and then with the veteran coach. In this case, we have lowercase.
10 seconds remaining.
In this case, we have a Storm Spirit once again. They're not
Yeah.
straying
5
away from
seconds
that
remaining.
road.
they'll do 5 games of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you see these supports, and I'm
Dire
sure I was
team
just like,
back.
yeah, these supports alive. That's what he did in game 1. So
For sure, Lion still, I'm saying that it can be problematic for the Storm Spirit throughout the game. We haven't seen it pan out that way, but I have seen it in general in other in other ways in which Lion or Shadow Shaman catch that Storm every time he tries to
10
zip, to
seconds
creep skip or
remaining.
whatever. Now, what my thoughts are, obviously
Evil
the Juggernaut
geniuses
versus the
turn
Egg.
to
What
ban.
about Bloodseeker? Will Evil Genius let that go through to Fly or not? Because they do have the Pango already, and there is no chance for IG to counter it from a support position like Grimstroke, let's say.
would you consider Fly someone who
10
would be willing to
seconds
pull out the
remaining.
Bloodseeker?
Oh,
It
for
feels-
sure,
okay.
100%. He's one of those carry players
5
that can also be
seconds
put
remaining.
in the side position. Meanwhile, Emo takes over and becomes the true win condition from a Morphling or similar.
They played Bloodseeker in the series that they played against EG earlier on in the tournament. Actually, that one didn't go the way they wanted it to, but it does prove that.
One Void Spirit banned out by Evil Geniuses, securing,
Dire
well,
team
not
back.
necessarily securing the Storm, just banning out. Maybe the Squap ban is a bigger issue for the Storm Spirit than the Void Spirit.
They ban that every single game. I think they.
Yep, and that's every game.
It's true.
Yeah.
So what lanes well against Storm Spirit? If we're gonna focus on the Emo versus
10
Abed
seconds
lane,
remaining.
what do we want to see against that Storm?
I mean, we've seen
5
Deathrock, I think,
seconds
being one of the
remaining.
better mids against it, but it doesn't seem like a perhaps
I don't-
emo hero. It's not as flashy, kind of carry the game. But I mean, honestly, I've seen Death Prophets kind of carry the game in their own way. But
For sure, but it's all about moving from one objective to another and playing around your team, not
Evil
necessarily being the
geniuses turn
star
to ban.
performer that's
Yes.
able to question mark afterwards after some good plays. Alchemist banned out by gaming. And for me, Storm just feels like, you know, really good place in which you don't have to protect him with way too many bans. I at least haven't seen heroes just dominate
10
that
seconds remaining.
Especially not with position 4s coming by.
5 seconds
it
remaining.
feels like normally that period is the first where Storm would struggle. But if your position 4 can help you through it, you're good.
Well, and particularly against the teams who are doing the line shaman support, they don't rotate mid.
Yeah,
and I think
exactly.
that's where, you know, EG's run through this bracket. The team they
Evil
played,
geniuses
LGD,
turn
IG,
dire
the
team
mostly Chinese C teams, they do run those range support positions that they're not the non-roamers. So
yeah, they don't
play against a crit who's on Earth Spirit camping mid.
And then they don't give IG the chance to pick up the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
They pick a DP themselves, but also this DP and Pangolier may still keep you thinking
remaining.
which lane they're going, how are they going to lane. Pango can be
5
4,
seconds
Death Prophet can be
remaining.
3, Death Prophet can be 5.
Yeah, I think they've run it mostly on 5, but I want to say there's been one Ice game maybe on it.
Not in the
Not here,
DPC,
okay.
or rather
Not
not
the
in the
major.
major. Yeah.
So
And
we're
usually
expecting it to fly.
Yeah, usually that third pick is where they pick flies here as well, because they, you know, they feel like, okay, let's just pick out 5, not reveal too much, so perhaps leaving the Pang flexible, but...
Yeah, when you think about position 4s that are still able for EG, that task is still in the pool if they wanted to snatch that away.
That's just
If
Mirana,
they wanted to pick the Pango off lane.
I like the Mirana look too, like you're playing into the Phoenix, it lanes well with the Pango.
For sure.
A little bit greedier, but it just seems to suit EG going back to that game 1 draft.
And in Victor's gaming, they've already shown 2 supports, so it's going to be an Ember Spirit. Just the Spirit, right?
Yeah.
Any spirit against the Storm Spirit will be okay.
Yeah, your lane maybe not going to be the best, but you've got to have a way to not let Abed just have this free reign over team fights because there's no control for it.
10 seconds
I feel like it's a
remaining.
skill-based matchup in which still Storm Spirit is the big brother that takes over
5
eventually.
seconds remaining.
If he goes for aggressive builds like an Orchid early on, he can still hunt you across the map, and it becomes a little bit harder. But still, it's a Storm. It's a spirit on spirit, like Parker said. It's really down to the player.
And I think another good adjustment we're seeing from IG is they're not over prioritizing JT's hero too early. They realize they're going to get something. He's going to have a game, but you've got to make sure you get those supports and the heroes for him.
Yeah, we still have Mars and Timbersaw in the pool. Could also go the way of EG, by the way. There's still that potential as well.
Because EG hasn't banned any, right? Like they banned what 0 offlane heroes so far?
The only one is of course the Beastmaster that IG banned at the start.
If you pick, let's say, a Timbersaw on IG, it's fine, but that Prophet has a lot of damage against you. If it's a core Storm Spirit as well, is a bit problematic, so might not be the best option, but JT is a phenomenal Timber player, so it could work. The Mars perhaps a better option that you mentioned earlier.
Do you want to see the Underlord from him again? Still.
I think that's matchup dependent, so maybe depending what EG pick here, if they pick a carry where the Underlord matches up well, or an offline, I mean last game against Lycan, like if they pick Lycan, they get 100% pick Underlord.
Yeah, they picked it versus the Lycan, but also it did do quite well versus the Spirit, versus Storm.
Yeah, the Atos, the Roots, the Pit of Malice.
Oh.
We talk about this hero a lot,
All right.
and we see it banned against EG, but this will be the first time that they actually get to play it.
First time,
major.
Yeah, first time on the major that I'm seeing it, so looking forward to watching the position 5 enchanters. This should mean that Prophet is offlane and Pangolier is 4, right? Because I don't think Crit will play that Prophet. I haven't even seen position 4 that Prophet this tournament, so... what are the positives? You have a very strong lane, you're strong versus the Ember Spirit with the enchant. Besides that, I don't feel the enchanters in the meta. It's only Secret and EG that are rolling.
The Troll for the first time, I think, not banned in the same phase, makes it through, and will be on the side of Invictus Gaming. Are we okay with this? I know that there was a little bit of a too greedy draft in the first game of this best of 5, and
Evil
it's
geniuses
edging that
turn
way,
to bad.
depending on their last pick.
From who do you think? From IG?
From IG.
Draft looks very solid. Yeah. I think they have what it takes, and they just need a solid offlaner with some stuns that can protect Yeg and bring that teamfight potential. They have Skirmish from the Ember Spirit. Troll is a good carry to rely on in the current meta. They're goes the Mars, so we won't see that. And they banned out the Razor to protect the Troll Warlord as well.
I feel like we'll have to see where EG go if they try and go back to that more farming style. I think typically when they pick the Enchantress, because they are going for that greedier carry pick, they could try pull out something like the Arteezy Terrorblade.
Oh yeah.
Here I thought we'd see more because there was so much Terrorblade during the group stage and it was doing so well. I'm like, well, that's Arteezy Hero, but EG.
We could see it. I don't mind the Ember too much into the Terrorblade. You get that.
Yeah.
You can itemize properly against them. It's still decent versus the Troll. Troll used to be pretty good against TB.
Geniuses
I
turn
think
to
it's a little bit easier to play this time around, and Monkey banned out by IG.
Surprise my Monkey.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
like,
by the way, this hero
still in the pool.
usually
the pool.
first pick, first ban in many games.
How do you feel about the Monkey on EG? Is that something Arteezy plays? I haven't seen it too many times.
I think Arteezy plays every character.
I'm sure he can. It's one of those things where I imagine he's played in pubs and stuff, but it's never been a go-to hero of his. Or usually I think EG in the past have even run mid defender.
So go-to heroes would be Wraith King, Terrorblade, right? These types.
For Arteezy, yeah. Ursa even.
Please tell me this is not an alchemist.
It's banned for EG. It would have been. They love Enchantress Alchemist.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that for a second.
And the
it might have been a Bloodseeker game for EG, so it gets taken away by IG.
We talked about the Bloodseeker early on. After the first bans, we talked about the Bloodseeker being a potential ban or a pickup for IG, and they get it. They get it for free, and they get it on JT on offlane. And it's also a hero that loves buying that Atos from the offlane, which can be a little bit problematic for the Storm and Rupture versus the
Yeah, a lot of carries you're thinking like, I don't really want to play into Rupture. Like we saw PA, like you can't really blink around, maneuver around fights, because I feel like this would be like often like, Arteezy may just be like, yeah, it's a good PA game, but then this Bloodseeker comes out and you're maybe second guessing that a bit.
Emo Ember Spirit looks pretty damn solid so far in the game.
Phantom is your hero.
Okay. I'll give it a go. I like this. It is that kind of laning carry.
I've seen this story before. I've seen Bloodseeker into the PA. It didn't work out.
That was.
What do we think?
What do we think?
All right, not this time. I'm thinking, Pangolier has a counter. I think EG also spent probably like 20% of their time between the games to think about the draft, 80% of the time how to counter that question. Because it's a mental warfare out there.
Looking good.
Prepare for battle.
You thought to take
I'm very excited to see it. I'm very happy that we're getting to see an Arteezy PA. I think this is going to be one of those carry heroes that either just is explosive, pops off, and carries the whole game on his back, or he's going to look very underwhelming. So a lot of focus on whether Arteezy's going to have an amazing game, or if maybe that question mark is going to tilt him off his sort of game. Thank you very much, GBS. Getting ourselves ready for this full game now. 2-1 at the moment. EG still with the advantage here in this best of 5. And Lacoste. Now, I've got to ask, if you're getting question marked, are you playing better the next game, or does it get to you?
There needs to be some kind of response. You need to have a strat prepared for this, because you cannot let this not be punished. Like, you need to punish the question mark in the old chat. you need to start tipping. Like if Emo gets killed, I expect all 5 tips, you know, just straight going onto him.
Let's see what sort of a game Emo can have. We saw last time Emo had a really good start, a tough mid-game, but a few over-aggressive moves did hurt him. And then obviously was able to pick it back up in the late game, at level 25. Eyes on him. And overall, what sort of jumps out to you as being necessarily strong, weak from both of these drafts?
IG, they have like a good laning stage, you know, Troll, pretty much he always finds a farm, goes back to jungle, farms that Battle Fury. Emo on Ember Spirit has been really impressive. Like whenever you have Ember Spirit, you need to have something that deals tower damage. JT on the bottom lane, on a Bloodseeker. We've seen what Bloodseeker can do. Either to position 4 Pangolier or to position 1 Phantom Assassin. Like it just kind of cripples your Arteezy play the exact same matchup. I believe in the first game. Like you can't blink. Like you blink, you take the damage, it's gonna be hard. Also, JT should have a relatively good time on the bottom lane. Playing into Phantom Assassin, there isn't just not enough damage to threaten a kill. I would say on a Bloodseeker, he has 6 armor, starting with the magic stick. One thing they need to do is block the big camp. Just Kaka needs to body block the big camp, and so Fly can't get the big creep.
Ollie nearly gets taken out there, just put the fire. Salve there is crit. Get aggressive onto him. Right, guys, gotta be careful. Kaka, especially when they hit level 2, they're gonna have good setup to hold either Fly or Arteezy in the blood right.
Yeah, that's what you want to have. Whenever the Bloodseeker is big, you want to have some kind of slow, some kind of stun to pair it up with the blood right, keep them inside.
Yeah, things going in the mid lane, pretty even so far in the early levels. Now Abed very comfortable now into the Storm with the amount of games that we've seen go for it in the draft.
He's just heating up. You know, these were just practices, and this is the game that matters.
Where are you going?
Oh, Bloodseeker.
Put the stick charges. Arteezy turns his attention over towards Kaka. The blood right's down. Arteezy's got to back up, but the Hex is going to catch Arteezy inside of the blood right. JT and Kaka, they're going to dive to finish off the kill. They'll get it. First blood for IG as they take down Arteezy. Stuns back up for Kaka. He'll look to Fly. They're getting both of them. There's Fly. Down to the last couple of tangos. Is ever South coming out. Smart moves there from IG as they bait Arteezy in.
Bloodseeker is so tanky, like you could see him holding on to the Fairy Fire, comes back in, Magic Stick, gets some heal from the Thirst. It's a lot of damage, you know, because there was a fight going on, they could not block the camp, so Fly will take over the big creep.
Oh, sweet!
Now they need to be careful. Having Hellbear Smasher with that clap, it's a lot of damage. It's a 150 damage.
Big crit. Coming in for that extra bit of damage on Emo's got the very can he get one more hit? Emo's gonna fine, still has himself in there.
Okay, here we go. Tips, bit of a voice lines used. This is a standard threat move from position 4 whenever he has any kind of slow, any kind of stun. He hides and then TPs to the mid lane, leaves some solo XP to Ice.
Yeah, sure, gives it the opportunity to solo XP. Is he actually going to live it? Ice? Not quite. Fly just enough damage there to take him out.
Yeah, that Orb of Venom actually making the difference. You know, just holding him a bit closer to them so they can deal the damage.
No.
See him mid. Getting fully back with them. It does have a salve. Again, multiple Mangoes and Clarities coming out to keep them in the lane. That 4-minute power rune going to be incredibly important here between these two spirits. See what sort of moves they make to secure that for each side's mid. Bottom lane, despite that kill and the pressure being put onto Arteezy, arm still looking solid. 16-5 against the 13-4 at JT. Gonna look to try and chase down Kaka here.
They're making a move. Online, already used pretty much everything they had. Blood right.
Can't turn it. Set up for the blood right, but he's gonna go down. If he can get the kill, JT won't be able to finish off Blood.
This was an easy one. Kaka just kind of handles this kill to them. Runes, Evo bottled DD. Abed needs to be a bit more careful with that double damage on the Ember Spirit, like also rotation from line could possibly come onto the mid lane.
Prepare for a lesson.
Job Ice. You have 3-way also able to get. Fly's courier there. Turns. Fly, try for maybe another move down bottom with the second one. Like a beat down onto JT. With the blood right. Fly will still be caught in it. So we continue to commit on to JT.
Wait up.
A lot of 100 move speed.
Control here with the stun of the center, but the stick charges are up and the DD's coming in as well. Zanti's got to be careful. Emo making the moves over and he has that DD room to go. Holding him in the blood right. RTZ trying to run. Is he going to be able to jump out in time? He is. Over to the safety applied. RTZ able to run him down. They will manage to take his courier, so that's the one gone for a minute. Emo's going to have another catch. So closing in on RTZ. Chasing him away from the lane. RTZ needs help.
He wants to blink out once again. 2 blinks. He lost a lot of CS, but this so did JP, but JP realizes, you know, I'm not going to chase. I do not have boots of speed. Instead, I'll come back to the lane and get some extra levels. Also, I want to see another point in a blood right. He went for 2 points in Thirst. It got nerfed. You know, this spell was so OP mid lane.
They're going in onto Arbed. TP coming in. Arbed, he may just be able to turn a takedown. Ollie pots the Ferret Fire, but Emo's chasing him down, burning him. It's not enough though. So Arbed will live, and now Emo underneath the tower. Fly's going to be able to turn and pressure Emo. Emo's got the bottle charges. Salving up as well.
He's out of mana. Does not have enough for a spear. Oh, that was so close. Like if that connects, he's just straight up dead. So slow for more Venom damage might just be enough. Top rune, haste. Emo, his bottle will get refilled.
Yeah, but grab that haste though. It's Arbed.
Haste!
Gonna have that. Plays definitely full to me be made. But now,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Speed to get around some jungle camps. Look to just head back to base, get that reset. Look for some sort of TP gang because it's level 6 has been hit. Arbed can look to make an impact on the side lanes if it's an opportunity.
Fly is very low on the top lane. Needs 1 CS to be level 6. Let's see where he decides to. Top is being pinged out.
Here I am!
Move on a mid. He just uses Remnant, gets back to safety. Arteezy not getting too much out of the bottom lane.
He's had to spend quite a bit of time moving away after Emo came in and chased him away from this. Arteezy having a bit of a slower start. Pressure from IG, and now IG getting some damage done to the tower. Arteezy still left on his own on this bottom. As see Fly had to keep you over towards the mid. Bottle refill for Arbed. Playing some faces on Volley and Fly.
And now they need to help Arteezy. He's level 5, they're 7 minutes in. Doesn't have too much CS, like that Prophet has more CS than Arteezy right now. It's kind of worrying, so they need to gank his lane.
See if Arbed can get the jump in his Kaka. To start things with the stun onto RTZ, but IG, they are relatively aware of this. They'll try and lead in, but the Hex and the Blood Right laid down will stop them from being able to close the gap onto JT. This might stop them from getting Kaka now. Arbed's going to look to die. He's able to dodge the stun, gets in on top of him. He'll be able to free up the space for RTZ on this bottom lane a little bit more now.
Even though there was a good Hex into silence, they still get to kill on position 5. They wanted to kill Bloodseeker there because he's more.
See the jump from Arbed and Fly, and then back to the mid, but crits around and he's picked up the arcane rune. Emo up to the high ground and the TP coming in from Kaka. Stop EG from diving with the 3 of them.
Seems like the story of this major for the mid laners is refill the bottle. Like whoever can die, whoever can go to the base, just please refill my bottle so I can keep playing aggressively.
And in Secret's case, it's oops, I shouldn't have picked up that ball. A lot of bottle shenanigans around the mid lane have occurred this tournament.
And no one lost their bottle in this game. That's what's important. That Prophet is level 6. They can start putting some pressure on the top tower because Troll does not want to be in the lane anymore. Someone else needs to be there. I'm not sure if they can defend. Like one thing they can do is possibly rotate another hero to the bottom and just outnumber them in pressure. And that's exactly what the Fly does. Like he wants to get a trade from it.
On top lane, space is there for Ice. Whip with the Ghost.
Radiant's
tier 1 will be
tower
taken
is
down
under
by
attack.
EG. No defense from IG. They look to just try and find space to farm first. Fly.
So it will be a trade. Bottom tower dropping very low. They know no one is there. Defending JT going for a lot of ATAS, which I really like against Phantom Assassin, against the Storm Spirit and Ahmed. Good setup for Blood Red.
Getting a little bit baited here. Can't have to step on with the Hex and the stun. They lock down Arbed. Arbed, a very aggressive move there as he starts to punch into Emo, but Emo's got backup.
Emo also needs to be
Dire's
careful
top
about
tower
using
is
those
under
tips
attack.
straight away. You need to save some for the mid and late game.
Tip management, a very, very important level of resource management in Dota 2. Games like this one, better bits online, major grand finals. Gotta make sure you're ready to hit your enemy.
I'm looking at the chat right now. A lot of question marks. Seems like they're not. Chat does not know what we're talking about. We need to explain things.
It's a very confusing game, Dota 2. So I think it's the natural response from the viewers.
They're like, "What is this? What's happening?" Like everything needs to be explained. No one knows anything. 2021. What a year to be in.
Great crit. He's gonna roll. He's gonna TP for the blood. Ooh, he has to stop it. He has to stop it to stop the
Yeah,
bleed.
you just die.
Radiant's
Like if you
middle
try to
tower
TP
is
out
under
at these
attack.
early levels and you're not tanky enough, you just straight up die.
Stupendous!
Making some good space to push in on the mid here with JT.
Dire's structures
So that
are
Rod of
fortified.
Atos first. Ollie.
Radiant structures
Level
are
5.
fortified.
Try and find a Phoenix 6.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bottom Fly getting some good space health coming out. Perseverance done. On the way to the Battle Fury and still
Dire's top tower
spot.
is under attack.
The network. RTZ also making steps towards his. Picked up the broadsword.
Yeah, you want to get, as a Phantom Assassin, you do not pick up Ring of Health. In the laning stage, you really don't need it for the jungle pretty much. Especially if you find something like a Royal Jelly, then you have enough regeneration. So just get more damage, you're going to get more farm because of the damage. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you can see here. No, Emo does not want to use his tip there, so Kaka steps in like a real bro.
Their tips spread nice and even. There's no telling how long the game could go. With both teams having a Battle Fury carry, this could step up to be one of the longer ones. Coming in very aggressively here. Ahmed can be able to set things up. The silence from Ice not quite there in time. Emo's able to just escape.
If they connect with that silence, roll, and another roll, bounce, I think they have enough damage to bring him down. They also have enchant, so they can dispel his flame guard, which is a pretty big deal.
Dire are scanning.
After JT, they're out on the hunt. This moment, seeing if they can maybe find Arteezy. Crit again, trying to get in position to put a stop to these sort of moves, but it's a good long wraparound from IG.
And look what Kaka is doing. He's saving the tome. Does not want to use it to show on the board. You know, maybe they use the tome. He's still level 5, so he does not want to show that he can, you know, have that finger in a team fight.
Right? They're going to be able to get the set on a fly, caught in the blood right fly. Kill it up. And IG they'll chase him down, take out the Enchantress. With that, they'll have the space to push down this tier 1.
And now, because he got that XP, Kaka hands over book to Phoenix, who kind of needs a bit more XP. They're stacking the books. This is what I've noticed throughout this series. Like, Phoenix will not use this book. He'll try to get level 6 and give it to someone else if it's needed.
Yeah, it's sort of just being used as an emergency.
Yeah, exactly. IG's library. But you need to return the book. Otherwise, police gonna get you.
Yeah, fine's gonna be. Fury progress, fly, sword away. To Arteezy. Not enough to pick up his claymore. Very close still.
Radiant's bottom tower
A
is
little bit
under
of a lead
attack.
for Fly. Smoke up from EG. Get aggressive with the Rolling Thunder and the lead in from Arbed. Good ways to start the fights. JT is pushing out on this bottom lane low. So if they can punish this, is JT. Stuck around a little too long, as here we have it. Leading from Ahmed. Sets up a trip to perfect to get the Rolling Thunder. There'll be no chance for a turnaround from JT. Smoke pays
Radiant's
off.
bottom tower
They're
is
going to
under
delay
attack.
that. Front of Atos, it's going to be a pretty good deal. Great setup for the Blood Right once again. Right side. Bit of a more like teamfight oriented build. These are like 2 points in silence, 2 points in Crypt Swap, but he's still keeping at the top 3 networks, which is pretty impressive.
This extended silence is going to be ever so more effective against Emo as well. When you see the Javelin, you know that he's not going to have a straight up Yule's run. You're going to have that extra window where there won't be any counter taking silence.
Now over here!
Now bottom, Fly. He's going to find an Arbet that's got no mana. Zardes with no chance of an escape. Flyfly's just going to pop the ult and take him down.
No tips whatsoever, so they're just keeping it. You know, they feel maybe Abed's gonna die multiple times. And this is gonna get the Troll Warlord to his Battle Fury. A bit of a delayed Battle Fury, but you know, it's an Orb of Venom, Magic Wand, Phase Boots Battle Fury 15 minutes in. It's still fine. Phantom Assassin just needs another 800 gold to finish off hers.
You know, messing around from Emo and his build. After the Maelstrom, going straight into the BKB. Won't have to deal with the threat of the Orchid of Arbet, the silence of Ice Ice Ice.
BKB is just a much safer choice, where like you don't care about pretty much any of the abilities other than the Exorcism.
Meanwhile, Arbet, he's got to be careful. Rod of Atos done on JT. IG have some pretty phenomenal setup.
And once you get a BKB on Ember Spirit,
Radiant
your Flame Guard cannot be purged off by Enchantress. Smoke from IG.
It's been scanned out though. EG, a little moves being made upon them.
Yes.
Careful how they stand around this position with no tier 1 tower backing them up. Ice Ice, still stepping over. England is they're going to be able to find a setup. Fingers getting shot down into the blood right. They look at Burn. Pretty tanky, but not tanky enough to withstand the damage from all these items. Sprint being rushed. Also has no escape. IG, despite the fact that EG scan it out and knew something was coming, they weren't able to react or get away in time as they still lose too.
Like they tried to pull themselves a bit more towards the north. They thought that Prophet can potentially, you know, tank all that damage. She's super tanky. Like, look at all these small items on Ice Ice Ice. Power Treads and Strength, Wand, Casual Urn, Casual Medallion. Like, he does not have enough items for everything. Just wants to use the range up, cloak in, for a BKB.
Look at his damage here. Arbet, he's got to run. He's going to chase him with a remnant. See if he's got enough mana. He hasn't got another remnant to play with, so Arbet will manage to get out, but a lot of damage being done there. I think Emo pretty much got 2 back-to-back Maelstrom procs off on him.
A bit of a different game for Abed. Like, they managed to shut him down in Game 3. Also in Game 4, he's not having that good of a time. It's gonna be like 17, 18-minute Orchid.
Definitely seems as the games go on in this series, with the amount of times they've had to play against Arbet Storm, each and every time
they play better.
A little better at dealing with it.
And it's a huge difference when your carry, like when you compare 2 Battle Fury carries. Like, once get Battle Fury, let's say 2 minutes before, like his items just skyrocket.
Fly 1.5k ahead of Arteezy right now. And arguably, it's a little easier for Fly to fight us this time as a troll compared to what Arteezy's going to need on the PA before he can really turn up and be confident that IG aren't going to handle him completely.
Another smoke from IG, no scan this time around for EG. Orchid is done. Dire, now they connect with the scan.
Ice has got to be careful here.
So EG should know something is up. You see this kind of a scan, no one showing on the lane, you pretty much know there's smoke.
IG, they could look to Roche with Tron. If they catch a kill off, this is Kaka. He's got the opening onto Arteezy. He needs help, but he needs it now. They're going to have the magma damage holding him in the front by Arbet to get to the side. Arteezy gets low, he's backing away. Arteezy will remain alive for now, but over to the side. Flyfly's on top of Ice Ice Ice. Supernova going off. Ice 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 will fall.
Ice 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 getting away his life for Arteezy. Uses a nice silence. Found just a Blood Seeker, so he can't use Rupture on him. And as you said, like, they're going inside the pit, so they have enough damage coming up from the troll, but they need to be a bit more careful. That Prophet will be out, no Exorcism whatsoever. Let's see. Abed Storm wants to jump in. Silence online. Already catch the play.
He's coming very close. They're going to turn again the change. The root setting up onto Arbet. Arbet, the finger comes out. Arbet's gone. The dagger from Arteezy will bring down Kaka. It's a 1-for-1. IG still with the strength to push back easy away from the pit.
Is available.
Can they get for any sort of steal? Crit is going to try and start something off. He's going to get a perfect angle off the 3 of them. Arteezy jumping in as well. They're bringing the tornado. They're taking it out. Fly to pull the rolling thunder. Bounces over to Emo.
Arteezy gets it.
Arteezy's able to pick up the Aegis. JT's got to run, but he can't. And Stride will take him down. EG with a perfect fight around the pit as Crit gets the same time to jump.
Man, he just got to that Rolling Thunder off cooldown, goes in. Like, it does not get better than this. He goes in, gets the multiple, bounces off the walls. Arteezy goes in, gets the last hit. Who got the Roche kill?
It was EG as well.
Yeah, it was EG.
EG got it all. They get the kill, they get Aegis, and the timing there from Crit. Could it be more perfect? The IG were trying to finish it off, trying to commit, but the is creating a huge problem for them in this area. That they have nothing item-wise to deal with that.
Yeah, there are no BKBs yet, so I believe Bloodseeker needs to use that rupture on him in the team fights. We've seen what he can do. Enchantress getting caught should be an easy one.
I have to use rupture to guarantee it there. Now with the Aegis on Arteezy, he's going to be at the point where 500 gold, Desolator's going to be done on top of the Battle Fury, and usually in this sort of a game with that amount of disable, you're probably going to look to try and farm out the BKB, but now because he's got the Aegis, EG could look to get aggressive already with just the Deso and the Battle Fury.
Yeah, you can skip. You can afford to skip the BKB here. If he does not have Aegis bottom lane, Storm, gotta zip out. JP not fast enough to use the Rod of Atos.
Regeneration!
Next fight could be very scary for IG. Aegis Deso coming out on Arteezy. Regeneration Rune actually will already be popped. We'll see that being saved by coming out anyway. EG, they're looking to go. They're smoking up, they're heading over.
Dire's top tower is under
still in their
attack.
control, so Arteezy can shoot you over to get involved. He might not be, as they'll get a very quick and easy kill onto Ollie. Over into the trees, they're looking for JT, they found it. Canada wants to get quick in with a follow-up. EG, they'll catch and kill the two of them.
They're gonna give this kill to Storm Spirit. Rupture used. Once he respawns, he will have another Rupture. So it's all good. Just try to make something happen. Gives them a charge on a magic one. That's the bad side of it. So Deso done on Phantom Assassin. Now they can start playing aggressively. They still have 2.5 minutes on that Aegis. Phantom Assassin just, and double damage. Because why not?
Oh boy.
Level 15 on top of that as well. So Blink, cast range, Phantom Strike.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They better, you gotta watch out. A stray dagger here from Arteezy could just take your head off.
Fortified.
And you better hype it. IG coming up. Lifeline and Emo stepping forward. Remaining hidden in the shadows. Rambling's going to be over towards the mid lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's spoken. Like, if he gets the crit, he's probably going to try to jump.
Dire's middle tower has
gets
fallen.
The last hit on the tower. Just too much damage coming out from Arteezy. Definitely did not expect that.
With that play around the pit, Arteezy very much closing the gap between himself and Flyfly's Troll.
Dire are scanning.
They know where EG is. EG likes to hold the high ground, especially when they have another hero that can like control the vision, like a Lycan or a Beastmaster. Arteezy still trying to see what he can do with the dagger. You know, check how much damage when he uses a crit. Emo a bit too tanky to just get bursted down immediately, but the supports are very vulnerable.
Still hunting for a target. Flyfly underneath the ward top. They know that the rest of IG did start to back off towards the base, so these two, separate from the rest of the team.
Good reaction time from Kaka. Jumps away from a Blink Dagger, dagger from Phantom Assassin. Look at the armor on Bloodseeker. He has 34 armor when he's sitting next to tier 2 tower, has a Dragon Scale, has an armor talent, phase boots, and this hero just has a lot of starting armor to work with. They're waiting for 2 BKBs. One on Emo, which is done, one on Troll, which will be done in the next 30 seconds. Aegis will run out.
He's gonna look to roll in there, but he's gonna jump around the pit, making the dog super over. Only goes over the Bloodseeker. Arteezy closing the gap. They're trying to get the Bloodseeker out of this, and Emo coming to the BKB. But the crit's coming out from Arteezy. Emo's gotta be careful. He's trying to survive. Crit's gonna live. A big dip from Armin comes flying across the map. Over towards JT. He's gonna look towards Emo. What a BKB. Fingers. burst down Arbe. Arbe to fall, to change, to turn it on Phoebe. Can't touch up in it as well. The ghost around from Ice.
Aegis is gone.
Underneath the tower, Ice trying to keep himself over the side, but the damage is too much. Ice will fall. Flies out with the TP crit, and RTZ they'll also be able to get away. As IG do buy back there, JT buying back to get back in the fight, will allow them to take back the rest of EG.
Fly keeping Crit alive with the Glimmer Cape and the 4 points in Nature's Attendance. They don't get the kill. He stops the Rolling Thunder immediately. They also needed to use the buyback there on a Bloodseeker. Abed needs to be a bit more careful, you know, how he's zipping in, controlling his mana, because the rest of the team was just not there. They were focusing the other stuff. So RTZ, he was thinking about, you know, maybe I can get away with a Basher. BKB is a much safer. You know, BKB is a BKB.
Is under attack.
A little something extra.
Ice, he's already managed to do so. BKB is going to be done on Ice for the next fight. Will help him a whole lot to what has been some pretty nice turnarounds from Kaka. We're seeing these exits causing massive problems for EG's cause. And they look to try and chase on for target after target. Bottom lane IG
Radiant's bottom
wants
tower
the tier 2 tower, as EG themselves not interested in turning up for this fight.
They can take the outpost right now after taking a tower, troll. Getting SNY, just need to finish it off. Some status resistance going to be great against those silences, against Bangalore's Rolling Thunder.
Dire's top tower is under
I love the way IG's itemizing. Like, even Bloodseeker is going for that BKB. Still far away from it, but the 2 cores got it.
Good time to jump. RTZ still up. 100 gold away from the BKB. Finding the PA now. Pretty huge for them as a lineup. Back to their jungle. Firefly's already got his hands on Fly. Fly going down. EG won't be happy with Huntress tanking that movement.
Emo's pretty big this game. Like, he's staying 3k gold ahead of the Storm Spirit. BKB done. DD in a bottle. Like, they want to take this kill. Also has the Grow Bow, so that's going to reduce their magic. Magic resistance with the Sleight of Fist.
See, Ice that immediately spooked. The Atos connects, BKB
Radiant's
gets
middle
out of it.
tower is under attack.
I mean, IG has the space, pushing on. Another tier 2 tower being taken away from EG.
Radiant structures
Not
are
feeling
fortified.
confident enough to start head first into a fight quite yet.
A Storm Spirit without a BKB does not feel comfortable. Jumping the Lion. Lion has a way of protecting himself with the Ghost Scepter. A lot of things on mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Each not able to make a jump. Very scared of IG's cause. Fly. Level advantage and a bit too tanky really for RTZ to commit on.
This is a big power spike for Phantom Assassin. Hitting that level 18, the crit is 450, so that's quite a lot of damage as a 10-second BKB.
Get in there! The river trying to set things up onto JT. Has been ruptured, and he is continuing to bleed out. Will get the disarm off onto Fly, but Crit's down. Double damage on Emo as well as IG. They're ready to try and chase more. Ice did pop the ghost. Ice, he's trying to get back in there. BKB up, Fly, trying to down on there. They're trying to open the hands for the one easy. They're breaking down. They're managed to get the jump up. He's down to put the BKB off. The Supernova is going to be successful. He's on the run. He can't get out of range in time. The Supernova from Ollie catches them all.
Indeed. At the Gengay, the old chat, like, without Bangalore, they do not have enough team fight. They cannot match Supernova, which is level 2. That double damage on Ember Spirit is dealing a ton of damage, and now Fly, he feels very comfortable going for the high ground.
Middle tower has fallen.
And they're at least going to get this middle set of rounds. No Ice, no RTZ. Cannot defend it down the middle lane. Top lane will be very safe still with tier 1s and tier 2 still up. IG able to take the big objective and get out without EG being able to punish them at all.
It's very hard for Bangalore to play into Bloodseeker. Like, this Bloodseeker, Beastmaster, Grimstroke, these are hard counters. Like, you can try to buy some time. He uses a roll-up. Also, you need to have a Yule Scepter to have that 2.5 extra seconds. Try to buy some time, extra duration. Other than that, like, you as a position 4 can't really, you know, itemize. You don't get that much farm to buy a Lotus Orb or the Lincoln Sphere. And I do not see anyone trying to go for the Lotus. That Prophet trying to tank up a bit.
Whoa, what'd I miss?
Going for the Solar Crest. They need this on BKB. They need him to be able to jump the Lion, possibly follow up with the Pangolier Rolling Thunder and just delete it before he can get any spells off.
For the twins.
Chance of going for these bouncy runes. Arcane rune in the river. The one that Arbert's going to be able to come and grab this. So they make the move over Ivy.
Here I am!
Trapping a bar, cheesy, going to have Paladin, bit of life steal. Stained it can land the crits in the next fight.
And this item is just so good. You have damage, you have the life steal, exactly what Phantom Assassin needs. Fly on the other side, he's found Elven Tunic, more attack speed, evasion, move speed. Like, Phantom Assassin can't deal with the Troll right now, especially because he has like a Basher, so Storm also needs to be very careful. Eventually, Troll will need to buy MKB because you're playing into Phantom Assassin. It's just something that you do not like want to buy straight away, but playing into that high evasion is kind of a must-have to go for it. He's still thinking, you know, he's changing his mind. Do I need to get the Abyssal Blade? I lock down the Storm Spirit, I can lock down Pango or a Dead Prophet, or do I need to deal with the Phantom Assassin?
He's going to start things straight away with the jump onto right side.
Can't get the BKB on.
They'll bring down the line, but they can't kill the Supernova. They've got it right. Arteezy, he's on turn. The Supernova's just going to go up, hold him in position. Arteezy can't fight this as he'll fall. 3 dead on EG. Over towards the side, they'll look to check down Arbet, but he's got enough mana to get all the way back to the high ground. Arbet will live. But another fight where Ollie's just able to get these Supernovas off, and EG, they can't deal with them. They don't have anybody to kill on top and
no,
take the egg
they
down.
don't have that hero that just goes on and kills the egg. They do not have enough attack speed. IG, they go inside the pit. They feel very confident in this game right now. They have the counters for Pangolier, they have the counters for the Phantom Assassin. The way they itemize, you have a Troll with the Skull Basher against the Storm Spirit going into Abyssal Blade. He just needs to get the rest. This should be 2 towers. EG does not defeat this.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
To that point where it's going to be up to EG's high ground defense. Arbet still scrambling for that BKB. He's had so much trouble finishing off before each and every fight that EG have ended up in against IG.
This is a huge lead. Even though it says 9, 10, it feels like a lot more, considering the situation they're in right now. And I love this. I've seen this in the Chinese BBC Season 1. Ember Spirits going for Refresher Orb, refreshing the Fire Remnant, refreshing the BKB. They also bought a gem. Ollie, he loves to buy an earlier gem. Like, they want to get rid of the vision.
Dire's bottom tower is under
reduce
attack.
the amount of farm that EG can get.
And it's absolutely one of those games. Arteezy next time, it's got to be the Rapier. Nothing else will cut it at this point. He has to dream big. Will he get the time to get it? Almost feels like they have to at least trade evenly with IG in one more team fight. One more lost fight could lead to IG being able to close this game up.
Arteezy knows what's up. Like, the way we come back into this game, if I land some big trades, use up Divine Rapier, they need a good fight. Like, they still have more than 3 minutes left on that Aegis. Full Abyssal Blade done. Fly can't get a really good jump.
Fly. Held in the Blood Bright hit. Big glimmered.
Looking for me. Let the fun begin.
More than the illusion. Fly will be able to take over. IG will back off for now.
It's always tricky to play into Lion. Like, they're not gonna feel comfortable. We've seen what Shamans position 4 Lions can do. You try to go for a split push. They still have a tier 1 tower on the bottom, so they can easily connect. Someone goes for that one extra wave, you will get punished.
And it really does feel, once that BKB's done properly, which it is now, in these fights, he has to get this Phoenix. Every single time we're seeing he trying to fight back and pop BKBs, a Supernova just puts a stop to the attempt completely. Someone's got to stop Ozzy.
They just don't have that hero. Like, Phantom Assassin is not gonna go and try to kill the edge. Like, she needs to deal with other heroes. And I love this. JP straight into Aghanim Scepter after finishing the Black King bar. Wants to have 1 charge for Pangolier, 1 charge for Phantom Assassin.
Scanning.
Easy, getting closer to that Divine Rapier. It's around 4,000 gold to finish it off.
How many waves is that, would you say?
How many waves? Well, why are you putting me in this spot, though? Like, I need to do some, like, real math. The other day, I'm watching Titanic, and I was like, man, what's the name of that ship? Titanic.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane. We're starting to come in from IG. He's got a DD rune. The remainder of it keep pushing onwards. Still with the Aegis.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Lifeline getting low, but he won't mind if he loses that first life. Very cautious about it. About halfway to the Rapier. That really is all eyes at the moment on Prime Rapier progression from Arteezy. Is he going to be able to get it before IG come in for the finishing blow?
We're getting closer. Like, what they need to do is survive for another 50 seconds. This is the window of opportunity for the IG to go in, use that Aegis.
Radiant's top
Right. He jumps on Emo. He's going to win the BKB for this one.
Radiant's
Right, he's heated up thanks to Nature's attendance. And in fact, that's a BKB committed for nothing. Emo won't get the kill. Rax falling low. And Firefly is going to be able to get back in and get the job done. Another set of melee racks is taken away from EG.
Like, Troll is just massive right now. He's completely bonkers, getting... After he gets that MKP, like Phantom Assassin, if he sees Divine Rapier on Phantom Assassin, like, he just goes on her. No doubt about it. No, we're still in the game.
Close, and even when that Rapier's done, you started to see the items for IG's sheer heroes come out on disc. Kaka, so no longer a target that Arteezy will be able to BKB and commit on. IG ought to sort of sit back and chill. Probably just wait for the MKB on the Troll. The next chance at Roshan.
Like, they're not in a rush, but, you know, playing against the Phantom Assassin is always a bit tricky. That Divine Rapier, you have a True Strike against the Whirling Axis. Like, you need to be careful. I see Abed queuing up the Aghanim Scepter, still far away from it, but like, one good jump, one crit could make a difference.
That crit he's showing. He's out again. It won't with Firefly appearing on the lane. Back to base. It's around down here. Refresher up done. No. He's going to get the Rapier, the cost. He's going to get it. Pretty much got it done. Another wave, a sold item. Rapier is going to be in the game. Is it going to be enough, though? Of course, by no means does this certainly turn the game completely on its head.
Yeah, so did we answer your question? How many waves was that?
Were you counting?
No, I was not counting. But it took him like 4 or 5 minutes to get it. Chat knew. Chat probably knew.
3 types of people. Those who can count and those who can't.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I thought of something else, can't say it, but yeah. Let's Divine Rapier
save that
done.
for the after hours.
Yeah, I'll save it for you.
All about the timing right now. All about time. Which remind me, because you know I used to work in a club.
You did?
Yeah, I got fired.
Why so?
Didn't put enough hours. Didn't get much better either when I moved over to the calendar factory.
You got to stop.
I got fired again because you know why?
No.
I took a day off. Here we go, jump from IG straight away down towards the bottom. They're in onto Einstein Size. Einstein Size on the BKB, ready for finger comes down. Einstein Size is into the trees, but Emo's on top of it. Einstein Size is going quick, jump onto the high ground with the swashbuckle with the rupture down. Crit will fall. They've both got buybacks available in it. Maybe she used them as IG diving in RTZ. Getting closer, she's out for the blow. Will manage to get back, and now the second to Arvex. But Arvex is back. One line, Mitchell getting on Arvex. Then has to use the rest of his mana to get out. Tiger jumping in the double bash. Arvex gone. No buyback available on Arvex.
He needs 200 gold. ISSI spawned back as well. So did Crit. Like IG, they can try to reset. They don't need to go for it. Roche may respawn if it's a fast respawn timer. The problem is, EG, they do not have any vision whatsoever on the map. This earlier gem picked up by Oli. He gave it to Ember Spirit, who was pretty much controlling everything. Spell Prism done on him. Like, Ember Spirit is
Radiant's
just
bottom
out of
tower
control.
is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
When you play like this, you kind of get away with dropping the question marks in the previous game. 4-0-11. And now outside of the bait, they've caught Crit. Emo and Kaka make their jump, and that's a die back from Crit. And they're already moving over Arteezy. He needs help, and he needs it now. He's hiding in the trees. He's going for the TP out. They've got the chain. They're going to be able to put the stop on his BKB. Still on cooldown for 10 seconds. Arteezy is gone. GG and Lacoste, we're going to a game 5.
That's what everyone wants to see. Whenever there's a grand final, there's also high chances of getting that game 5, and it's going to be a spicy one.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
What a series we've had so far. 2 dominating games from EG that started off. Game 3, a fantastic turnaround as EG struggle. IG hit them.
being too tired. It's about when you have such good performances in the first couple of games. I've seen this pattern so many times in different players. You tend to fall off afterwards. You become a little bit too sloppy. You're not tired. You're just used to be dominating. So you become a little bit less precise in your movements, a little bit too free and a little bit too divey. Let's talk about the tier 2s on the bottom lane.
And I think we've seen reverse sweeps before in Dota 2. Not even that long ago. A lot of people will remember a best of 5 between Team Nigma and Team Secret at the Mad Moon event, where Team Nigma ended up winning the whole thing, reverse sweeping Team Secret. Before that already there was Alliance versus Demon Slayers, I want to say, at a DreamHack Rotterdam.
Yeah, I remember.
Another reverse sweep. So we have seen quite a few, but I feel like every time it is not the play that is the deciding factor, it is the mental fortitude. And I am worried for EG. They have been in this position last year around at the Leipzig Major. It was not a reverse sweep scenario, but it was a scenario where they were in that match point and they couldn't close it out. Also want to point out, IG, this will be their 8th game in a row. Yeah, they played a best of 3 earlier today.
They played a ton of Dota, but you know what? Teams from the group stage and the wildcards are like, okay, you now taste this.
They've been practicing for this. The group stage was the true boot camp. Oh, we're going to go to a 5th game of the series now that the players will get a little bit of a longer break before this last game to actually this time get some proper food in them. So keep that in mind while getting your own snacks ready. And I also want to point out that we're able to be here and do this because of our wonderful sponsors. And one of them is DBS. And with the Live Fresh card from DBS, you can get 5% cash back. Keep that in mind when you're gaming and you're spending all that money online and all your cosmetics and stuff. Could be getting some of that money back. We'll be right back. We'll have a break and then it is grand final.
Meatball!
Geniuses and Invictus Gaming both at 2 points, 1 game away from the championship, and there is so much on the line for this one. Points, money aside, I want to talk about what this means for these teams if they can take this game home. I'm here with Gods and Lizard, and Gods, this I want you to make the case for North America, for EG to take this home.
For Evil Geniuses for North America, it's about proving to their fans, and I think more than anyone themselves, they can win a championship. For EG, it's been so long. The last tournaments they've won were kind of small, minor tournaments. They won an actual DPC, or Valve Minor.
Yeah.
They won a Dota Summit, but they haven't won a tournament that's meant as much as a major since really TI, it feels like.
Absolutely. And on the other side, a team that with this roster was doing so well last year, Lizard, coming very high, only barely missed TI 9 because of the qualifiers there. This major here, they have said they want to take it home for the region.
Definitely. Finished first in the regional league, came here in the group stage, same like, not in the group stage, in the upper bracket, same like EG. Got a little bit punished there, 2-0 by EG, and then got tipped a lot. And you know what? After those tips, it became Paris. Exactly. No more region, no more NA.
Evil Geniuses turn to ban. Dire Team ban.
Emo, he was already broken. He came into the series seemingly broken, and I think that he has found himself. He has collected the pieces and made himself into a new mid laner with Yember and with the Void Spirit, with the question mark. He glued himself back up. Can Evil Geniuses, after falling now 0-2, can they do the same thing?
He has ruined Twitch chat for the rest of the series forever. Every time a mid dies, it will be question marks regardless who it
and
is.
we see very similar bans. Beastmaster on IG, Earth Spirit as well, we called it. Meanwhile, Io and what else from EG? Will it be the puck?
That being said, maybe that would be a little obvious, because yes, Emo's puck is very good, but is it as good as Abed?
They still drafted it before. They also have the first pick, if I'm correct. And because of that, I keep banning it. Because if you give away the puck, Storm becomes a little bit harder to draft into your lineup.
But they would be able to. Nah, they still.
It looks like they were literally just waiting for it to hit 0. I think they're just trying to
max their time.
Yeah, so, maximize their break between games so they can have, you know, obviously there's a time limit, so they're going to use their draft now to have a bit more time to compose themselves.
And is this the Phoenix now once again from IG? That's the question.
It is. Ollie, we gave him MVP in that previous game for his performance, and rightfully so. His positioning was on point, but we also talked about how EG, previous game, did not have a direct answer. When they played Phoenix the first game of the series, EG answered instantly.
With the Mirana. We'll see if they go back to that strategy or if they pick something different once again. Because they picked Pango in the first phase of the last game. It's a great pick, but you need an answer to the Phoenix. This isn't it. This isn't the answer to the Phoenix, but it's giving a crit and a different hero that can't nearly be countered as much as Pango.
And it's very much the laning stage heroes. Often EG have picked this and then gone and saying really greedy. We've seen a few of their games, Tusk Alchemist as an opener. That could be what they're setting up for. When you pick a hero like Tusk, EG like to have that greedy carry.
See,
but that was
no.
It was, but it's very much their comfort zone in many ways, I feel like. But not sure if they want to do it here. I feel like if they want the Alchemist, it's probably going to get banned next phase. We've seen so many bans onto the carry role specifically. Every single game, it feels like, you know, the 2 carries, Arteezy, has to go for some like very bizarre off-meta pick. We've seen it as well for IG.
Yeah, not as bizarre as Void.
Void,
Faceless Void, by the way, guys, not Void Spirit.
Void, not Void Spirit. Ooh, Ice is getting in the zone here.
I mean, Flyfly playing Void, Sven, PA coming out for Arteezy. It's been very much an off-meta series for the carry player.
Definitely, because they pick the carries a little bit later. Will they pick Storm again? EG. Will Abed play 5 games of Storm Spirit in the grand finals of Singapore 1 Major?
And if they wouldn't go for Storm, and that's what they're thinking about right now, which hero would they pick up? Would they go for an Abed hero still? We've seen him play a lot of Void Spirit as well, and he's not really deviated from those heroes. He's played Storm, Void Spirit, Puck.
Yeah,
period. That's it. We've not seen him on anything else. We know he can play other heroes, though.
We have kind of an answer. It's not going to be Storm Spirit, it will be the Death Prophet. But what lane, what position, we do not.
The Storm is still in the pool later on, and it's looking like a good Storm game. It's open for Abed, but if they decide they just need to run the Death Prophet meta hero who does not have bad matchups in the mid lane, they sure can.
And you talked about Arteezy, how he's always targeted. This time around, they need to target perhaps Abed as well, because his hero is left in the second stage. Have to think about that. Meanwhile, nothing new here in the ban. Juggernaut again versus the Phoenix. This is pretty much every single time they pick Phoenix, they ban out the Jug instantly.
This time, EG will not make the mistake of leaving that troll in the pool. That was definitely the comfort zone of IG, also of course showing up in the previous game.
Troll, the Monkey King, these kind of heroes that we have seen banned out in every series, Terrorblade as well.
For IG,
5 seconds
now,
remaining.
They have to consider both, Abed and Arteezy. Do they want to ban the Alchemist, the Storm? Maybe there's a few more heroes they have to consider when it comes to...
Some decent control for Invictus Gaming would be coming from that offlane, and most likely is what they're going to go for on JT, right? Like your Mars is still in the pool, perhaps something that EG will look forward to banning. But all these tanky heroes on the offlane fall under tag team. Tusk is a specialist at eliminating.
The other The scary thing I always feel like with EG and this Tusk is they're
10
always
seconds remaining.
happy to run tri-lane. They've done these aggressive tri-lanes. If they find themselves with a
5
good 1v1
seconds
matchup,
remaining.
particularly for ISIS, they'll play aggressive, use that tag team in a tri-lane, secure TZ's farm, and put pressure on IG's carry.
Talking about ISIS together, talking about JT, both of these guys, they love their Timbersaw, and it's still in the pool. I think it might be a little bit better pick for EG right now. I don't like it that much versus the Prophet, but Invictus Gaming have been the ones that have drafted it more often. They really like it. It doesn't bring a lot of control for the Phoenix, but it does bring chaos
Dire
to the
team
fight.
ban.
Phantom Lancer, this is, we've seen the PL band, I believe, in the first game of the series too. By
Yeah,
EG.
one of the game, sure. And our carry pool is getting a little smaller every time. It's going to be very curious
Geniuses
what
turn to ban.
Fly like. It looks like in gaming is keeping their bans the same. They banned the exact 3 heroes in the previous game.
With the Tidehunter ban, Lycan is a possibility for either one of these two teams. Evil Geniuses could draft some crazy SEA-esque style of Lycan Death Prophet +1 hero that just goes ham all in very early
End the
aggression.
game by 20 minutes.
They could try. They did manage 2 times now. Once it didn't really work out.
G definitely using quite a bit of their bonus times on bans. Previously, it was very easy for them to think about what they were going to ban because they always just tried to secure Abed a good lane by banning out a lot of the Storm counters. This time around, they have other things.
Storm is on the pool, Void Spirit as well. Mars, however, they won against, but do you think they'll let it go through?
I think they're okay playing against it. I feel like playing against Mars Phoenix, it seems like EG's bread and butter. They've done it multiple times and not too worried about it. They don't have the Beastmaster, but I could see it going either way.
Evil Geniuses turn to
They're
ban.
gonna just carries all day long getting banned out. And we talk about Abed Storm, but Emo also plays a very good Storm. I think that's something we could also see in his hands, but just because of how high impact the hero can be.
However, it can be picked right here, right now. EG could show their hand a little bit more by picking the Storm. And they will, 5 games in a row.
Why not?
Why not? I mean, Storm isn't the worst hero to play 5 games in a row.
No.
Was it the hero that lost the previous 2 games?
Game 3, definitely not. Game 4, I mean, it wasn't a hero, but Game 4 was not like a...
10 seconds remaining.
Abed was struggling a bit. He was like 5th or 6th on net worth, trying to rotate around the map.
Yeah, so it wasn't a hero. You know, you can always improve on the play. The Void Spirit counter, we've seen that, of course.
We see the same
in the hands
pretty
of
much.
Emo as well, already twice this season.
The same matchup, right? Storm Spirit versus Void Spirit. We saw it go Storm Spirit's way. Same goes for the Void Spirit. So many times throughout this tournament. Gives you that backline catch from IG, and just overall one of the best heroes when it comes to Emo's hero pool.
I think it's important to note, though, that when this matchup worked out very well for E was because of the rotations of Crit. So we have to keep our eyes on when that rotation from the Tusk.
It's mostly because of his hero pool. We talked about this as well, right, Parker? On one side you have Lion, on the other side you have these heroes that like to go in, and we have a new hero.
Ooh. This is a Grand Finals hero as well, if I've ever seen one. Game 5 decider, Enigma comes out. Could be Fly as a 5 position, but it could also be Ice in the off lane.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's anything from the offlane that breaks through BKB. That is that
5 seconds
cancels
remaining.
Black Hole.
Most of the ones you think of usually come from the support position.
Yeah, from Fives. The Silencer, the Vibrant that we've seen on Fly as well.
This is also, of course, a Necro-Unomicon builder, which is very important.
For EG, they just love Necro 3 heroes that can just deward the entire map. They're playing on the Radiant side. That's the side where they're going to have much better Roche control. That's something they play really well around. I think that's a good point. I think they're going to lean towards running it as an offlaner.
Yeah, and that would mean that Fly is playing the Death Prophet. I'm not opposed to that at all. Either way, we are looking for an Arteezy hero for our final pick for Evil Geniuses. And on the side of IG, let's see, and they'll secure themselves still the Mars for JT.
Okay, I was thinking in a different direction. I thought, obviously we mentioned Mars earlier because of the Phoenix combinations and whatnot. It's definitely great. I thought they might go with Pango that's not banned out, because then you have that Basher versus Enigma Black Hole Trout every later on in the game. You can always cancel it. You can go for an Abyssal too. all things considered, there are always ways of breaking that black hole now. It's not like in the old days when if you don't have a hero that does it with a spell, you can't do it. You can itemize it.
And we're going to see 4 carries banned, so it's going to be very interesting again to see which carries are even left in the pool.
With the Alchemist out, Wraith King becomes good option as well. We've seen no Wraith King in this series so far, I believe. So
Would be great for IG, actually.
yeah, still in there. Terrorblade still in there. Lifestealer still in there. Ursa's still in there.
Weaver's still in there as well. I wouldn't mind that.
And Bloodseeker. We saw TZ going for Razor as well. A lot of cores still left. More than 4 at least.
Yes. Turn to ban.
There, Bloodseeker is out.
Okay,
so you can cross him away. I like Wraith King, and usually that Prophet is sort of a counter, but you aren't playing versus a core that Prophet, most likely. And because of that, I think that Wraith King could be solid. EG could still flex it, put Enigma 5, that Prophet offlane with Tide 4. Gyro is something we didn't even mention or talk about.
Yeah, because Gyro carry has not been doing this tournament.
Only Neon, I believe, have done well with Gyro without the Wisp, and Gyro with the Wisp as well didn't do well. Bloodseeker, Terrorblade most likely now, you don't want
10 seconds remaining.
You do have heroes against him, Lion, Phoenix. Mars is also pretty good against most of these range cores. What they hope to go for, banning out Artesia.
Yeah. At this point, surely you're banning out the... One of the two is going to ban out the Terrorblade.
Or unless they're more afraid of maybe like, TZ Razor, just because, Game 5 Decider is often where you see teams going for those comfort picks. Here's your one with
option.
Yeah. Well, I guess they lost the one game with.
Yeah, they lost one game with Razor. It was a safe pick, but they didn't really play it safely.
Okay. They ban out the Naga. Well, that's another comfort hero for TZ, so removing that. And Gaming has first pick after this ban phase, so they get first choice of that carry.
And the Wraith King. I really think this Wraith King would have been phenomenal pick for IG and a really, really good ban from EG. Because your big ulti is your big black hole. He doesn't care. He just respawns and the team fight from around him would be great. Is there anything similar though?
10 seconds remaining.
Just don't pick Faceless Void. That's all I'm asking for.
Please, no Faceless Void.
Actually,
they have more follow-up this time.
Yeah, and it is a black hole breaking carry. However,
I think they're more likely to go for like a PA looks okay for me for the lane. If you're playing against the Enigma denying, you can kill the idle ones pretty dagger, but
maybe they'll go for the team.
Weaver maybe as well. Okay, this is the IG flare. This is a hero they like and they're comfortable on.
Okay, we have seen Spectre a couple of times.
Did.
Yeah, and it did work.
Yeah, 3 times it has been picked so far.
It has been picked in very peculiar matchups, like versus a PA and whatnot. It's not the most popular carry, but every carry has been banned out.
Isn't the PA okay versus Spectre?
5 seconds remaining.
With the Fan of Max later on?
Yeah,
That's very later on. They go for the lifesteal.
Now select your
heroes. The good old school Storm Spirit lifesteal.
There are some people that are gonna have flashbacks of cliffs with this hero as well. Okay, game 5, deciding game. Spectre versus a lifestealer. We went a little bit back in time. I think a lot of people are gonna be very happy to see Ice on that. And
It's Ice Enigma. You know, I did not see it in quite some time, but they don't have any BKB piercing abilities, so there's always going to be threat of that. You need to be able to like get the Basher / Abyssal Blade. A lot of team fight. They brought out the Spectre.
It's looking spicy.
I don't know. Owen Spectre, similar to Faceless Void or not?
Well, I certainly didn't expect it. We haven't seen it too much this tournament. I'm excited to see it, but I do like the approach from EG in return. I think the Lifestealer, if they can hit some fast timings, make some moves with Arbed, getting his game back on the Storm. They did have a tough one last time. They could run over IG fast enough for the Spectre to be a non-problem. Oh, we certainly will. Certainly many things to get excited about in this deciding Game 5. I mean, Lacoste, you said it, one of them for sure, the Ice Enigma coming in. What else are you looking forward to seeing here in this deciding Game 5 of the Major?
IG, they're not overcomplicating because they're going with the heroes that they've been playing throughout the league. You have this Lion, Kaka, you have Oli on the Phoenix, you have Emo once again on the Void Spirit. Like they're like JT Mars, they're just playing their comfort heroes in Game 5 in the deciding game. Yeah. I just want to see how this goes. Once again, they plant a deep observer ward behind Tier 1 tower on the bottom.
Begins.
Like EG, they don't have enough time probably to watch the replays, but this should be figured out. You know, this should get rewarded.
Yeah, I think we've seen sort of deal with that sort of war pretty early. So see if they're keeping their cool and able to check it out here in this all-important game. Setups we do get. Looks like we're going to start things off with Ice at the top. Yeah, but look at this build. Do you like this as well? The triple Sages.
He would go for 4 if he had enough money, for sure. I don't mind that.
You're going to build it into useful stuff, right?
Yeah, you're probably going to get the next one, maybe get an extra Bastion on top of that, just like not get the clarities. Crit already starting to put some pressure on Ollie. They gave him Tusk. This is his probably best hero after Earth Spirit. He's just been amazing on it throughout this whole major.
And in terms of the save potential this game, it's pretty good, right? There's not going to be too much that will stop Crit from getting in and getting those snowballs saves off this game.
They have control. They don't have any root mechanics, so he will be able to get the snowballs off. But against the Lion, the burst damage, you might not potentially be able to get there. He always pretty much goes for the same item build. It's always drums into Blink Dagger. I really like that. He thinks a bit differently. I've seen a lot of Falcon Blades. I've seen a lot of Orb of Corrosions on the Tusk where you pretty much one-shot the supports, but drums is also good. 8 charges, keeps popping it in every single fight. Give them that extra attack speed, extra movement speed. Spectre does not like to play into Enigma. Like, denying any kind of CS from Spectre, it just feels bad.
And talking about our carries and builds, what do you expect we're going to see being gone for here by Fly on the Spectre and RTZ on the Lifestealer? What kind of builds do you feel will fit this game the best?
Probably just going to be a Manta style to be able to get rid of those silences. I get rid of the Malefice. It's just a farming item for Spectre. She's not going to get as much as she like usually can because, again, playing into Enigma, she's never going to financially recover from this.
A lot of money taken away from Fly. A few of those coming out from his wallet. Nice. Going to be able to execute against him. Looking at down at the bottom lane, RTZ 9. 9 for 1 trading part, pretty evenly cut. Hits on the low. Fly sort of fakes him in. A little bit of a trade. Mid lane, are starting to see a improvement here for Arbed on the first few waves. 5 against the 11 and 1. Arbed coming out on top of the first few minutes of laning.
And doing good, extremely good. Arbed's like, you know, this is what? 3rd, 4th game that he's playing.
It, you know, this
Storm Spirit, I practice quite a lot. Let's see if we're going to see any rotations possibly on the side lanes. This has been the story of this major again. Like people just playing really aggressively on the side lanes, dying, refilling the bottle for their mid laners. Kaka, he's out of reach. Just had his...
Where again, he was about 3 minutes in 7 CS.
Oh, what's Faceless Void in? Oh,
You forgot about that one.
I forgot about that one. I was like, I need to get this out of my mind. Lifestealer with the 1-1-1 build, you know, has like a Lifestealer is just a hero right now that you, especially if you don't get like armlet, you can play him with the mouse only.
IRT's bringing out the gamepad. Mid lane. Abed, gonna look for that setup again this time. He's ready for the rotation bit. Comes it onto Emo. Emo with no mana to move out. There's no chance for him to simulate. And again, it seems like you've got to expect it.
Oh, this is it. This is it. And Emo hits back Abed straight away. Man, Emo, after using that question mark in the old chat, kind of becoming Memo.
Sadly, as he's getting into it. I mean, that's what you want to see.
Such a
You want to see the emotional players here when everything's on the line.
Bottom lane, Arteezy doing wall, going into phase boots. Yeah, like you just want to get that extra movement speed, and you're gonna trade wall. I don't think he should be worried in this matchup. Fly doing a very good job just zoning him out.
I mean, how do they fix this top lane item? It really is that rough of a start here for Fly. 21 denies against him in the lane by Ice. Bottom lane. JC. On the front. Nice on some side pressure with the Verify. It's enough to keep Fly alive. CG are able to turn. Take him down. Straight on to Kaka. Kaka able to turn. It's stunned. Denying the bounty rune.
He just needs one hit. If he gets the one hit off with the slow, he also puts another point in Ghoul Frenzy plus Orb of Venom. That's just the ton of slow that he does not have anything. There's boost speed right now on the Lifestealer, so they need to be very careful. Mars, like I'm surprised it did not see more of a Lifestealer. I think that's kind of a forgotten hero, but hero that also can be super strong. Like he's not strong with one item, but once you get like 3 items, I mean, it's a good matchup for him. It's carry-to-carry matchup against the Spectre. Lifestealer is going to feel great playing into it.
And sort of just over the ages, over the years, it's just a well-fitted hero for Arteezy, right? The Arteezy Lifestealer, we've seen it from many different patches, many different builds and ways that you've had to play the hero. It's just one of the classics from him.
Yeah, definitely. This is a big problem. Like Spectre, 17 CS, Ice, triple Sage Mask, going into Necrobook, just denying so many creeps.
See here, down in the river, and the turnaround jump with the 2-step throw towards Abed, they've got the burst. Emo are able to take him down as Abed tries to pass the route.
Emo gets the last hit, that's what matters. Need a bit of a boost in confidence after not that hot of a start for him. So Spectre right now, Fly just trying to get something out of this. He's level 4.5, 6 minutes in, while Enigma is having the time of his life. He has 31 CS, 29 denies. Necrobook done, 6 minutes in.
Insane. Ice. I don't think he's pretty much missed any deny that he's gone for.
Oh, he's more focused on the denies.
Completely crushing this top lane. No chance for Firefly to farm. Be a slow start on the Spectrum, just a hero that's not too easy to sort of play a recovery type of game on, especially if the opponents begin to make fast coordinated moves and just don't give you time to catch back up.
It's putting so much pressure. You can see Crit already behind enemy lines, has one observer ward to work with. They even bring that prop to silence.
Having in the shard, Crit. Snowball ready to come in before there's any chance for a dive. Perfect lockdown from EG.
Crit in this major has been on point, especially when he's playing the Earth Grid, when he's playing the Dusk, like his rotations, his snowball, not just the saves, but the timing when he's using it. Storm Spirit playing aggressive on Emo. There's a Lion on mid.
Get there! Abed was not prepared for extra backup to be up on the high ground. Walks in range of an easy setup from Kaka.
We're gonna see Phoenix after dying once again, refilling the bottle on the mid lane for Emo. Rune is spawning in 15 seconds. Like they need to play around Emo. Like this is what they need to do. They need to cripple Abed Storm Spirit, and they also need to find some kind of way for Spectre to come back into the game. I don't see any stacks besides 2 of those which Phoenix is making right now. Still gonna take a lot of time for like Spectre to farm it. She does not have tools to do it, so it's a possibility that Enigma plus Storm Spirit invade the enemy jungle. There's always going to be this threat of the black hole.
Snap on him. JT will be able to hold back Abed momentarily with the spear, but Abed still got plenty of mana to play with. Zarteezy's granted the kill. IG making the rotation. Crit's going to be the target. As Ice gets out though, they'll be happy. Maybe Crit gets out as well. IG not able to catch him. They're trying to go for Ice. Ice being surrounded by Fly and Kaka. He's coming in from EG. They jump over the edge to get Brevin to pull it back with Crit. He's in with the snowball save. Ice is going to be able to live a little longer as Ice is on the retreat. Emo will still be able to finish him off. But as well as Kaka, now Fly, he's out of mana. Trying to run, Eidolon still up as Ice can continue to fight from the dead. Emo and Dolly by their side. You won't be able to dive any further before Fly. Fly will live. You can bring the Mars up here as well.
Just get everyone top. Like you can see the way they're playing the game. Like it's a bit different because it's so much at stake. Rina, good snowball save.
We're gonna find sometime to switch 4 heroes here. Viking Crit looking pretty dead here. And the 4 of them will manage to take him down. While still this focus is up here.
Yeah.
I see towards the mid. Fly starting to pick up some levels. Same thing for Kaka as both support. They're 6. It's down bottom as well. Arbed. Fly also looking to find some peace and quiet to get some early farming.
They need to make them busy while Spectre's farming. Like right now, look at the CS. 31 on Spectre, 64 on Storm. On and Ice is just, having too good of a time. And I like this time around that he's going for the Necro 3, because they want to get Necro 3 on the off laner. Always going to feel good. If it's a Beastmaster, if it's Lycan, you want to get rid of those Observer Boards, get rid of those Sentries, which means that your support, your position 5 most of the time, can get a bit more farm. You can get the items instead of investing in Sentries.
Emo, going to be off the mark there with the Revenant. Fly able to step back, quite close to get the Kaka. Arbed also finding himself powering.
Illusion!
Them showing mid. Ice is going to feel more confident to finish up the tier 1 top. Push the Eidolon. Trying to start something onto JT. Spear holds back Crit. He's also turning up to get involved. Not quite having the armlet done, but very close to.
Well, Tusk is allergic to creeps in this game. He has 0 CS. He actually is 0-0.
Actually, he's not looking too bad for even 2 1-on-1, despite a single creep being hit. Gonna have the ghost one out. Rina's going choose to take a rough fight here as IG turn, take down the 2 of them.
They pop the egg.
Ice is coming across, holding that Fly with the Malefice. He's still being chased. The spear from JT catches him. As a very, very awkward position for EG to try and make a move in with just the 3 of them. And it gets punished up hard.
A bit aggressive. They need Enigma. EG, they need Enigma for the damage coming out from the level 4 demonic conversion. They need the book, and there's always going to be this threat of Black Hole. But playing into Phoenix, like if you can see the possibility that the Black Hole, you can always like precast Supernova, which like all he did. And a bit surprised that EG decided to take that fight. Like Lifestealer does not have Armlet ready yet. Like with the Armlet, it's a big boost of the damage from the Lifestealer.
Yeah, we see it again here, this decision to fight very much coming off the back, as you would imagine, of Fly making the call as he charges into the Exorcism. And IG very easily able to turn. They have the ults ready, the Arena, the Finger. The IG, I think they're almost surprised really that EG did decide to attack them like that, as they were more than ready to turn things by their tier 2.
Smoke from IG.
I bet not, man.
Over here.
Emo, the jump up. He's not going to get anywhere safe. They'll get the catch on it. Sai's coming in. Nothing he can do now with Arbed gone.
There was some kind of a bug with the Lion's Tranquil Boots. It was not working. He tried to drop it a few times. Like the green color was a bit dark greenish. They did not purchase the DLC for $9.99. Like he was like, what the hell is going on? No one hit me. I'm not getting any region.
Ready for a fight.
He's got them working out. Pointed. Seeing on the item pickups, JT 1200, 1100 towards the blink. Arteezy progress. Armlet 50 gold away. Fly will be going for the blade mail builder. With the itemization when we did used to expect to sort of be in favor, obviously Armlet
Radiant are scanning.
Sort of fall out of popularity.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very much going to.
Yeah, there's still, a lot of the. He gets some with I think Blade Mail was the correct choice. Playing into this uncontrollable damage, Midnight Pulse, you're inside of that, also against the Exorcism, gonna be good. Carry is dealing right-click damage pretty much, so you need some extra armor, extra 4 armor coming up from the Blade Mail. Is gonna feel good, but still, he needs to recover a bit more.
South Fly is want this tier. She looking for
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They'll get this. On the mid tower.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Trying to take over this jungle, trying to shut down the areas that Fly feels safe to farm in.
Radiant's bottom tower
We still
is
have
under
not seen
attack.
the black hole. Abed has enough money in 1 CS to finish off his Orchid, level 10. But Emo's massive. He has a Yule Scepter, great setup, and he also, like, whenever he plays against the Storm Spirit, he gets the Yule Scepter pretty much as a first item. You can dispel the silence, you can set things up with the Remnant. Remnant is maxed out against Storm, which I really like. JP going into the Blink Dagger, needs 900 gold to finish it off. Seen different builds from position 5 Dead Prophets, where like you put more points in Spirit Siphon, but you also want to put extra points in the Silence. Like I think the Silence is such a strong spell.
Jump straight away, and on surprise, Chris gonna head over. D-Wing, saved by his side, other side, he's gonna drop the black one, but on the end was already out. The Supernova, it's gonna pop. Lifeline's gonna be able to turn over towards Ice. Arena's down, dropping the 3 of them. Ice into the big old Warbed, and IG, they'll take down 4.
Like, even if that black hole connects, I still feel IG wins that fight. But it was a good reaction time from Ollie, pops that Supernova, something that ISSI will always be afraid of. Once again, they get a bigger kill, bigger that stack. Good thing is they managed to kill the Void Spirit, just slow him down a bit.
See that again. Quick dive onto Fly, he's desperately trying to take the fight around their own tier 1. And Ice not able to get the catch that he hoped for. And with the Supernova going off, as we saw early in the series, Ollie's Phoenix is causing so many issues for EG when they don't have a lineup that can deal with it straight away.
Abed is going to struggle until he gets a BKB. Playing into Lion is always going to be tricky, but he finds him. He sees him, he goes for a solo kill. If he's isolated with the Orchid, like that's going to be his target. He needs to take out the Lion.
G wants a hit back on Amber Black Hole, but they're going to try and strike with the smoke. JT's prepared though, backing right off to Abed to get the initiation. Showing they know that he's over the tree. Goes Emo. The blink, JT can be quick to dodge.
Even though Fly did not have the greatest laning stage, he managed to recover. Now with the Blade Mail, has Blades of Alacrity, level 11.
But Emo, that's right, that's Isaac. Well, Ahmed coming in the counter. Towards Emo they turn, the Malefist holding him inside of the midnight pulse. Emo trying to still. On to Ice, burns down towards. Emo on the retreat, RC chasing down with the rage. Ahmed closing down, they've got enough control.
He's trying to buy time.
Simulate, but he can't get it off. Ahmed in with the silence. EG take 3.
Once again, they kill Void Spirit. They're just slowing him down. Phoenix not able to use. They need to rely on that BKB. Once they get the BKB on Enigma, which ISSI swapping things around. I talked about the Necro 3. He decides to go get the BKB. They have no abilities other than like Supernova, if that's recasted. But yeah, I like BKB a lot more actually.
A bit of time. Fly. Of course, after Blade Map. G, Abed, BKB after the Orchid, and the Korean team. Much essential in games in Space Storm today. That's easy, but it's Sanj then after the armor. That's classic carry build-up that we're seeing in this meta, that the Sanj being a vital part of most heroes' build. But the armor and the Sanj, Arteezy will be very tanky at the point of
He is. Like, they need so many things to burst him down. They need probably a Finger and Arena. Kaka has a Blank Dagger. Kaka is relatively farmed as a position 4, 2 points in Hex, 4 points in Spike. They have enough control. That Sanj, that's just too good of an item. We see a casual Sanj multiple times. Strength, status resistance, HP read, just a super good item on the Lifestealer.
These moments as well, as you can see IG, they have Fly at the top of the farm. keep the game passive, Fly is going to enjoy that superior scaling. The smoke comes out, will get dispelled. Immediately, IG starting to reset. Fly dropping the silence in the trees, just in case IG will the jump. Coming out with the horns here, looking to scout things out. Kaka can't quite close the gap onto Arteezy, he's immediately back on it. Jump over the Yoshino, the race comes to an end. Arben's in with the silence, the spear combo, Fly comes to the silence. With the spirit siphon, Ice watching from the side, does have black on the bed, but he's able to get in. Emo jumps in onto Fly, back Arben, finger as well, but Arben will win. Charge, look off Emo, Chris, they're going to re-inject straight back to the voice for Arben comes in as well. They've got the ground in the vortex, Emo's getting low. Having to jump out, Remnant's away. It's trying to escape, but Crit brings him down. And now over to the river, Ollie. He's got to get out of here. Arteezy, Fly, and Crit on the chase.
That's a long duration silence. He's out of dive. Arteezy should be able to clean him up. 1 kill. 1 kill extra, actually. Man, Emo, he can't catch a break. He's going in. He has 4 deaths to his name.
For me.
Hang on. JT, he's trying to stick around for him. Very intriguing. Got big after here. To Abed, straight back in and picks up another.
That was just a freebie for Abed. They're going inside a bit. Eidolons, level 1 Necro. Lifestealer with Armlet, they have enough damage. They even popped the extra. Such a crucial silence coming out from Fly. That's why I said I want this to be maxed out. It's a 6-second duration silence that pretty much covers the whole screen. He landed it on 3 people. Let's see if Taka
gonna go for it.
Let's see.
Is he gonna go for it? It's already gone. It's already gone. Gets a nice 3-man stun, but he's out of there. Wasn't able to quite get the timing as EG get Roshan and the Aegis on Abed.
That's so big. Like having Aegis on the Storm Spirit, which allows him to farm up a BKB. He can play a bit more aggressive as well. Lion needs to be careful. He gets jumped, he's just straight up dead. They tried to initiate with Spectre Haunt, providing the vision, so Lion should get a good jump. Hex, but Abed, he pops the invis, which he had in the bottle. Spectre, now top of net worth. Needs another 500 gold for Manta style. He's super tanky.
Regeneration.
Still definitely going to be a hero that EG will struggle to get on kill. Especially sort of throughout the duration of Arteezy's rage. Bottom, Emo, big zip coming in from Abed, he's on the hunt. Found Emo off to the side, can Abed catch him again? Remnant holds back Abed, Emo. He's got no TP for 5 seconds. It's still on cooldown, so EG, they'll close the gap, they'll bring him down. Emo caught again.
No tips this time. Like, EG is just all focused on the gameplay. They're not allowed to ult chat. Can be done on Enigma. They still have that black hole. Exorcism will be up in 40. You would want to have that Exorcism be level 2. Those go from 8 to 16. And I like this itemization to Fly. Like, he's getting a fluffy hat. He's getting some good gold from those assists. Going straight into BKB. Like, he understands they have nothing against the BKBs. Why not just get it?
Still not ready to turn up for these outer tower defenses. IG focused on using these moments where they know where EG is. Keep Fly safe.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
So with the Manta done, Fly can look to get more involved with the Haunts, and they're going to try and enable that. IG smoke up with the 4 of them, and they'll look to try and get some action going. Was spotted out by EG, though. They'll be prepared for this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
EG will respect it. They will go back. They're like, maybe we need a bit more damage. Lifestealer getting very close to his Desolator. That's going to be a big power spike for Lifestealer.
Are scanning.
Essence Ring drop.
Dire's bottom
found
tower
one.
is under attack.
That's a big item for the Storm Spirit. What's he holding right now? Fairy's Trinket. They still have not seen the combo. Lifestealer plus the Storm Spirit jumping in. Deleting one hero. Ollie trying to find something of defensible.
He's going to be able to get the jump straight away onto Ollie. Taking out the Phoenix, a big one. By Rondo, Predator, driving on the game with Ollie. Gets the back on towards the Mars. Going to burst down JT Mountain. shoulders there. RTZ moves in. They're going to have to right click the bring JT down. As the Rena's out, RTZ doesn't care. Concentrating, gets out of it. Ahmed still with man to play with. As he gets in, he gets on top of Kaka. Kaka will be able to turn 2-man stun, but he's so low. He's
Blake available.
Time he is. Over towards the neutral cap. Is he
They have vision.
this part.
He does not have enough range. Storm Spirit, 480 attack range. If that was 600, I think he gets in there. But this constant threat of a black hole, like they're not committing. They can't, like they burst that Prophet, which is a lot of damage, and the team of that silence. Still, rest of the team can easily clean them up. Crit got good, nice jump. He jumps in first, deletes Phoenix straight away. I talked about how he needs something. He needs a defensive tool. He needs that Dual Scepter to remove the silence. Just buy some more time when they get the first jump.
Dire structures are fortified.
More towers to be taken out. Now, Dennis. Bring up a lot of the siege, going straight for the AC afterwards.
EG would gladly like to take one extra fight while they have 8 just on the Storm Spirit. It's going to be gone in 40 seconds. They have enough tower damage. Could potentially collapse on a mid lane with Exorcism, with the Desto.
I have bunching for you.
He's still holding on to the lead. 4K ahead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Zaba going to go for this Kaka. He's prepared for the turret up, but Ahmed tries to get to the turret. Look at the Hex. The follow-up stun. Dini's popped by him, but they don't want to fully commit onto Ahmed once he's still at the edge for 20 seconds. Back away. The rest of EG starting to sweep over. Crit with Arteezy set up inside him. Crit's going to look for the blink.
Let us fight.
Silence online, gets out.
Lifeline.
I like the way EG's itemizing. They're just going for the BKBs. Like they're gonna have 4 BKBs. They don't care about Mars Arena. They do not care about Lion. They will be always able to like pop those BKBs, potentially focus the Supernova. Supernova is only level 1. That's a huge difference between level 1 and level 2.
So that sort of in the last few fights, EG have been able to take down Ollie so he doesn't get any of the XP. From the 2 kills that he gets the jump straight away on JT's out on fire.
Looking for me.
No Mars, and Arbet's already hunting for more. See if he can get a catch onto Kaka. We'll see him. Kaka's able to get the turn to the head. Oh, around the stun of the finger. They're going to look to try and burst through Arbet.
Remnant gets it.
I push the future.
As the backup wasn't quite able to be there in time for the rest of EG. IG getting a good trade after losing their Mars. As Zarpik just goes a little too far forward on his own, and now Fly might pay the price as well. Kaka comes back into the setup, into the Remnant. IG, they'll get a couple of them as Fly's beginning to get fed these kills.
Fly still did not die a single time this game. Level 18. Haunt is 140 seconds cooldown. Going into Basher to be able to initiate, possibly get the jump on Enigma, have a bit more extra lockdown for the Storm Spirit. Just a natural progression of the items on Fly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
And now with as strong as Fly is, they're ready to start going for objectives with him at the front, knowing that if there is a jump to be made from EG, they'll always have the chance to get in and turn things around before EG bring him down 100-0.
We've seen one black hole, right, so far?
Try and get another one out. Blink
not on
the
Supernova.
Would be the plan.
Radiant are scanning.
Caught a glimpse of Kaka.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Prepared for this then. Right behind their tier 2. They know that EG is on the hunt.
Positioning from IG, they're all hiding. Attack. They're all inside the top trees. They don't have any anti-tinker wards. Could potentially place one just underneath the ward.
Radiant's bottom
right by the ward. They've got clear vision to move in onto Kaka.
The rest of the team is in the trees. Kaka, he should be the one as a lion. Just try to stay hidden. BKB almost done on Fly, BKB almost done on Abed. Task just 5 more minutes to finishes.
Mid. Mo and JT looking towards Arteezy, but he's such a hard jump to go on.
And also once you get those BKBs up, you don't care about the AoE silences coming out from the Void Spirit.
chances are you will have heroes in position to target the supernova during B and take it down without the threat of being lowered by the fire spirits. Make it a little harder for Ollie to have the same impact that he was able to do so in that last game. Smoke up from IG. That's easy. The shot for Nick. Back straight in with the head. Doesn't matter though. From the side, with the spear. And you get into another black hole that doesn't do much at all.
It's the second black hole on the edge. Like they need to, like Ollie's so fast in those reactions. Like he understands what Enigma wants to do. He wants to be caught inside a black hole. Just pops it straight away like premature. Supernovas against Enigma. Kaka got another jump.
He's able to close in. There's the follow. He's in as well. And he's up to the high ground.
Apparently that's not a clip.
Is under attack.
I think it's the ankle to slide him right up to the base. There's a fly avoiding what would have been certain death there.
This could have been a question mark in the old chat.
But it's just both times we're seeing that IG's positioning, making it very hard for Ice to be able to find a good black hole opportunity. 2 times now where he's trying to get Ollie, trying to stop that ult, but the supernova, it's always out before him.
Under attack.
So quick on the reactions. Now Mars has a BKB, but we've seen that EG, they want to take out Mars if they can as soon as possible. They have BKB piercing abilities, like you have Enigma Black Hole, you have this Walrus Punch, which will probably be used at him. DD for Void Spirit, getting closer to that level 20 talent.
Gee, they'll be ready to go again here. ZG are trying to push up into them.
The dusk is over.
ZG hang up to the high ground. We'll get the race up in time. Turns towards Emo, but Emo down the Astral Step. Oh, they continue to try to get on Kaka, gets into the ball, takes shots by Kaka, Kaka's gone. Brave now comes to an end, they're from the arena down. Bill will push up towards the side, Brave, but RTG's forward. The back down into Ahmed. Ahmed's going to get out of the Rangers. BKB is crit, trying to find certain time with the snowball. Firefly's moved over towards Flyers. Firefly chase him down, finish him off with the God Trip King. And EG,
and he finds the region rune. He just finds a perfect region rune after that. Roshan respawned it. They see it with the courier.
They're going to keep chasing Ice.
Basher is available. Manta style can dodge that. He needs Blink ready again. A bit of a time wasted there. They still have 30-second window until Arteezy and Crit are up. See if they decide to go inside the pit. You can see Fly not caring too much about that profit. Instantly goes on her. It's just like so much damage mitigated.
It's again such an aggressive move from EG. I mean, they obviously need to pressure against this Spectre lineup. But having to commit so much onto Kaka, pretty much the full duration of the BKB from Arbeck and the rage from RTZ. And as soon as that rage comes to an end on RTZ, the arena down, there's no escape.
This is a free Roach, like it's not getting contested. Not getting contested at all. So that second Roach, Cheese and Aegis. Void Spirit will pick up the Cheese. Fly. With the Aegis has a long lane to work with on the bottom. Gonna get them closer to Abyssal Blade, and they're gonna have ability to cancel the BKB Black Hole with. Enigma already preparing for that. He's trying to get the Lincoln Sphere up.
Money changes hands.
Never so close in the numbers, but when it's this close and there's a Spectre on one side, you've definitely got to fear it, especially when it's still a Spectre that's yet to die. Fly having the perfect game on a hero which, you know, far away from one of the popular carries that we've seen. Only a few games have we seen it shown. And here so far in the 5th game of the Grand Finals, Fly pretty much bringing out the best performance of it out of all.
Yeah, and remember, he was playing against Enigma. Enigma had 30 denies in the laning stage while he was sitting at like 14 CS. Level 20, extra HP. They just can't focus the Spectre. They just can't. They need to deal with the rest. Phoenix Egg. They also need a Black Hole. They need a Black Hole this time around to actually connect.
Ice has got to land it. They can't win these fights without that sort of impact required from their offlaner. Turnaround's just going to be too easy for Fly, especially as you said, with that Abyssal. Life has just become so much harder for the cause of EG. RTZ really struggling to just get that AC done, make sure that he has that finish for the next fight.
Has fallen.
Void Spirit also going for more of a right-click oriented build. He wants to be able to scale, just finish the Deso, has the Aghanim Scepter. He's extremely far on Void Spirit. Also, I would not mind seeing another Abyssal Blade,
Radiant's
especially if Enigma manages to get a Lincoln Sphere, just to have an extra tool to deal with that BKB black hole.
Are fortified.
Ollie once again buying a gem. He just loves an early gem, you know. He gets the gold back by killing the Observer
Dire's
Wards.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And he sends it back. Like, he checks things out, and there's a courier flying back to base. Like, he does not want to lose the gem.
Radiant's top
IG,
tower has
they're going
fallen.
to start pushing at the high ground here, for sure. The Age is still up for 2.5 minutes.
Radiant's
She's
top
as well.
tower is under attack.
They know how hard it's going to be for EG to try and put a stop to this season. So IG poking back, just trying to get the reaction to come out from EG. Decide to play it safe. Ward down on the high ground and move over to the other lane. Still 2 more tier 2s to take away, so the easy objectives to be the more appealing here for IG right now.
The thing that people forget, because you don't see too much of a Spectre, is that she can be on the other side of the map and still join a team fight. Like, cancel those Blink Daggers. They have 2 Blink Daggers. Cancel one on Enigma. Probably get a jump on her. Like, cancel the Blink Dagger on the Tusk so he can get himself in a position to save people with the Snowball. Abed. It's going again for that Aghanim Scepter. He loves to get it as a 3rd/4th item. So he can go in, set things up, use this kind of a budget black hole to set things up for
Radiant's
a
top
big
tower
black hole.
is under attack.
Still waiting for that time to jump. Triple kill of Fly. As Kaka just starts up the aggression,
Radiant's
throwing
top
himself
tower is
into
under
the
attack.
base. They commit the black hole onto Kaka, but
They were so afraid of this Lion. While the rest of the team connects, 40 seconds left on that Aegis with the Deso. They have enough big Void Spirit. He also has Orb of Destruction, so that's a lot of minus armor on those buildings. There's still 2 tier 1 tower, tier 2 towers standing, so they can go in and get more out of this. But they should be very happy how this fight went for them.
Huge win there for them in the top lane. A full set of racks taken away from EG.
They set up the vision in the base. That's gonna get the D-warded instantly. Easy. He invested all of his gold, put all the money that he had into this AC.
See it again here, that bait from Kaka. Starts things off just at the same time that they were about to de-ward that vision. Kaka immediately makes the most of that move. And again, Ice just struggling to find a chance to really use the black hole for his best ability there. Feels the pressure to go in onto Kaka to stop any follow-up. But as it is, IG waits it out perfectly and they get in after it comes to an end and clean up more.
Is under attack.
Without a black hole, they just don't have enough damage. Like, EG will have to forfeit this tower. They can't really defend it. They're still cheese, which
Radiant's middle tower
Void was
has
carrying.
fallen.
Now he gave it Spectre. He has enough money to actually buy a full Scotty.
Massive blood run. Continuing this insane performance this game.
Abed has Aghanim Scepter, so next time they group up, like, he can go in, set things up for a really good black hole. Still yet to see. But like, EG, they need black hole. They need multiple man black hole to win it.
Sort of crazy high ground defense. Every passing moment just slipping further behind. EG's ready to jump out and look to make a move. 25 seconds until black hole. Time! The super number around, Fly gets on top of Arteezy and speed. Arteezy, they're going to get out of there. Arteezy still a bit of out of the play, but he shoots up into the river.
Into silence.
Fly goes down. Fly tries to run the remainder of this BKB, but IGN chasing them back to the base. Fly is going to commit up to the high ground, continue to move it on to Fly. Ice, holding him back with the Malefice.
Oh, he was so ready. Like JP, he was ready with that bait. He's like, I don't care if I die. We're controlling the outpost. They go on me. They use everything. Once again, only with a good setup, a good egg, kind of a zoning egg. They try to kill it. Spectre Pawn comes in, Abyssal Blade on the Lifestealer to lock it down. IG, they're very close to doing it.
And they really are. A second set of racks without any chance of EG being able to push them back with 3 dead. Still a tier 2 up in the bottom lane.
Radiant's middle.
So IG will have to back off. When EG do have the full lineup up, they will have the black hole, but they really can't afford one more mess up.
I've seen JP trying to get something for him that's gonna allow him to get his spells off, because he just used the buyback, was thinking about getting a Hex. I like that. This is the item, like usually you don't see it on a Mars, but because of the situation he's in right now, get that E on this. They don't have any way of dispelling it. Like, he's gonna get his spells off in a team fight, and that's what matters.
G running out of options here in this game. Every single move so far that they've tried to make to rectify the rough mid-game has only pushed them further behind. You see on the net worth to start things off, EG did have a good hold coming out of the lane.
They did a very good lead.
These team fights and counter plays from IG have just stopped EG in their tracks every single time.
EG also does not have vision. This gem really paying off. Another Eon disc picked up by Lion.
Maybe I'll have a nap.
Fly feels unkillable, especially illusion escape as well. Fly's going to step up, but they really want to go on him. They don't crit, continue to hide in the trees.
Of course.
Going to try and get over the back line. Gets to jump over the wall. Can he take him down? He can. Only takes him down 100 to 0, but buyback immediately from the Phoenix is up. He's trying to get over 5, don't see the back line. He's going to be able to cross the back one. He's dying. He's everything to spill. He's hitting him over to the arena. It's hard to see if he goes down. Fly moves on the right side. That's over the Fly. 3 dead on EG. Crit. Snowballing down to the low ground. The Fly is still good to go. It's IG. They'll take them all down as team white.
They will run down mid. Like, that was not even close to killing Spectre. She still had cheese, and she just hit level 25. 5% extra dispersion. This is it. They're going to go in and try to end the game.
They're going to look to close it.
Radiant's
They're going to look to grab that title here as EG. They've got 3 buybacks from both Barbed and RC in no way to return to the action.
Look for the chat. I want to see what they're doing.
The fortification buys them a little bit of time. As it comes to an end, IG continue to push on. The buyback comes down from Chris, buyback comes up from Ice. IG actually going to give it some respect here. They're not going to try and force the closure of this game whilst Arbed and RTZ are still down. They'll let this one continue for a little longer.
Spectre hands over the cheese to Mars. Like, he just wants to have another way of getting his spells off. Eon is on cooldown. This is third row. This is Refresher, Cheese, and Aegis. Spectre's gonna get that Aegis. They can't contest it without a black hole. They don't have enough. Smart move from IG. You know, they went in, forced 2 buybacks. They're like, we have enough damage. There's not gonna be Stone Spirit. He can't steal our Cheese nor Aegis. And now, Void Spirit, yeah, this is what I talked about. He's going for the Abyssal Blade. Have another way of locking down that Enigma, BKB Black Hole, and locking down the Lifestealer.
Just each and every time we saw in that last fight, Ice was able to catch the Spectre in the Black Hole, but with the way that IG's been just perfectly split, you can never really have the chance of getting more than one here, and at this stage, locking down Fly in the Black Hole is just not nearly enough.
And it's a lot of confusion, you know, Spectre going in with the Haunt Illusions, with the Manta style, like, you need to be careful about the Bash, Illusion Escape as well on Spectre. Like, he just can't farm. Ice cannot farm. He does not have enough gold to buy Abyssal Blade. Sorry, not Abyssal Blade, but the Linkage here that can potentially counter an Abyssal Blade.
IG, make the final tier 2.
Has fallen.
It's the last set of racks between them and getting the Megas up against EG here in Game 5.
I restore my connection to the void.
Got it, 10 seconds till Black Hole.
Emo, Refresher Shard, double Abyssal Blade, like Resonant Pulses with 4 assets.
keeping around with the game. IG, they've done it with G is called, and IG are your champions of the Singapore Major. And they come in and they achieve the reverse sweep against EG in less than 5.
I can't believe they've actually done it. They've done it. They went 2-0 in the best of 5 and managed to make a comeback. Here comes the hugs.
I mean, it was just brilliant stuff. After 2 incredibly tough games against EG to open the series, they bring it back, the swing round in Game 3, and then Game 4, and then into this Game 5, where it felt like they had complete control of EG right up until the end.
Yeah, first 2 games, they were like, we don't have the answer. Then another 2 games, 3 games, we're gonna let the Storm Spirit go